All. What's the discussion? All right, so let's begin. Last class, I believe we did Defense of Fire and RO, right? Yes. We have finished that. So I think today we are going to finish this chapter itself. It's very small chapter. Only important thing in this chapter, maybe there is a confusion with respect to numerical. So we will not remember the numerical counts, but they are pretty important. Let's start with you. Can you tell me what kind of defect is corrected using convex lens? What kind of defect on eyes corrected using hypermetropia?
She is not able to push.
I am.
She is.
Next question is all right, settle down. Yes. So next question to you is, can you tell me what is pupil length if I want to identify a structure? What can you tell me? If you look into the diagram and what's the yes, I was asked. What about you?
I would remember. I'm going to.
Were you here?
Yes, ma'am.
What can you say about pupil? Like so anything entering of the what color it is in? Black. Were you there yesterday? Okay, so can you tell me something about what kind of lens does our eye have? Sorry, convex. Okay. Can you tell me what is myopia? Okay, so you have nearsighted, close-sighted, those are short-sighted, whatever. And for that nearsightedness, that means you have near the sight, but then what is the difficulty then in that case? Myopia.
And they do not see distance things.
Distant things may be by then I was asking for that. So for nearsightedness, what is the corrective lens that you use?
Okay.
Convex is for hypermetropia. Can you tell me, as you age, to get some sort of respect to the straight to eye? What's the name of it? Okay, give me the name of somebody. Due to age, it starts 50. It starts hyper and stress myopia. So, why does that happen with
The
age?
ciliary muscles become inactive.
Not inactive.
Like they are not flexible enough.
Use their question. So what happens when it is no longer able to
Adjust and
stretch and contract?
stretch the lens and adjust its curvature.
So because of that, focal length of lens change. And what is that term called? The tendency of the lens to change its focal length with the help of ciliary muscles. There was one word. There was one term, power of accommodation. Okay, so that is the term, power of accommodation. It is nothing but the tendency of lens to change its focal length with the help of ciliary muscles. And with age, power of accommodation is lost, and we name a defect as stress myopia. I think here. So what about the revision of the we did this one. Oh, we did cataract also. What is cataract?
Our site like we see clouds, milky clouds.
मिल्की क्लाउड में दिखता है क्या करो मिल्की क्लाउड में क्या हो जाता है आपका कॉर्निया हो जा रहा है सारा यहाँ
The lens.
लेंस जो है कॉन्वेक्स लेंस जो अपने आँख के अंदर है वो क्लाउडी हो जाता है and that is cataract. So let's start with there are two important numericals that we have, but before that we'll discuss two terms, which is I think I have discussed this, but still I'll point on this again because using these two terms we will be solving numericals. Okay, and since this is we will be using what? So since in this cases we use lens to correct our eyes defects, so we will be using lens formula for that. So can somebody tell me what is lens formula?
minus.
So whenever I'm using my lens, so I mostly when I go to buy it, so I don't use focal length like इतने focal length का lens दे दो. I use power. आपको कोई भी पूछेगा अच्छा what is the power of a lens, right? So what is power का formula आप मुझे बता दीजिए. Power is what? 1/f. और इसमें हमेशा जैसे पिछली बार शायद हमने सॉल्व करते थे, मैंने भी ये गलती कर दी थी. ये f को किसके टर्म्स में लेना था? ठीक है. और इसका यूनिट क्या है? पावर का D. Yes, D. It's diopter. So I will write it over here. So we'll keep this side as it is and solve our numerical on that side, okay? Because we'll be using these things. So let's discuss what is near point. So as I think we have discussed what again stressing on these 2 points, near point and far point. ठीक है. So near point क्या है कि आप आपकी किताबें पढ़ रहे हैं, ठीक है. तो ऐसा करिए जितना नजदीक जाओगे उतना अच्छे से दिख रहा है, ऐसा तो नहीं है, वरना आपको एकदम खुशी जाता है उसमें ट्राई करके बेस्ट लिखिए. So we know if we are bringing it more closer at a particular distance, it starts becoming hazy or it gets straight to our eye. We are not able to see. So the nearest distance that you can take, the max, like the nearest you can bring that object to see it clearly, we call that as nearest point. So that it no longer gives you strain, you are able to read it without any strain to your eye. So I have, of course, the specs. So my eye is not normal; it has defect. Okay, one of the defects you will tell me which defects it can be. Use it logically, but so you can nearest point अगर normal आप होगी, so वो कितना नजदीक का पढ़ सकते हैं, कितना नजदीक तक ला सकते हैं. So it is given that 25 सेंटीमीटर तक आप आराम से चीजों को पढ़ सकते हैं for a normal eye. For me, of course, it is not that. ठीक है, but for a normal eye, it is 25 centimeters. So near point for a normal eye is 25 centimeters. This is for normal eye. Okay, what happened?
Yes.
Okay. So this is normal eye. The normal eye के लिए 25 सेंटीमीटर है, and of course कुछ लोगों के लिए जिनके आंखों में डिफरेंट होगा उनके लिए नियर पॉइंट थोड़ा डिफरेंट होगा. फार पॉइंट जो है अगेन ये भी क्या करना, कितना फार का अच्छा खासा देख सकते हैं. ठीक है. सो अभी जब फार पॉइंट की बात करते थे तो हम नॉर्मल आई की बात करेंगे तो हम बोलेंगे कि नॉर्मल आई तो अच्छा खासा जितना दूर तक है देख सकती है. ठीक है, नॉर्मल आई हम ऐसे मानते हैं. और ऑफ कोर्स जिनके पास कौन से डिफेक्ट में हमको दूर तक नजर आने में दिक्कत होती है, नियर साइटेड मायोपिया. सो मायोपिया में हमें दूर का जो है एकदम दूर तक का नहीं दिखता. ठीक है. सो लेट्स से कि तो उसमें हमारा फार पॉइंट जो है इंफिनिटी के बजाय हम प्रेज्यूम करें नॉर्मल आई के लिए इट शुड बी इंफिनिटी, कि आप दूर तक के स्टार्स वगैरह भी आराम से देखिए. रात में आपने देखा कुछ स्टार्स भी दिख रहा है. ठीक है, नॉर्मल आई के लिए. और जिनको देखा है जिनको दूर का नहीं दिख रहा, मे बी उनको स्टार्स तो दिखाई नहीं देंगे, काला स्काई दिख रहा है. ठीक है, तो इनके लिए जो नियरेस्ट इनके लिए जो फार पॉइंट होगा इंफिनिटी के बजाय इनको शायद लेट्स कॉल इट 10 मीटर तक का नजर आता है, उसके आगे तक नजर आ रहा है, और मे बी इवन लेस. सो गिव मी वन नंबर. यहाँ पे आप लोगों को भी जिसको चश्मा में कितना दूर तक का नजर आता है?
बहुत दूर. ज़्यादा नंबर नहीं.
अच्छा, तो let's take it as how much. I'll take 10 meter. Let's say 10 मीटर तक का ही नजर आता है. ठीक है, यहाँ से 10 मीटर तक का नजर आ रहा है. ठीक है, ज्यादा ये लग रहा है बेचारे की आँख खराब कर देते हैं. ठीक है, 20 मीटर तक का नजर आ रहा है. ये इस आँख के लिए यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, इसको नॉर्मल पर्सन को इंफिनिटी तक का नजर आ रहा है. ये नियर पॉइंट में क्या हो रहा है, नॉर्मल आई को इधर तक का दिखता है, बट ये नियर पॉइंट है. ठीक है, आपको एक डिफेक्ट जो बता था आपके जब दादा दादी ऐसे जो ओल्ड एज वाले तो उनको नजदीक में दिखता है, वो क्या करता है यहाँ तक तो देख नहीं पाते, नजदीक लाते तो वही चीज को ऐसे करके देखते. इवन आई सीन यू नो वो फोन भी जो है हम फोन ऐसे देखेंगे, दे ट्राई टू होल्ड इट लाइक दिस, दे ट्राई टू इंक्रीज द डिस्टेंस. ठीक है, सो उनके लिए क्या है, वो ज्यादा नियर तक ला पाएंगे, 25 सेंटीमीटर तक तो नहीं दिखता, वो थोड़ा क्या करते हैं, दूर रखने की कोशिश करते हैं, ठीक है। तो ये नॉर्मल एक्चुअली 25 सेंटीमीटर है, बट द पर्सन विद सम डिफेक्ट, ठीक है, उनके लिए वो क्या हो जाएगा, मान लीजिए वो शायद 1 मीटर की दूरी पे रख देते हैं, ठीक है, वो 1 मीटर की दूरी पे रख दे रहे हैं और देख रहे हैं उनको शायद दिख रहा है। What does that mean? What I'm trying to say, why I'm discussing this, because this is helpful when you're solving ML. So there arises question where they say that there is one person who is having the defect. ये defect कौन सा होता है, जब आप दूर रख रहे हैं चीजें, it is hypermetropia, right? इसमें आपको नियर का दिखता नहीं है ना, आपको नियर का दिखता नहीं है, तो दूर का दिखता है, तो आप इसलिए उसको दूर ला देते हैं ताकि आपको दिखने लगे। So ये डिफेक्ट है hypermetropia. So in case I'm going wrong spelling, then please correct me. So in case of hypermetropia, जो नॉर्मल है वो 25 सेंटीमीटर पे दिख रहा है, ठीक है, उसको ही देखने के लिए वो पर्सन जो है उसको 1 मीटर मूव कर देगा। That means in to some extent, लेमैन टर्म्स से बात करूँ, ये पर्सन के लिए नियर पॉइंट क्या बन गया, 1 मीटर हो गया, राइट, क्योंकि नियर पॉइंट इस पर्सन के लिए अभी नियर पॉइंट क्या है 1 मीटर, ठीक है, क्योंकि ये दूर दूर लेकर जाता है, एक पॉइंट जब उसको दिखने लगता है दैट मींस वो नियर पॉइंट है जब उसको आराम से सब दिखने लगता है, ठीक है। सो दैट इज द केस, एंड इस केस में इसका फार पॉइंट क्या बन जाता है, ये डिफेक्ट वाले पर्सन का फार पॉइंट क्या बन जाती है 20 मीटर। ये हमारा क्या है, व्हाट इज द डिफेक्ट, ये डिफेक्ट को क्या बोलते हैं, जब सो दिस इज योर myopia, ठीक है, इज दिस क्लियर,
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है। नाउ वी विल सॉल्व अ न्यूमेरिकल, ठीक है, तो न्यूमेरिकल का फिलहाल तो अपने बॉडीज में क्वेश्चन दे दे, सेम ही है, there is one person, ठीक है, who has defect of, let's call it, this is start करते हैं, hypermetropia है, Rajan or Rajesh or whatever, I think that those are the names that is using the question. Yesterday we were doing something of Rajan, so hypermetropia है, ठीक है, हमको, and they are not said anything about normal, they are just given question that Rajan has hypermetropia, ठीक है, he can see things clearly at 1 meter if he keeps the object at 1 meter, ठीक है। They are asking what is the power of corrective lens that he should use, okay, आपको समझ रहे हैं क्वेश्चन,
Yes.
उनको हाइपरमेट्रोपिया है, उनको 1 मीटर तक रखेंगे तब दिखता है, ठीक है, और वो पूछ रहे हैं कि आपको कौन सा लेंस चाहिए, आप कौन सा लेंस यूज करोगे, फर्स्ट थिंग इज आप कौन सा लेंस यूज करोगे, सेकंड है उसका पावर क्या होगा, ठीक है, ये आपका क्वेश्चन है। एक आंसर भले हमें बताए कि ये कौन सा लेंस यूज करेंगे, क्योंकि हमने लर्न कर लिया कि हम कौन सा यूज करते हैं, इस केस में कॉन्वेक्स लेंस का फोकल लेंथ पॉजिटिव होता है नेगेटिव होता है, पॉजिटिव होता है, राइट, रेज जा रही है फिर अंदर चली जाएगी, फोकस कन्वर्ट होके पॉइंट पे निकलेगी, सो आवर आंसर शुड बी, सो पावर भी किस में आना चाहिए, पॉजिटिव में आना चाहिए, ठीक है। सो वी विल यूज दोस फार्मूला एंड चेक इफ वी गेट आंसर इन पॉजिटिव, दैट मींस whatever we have done the solution that is correct. So आपको लेंस भी, आपको अगर कभी-कभी लेंस पता नहीं कि कौन सा है, तो आप पहले न्यूमेरिकली सॉल्व करके प्लस माइनस साइन देखकर भी पता कर सकते हैं कि whether it is convex or concave, ठीक है, you don't have to remember all the time, that's what I'm trying to say, ठीक है। So let's start, if you want to put it in question term, I'll raising this part. So the question, given information is that, so Mr. Rajan has what, hypermetropia, he is able to read at distance of 1 meter. So basically his near point is 1 meter, ठीक है, this is the given information and this is what we need to find. Of course the thing is they don't say his near point is 1 meter, I'm just giving it, they have other way of putting in question terms, First write this way and we'll check in what we will say. Who is it? And actually draw the diagram now. Now, let's put the given information. This is question part. This is question.
Question comes on the user type block diagrams, personal or written is the diagram.
After finishing this, you can decide because most of the times, you know, if you have understood the symbols of B का minus है, U negative है, अगर आपको clearly आ गया पता चल गया तो there's no need to draw. But if you think diagram is required, because the only thing where you can go wrong over here is with these signs. And if you go wrong with signs, then everything in your answer becomes wrong. So it's up to you. If you are well versed with that, you think without diagram you can go right. It's all right. But if you think you need diagram, then that's it. Shall I now explain? You cannot pay attention. This is very important. Okay. I know that I want to find power. ठीक है, इसको ठीक करना है, इनके डिफेक्ट को तो पावर ढूंढना है और पावर के लिए मुझे क्या ढूंढना है, फोकल लेंथ. ठीक है, क्योंकि फोकल लेंथ के लिए मुझे क्या ढूंढना है, लेंस फॉर्मूला ढूंढना है. मतलब क्या यूज करना है, लेंस फॉर्मूला. तो मेरे पास फॉर्मूला तो क्या है, 1/f = 1/v - 1/u. ठीक है. Now where most of the students get confused is, अब मैं जो वैल्यूज प्लग इन करने वाली हूँ उस चीज में. ठीक है. So now pay attention over here. So question said कि आपका ये जो हाइपरमेट्रोपिया है जो 1 मीटर पे रख दिया, ये 1 मीटर का डिस्टेंस है. ठीक है. 1 मीटर इज हाउ मेनी सेंटीमीटर्स? 100. ठीक है. So I'm putting 100 over here. Why? Because I will be using normal eye वाला थिंग. नॉर्मल आई को कितने में दिखाई देता है? 25. So we use that information. So we put near point of normal eye is 25 सेंटीमीटर. ठीक है. ठीक है ना. 100 सेंटीमीटर में दिखाई देता है तो वो तो दिक्कत नहीं. तो दिक्कत क्या है कि आप यहाँ से अंदर आ गए
तो the calculation meter में यहाँ because power will depend so you need meter.
ठीक है. सो ठीक है, आप मीटर में कर लो तो आप फिर इसको 0.25 कर देते हैं. ठीक है. उसको 0.25 फिर 1/0.25 हो जाता है. आप जो वे में करो. I just wanted to make it easier and not going to decimal. It's up to you. Few of you can go in meters, others can go in centimeter. It's up to you. Let's now take 100. ठीक है. Okay, now pay attention. So what is happening? यहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्ट है तो दिक्कत नहीं हो रही है क्योंकि उसको दिखाई देता है. 100 के आगे दूर दूर करेंगे तो दिखाई देगा. दिक्कत यहाँ आएगी कि अगर इसके अंदर की तरफ चले गए तो नहीं दिखाई देना. सो हमें वही ठीक करना है कि अभी हम ऑब्जेक्ट को अंदर लाएंगे तो उसको दिखाई देना चाहिए. ठीक है. सो मान लीजिए मैंने ऑब्जेक्ट रख दिया और नॉर्मल आई को कहाँ तक दिखाई देता है, कितना पास मिलेंगे, 25. सो लेट्स कॉल दिस एज 25 सेंटीमीटर का. ठीक है. सो माय एम वुड बी इसके और आगे जाकर वाला करेक्शन नहीं करना बिकॉज वो तो नॉर्मल आई को भी नहीं नजर आता है. सो मेरा एम है कि अगर मैंने ऑब्जेक्ट को यहाँ रख दिया तो भी नजर आना चाहिए. ठीक है. और ये कैसे होगा, मैं कोई लेंस यूज कर रही हूँ, ठीक है. सो लेट्स कॉल दिस एज, I have not put anything in I have not put the alarm, so in case time is over you can let me know, ठीक है. So I will use some lens over here. Which lens it is, I will not draw the shape also. Let's say I don't know which lens I have to use, but I know what's the purpose that it is going to serve. So I'm using some lens over here, ठीक है. After using this lens मुझे ये भी नजर आने लग जाएगा, right? क्योंकि ये अगर ये नहीं होता तो ये दिखाई नहीं देता, जब भी नॉर्मल है तो नजर आता. बट अब मैंने लेंस लगा दिया है तो मुझे ये जो ऑब्जेक्ट है वो भी दिखाई देने लग गया है. So what does that mean is that this thing, the object, this ray will make sure that an object is kept over here. इसका इमेज यहाँ कहाँ बन जाएगा, ये पॉइंट पे, और ये पॉइंट पे तो ये आपको दिखने लग जाता है, ठीक है. सो इसका इमेज इसने यहाँ बना दिया और फिर यही इमेज को कैप्चर कर लिया और आपने वो दिखा दिया. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? ठीक है. Using this information, so this is what, this is my value, this is my object, this is my image. Now I plug in these values and I try to find my power, ठीक है. So now my value is, how can you put the values and give me the answer of focal length? Let's see if I have this question. And can you give me the expert? Sorry. Sorry, go again.
100 centimeter is the information.
यहाँ पे अगर ऑब्जेक्ट रखा होता तो आपको इसकी जरूरत थी, आप बताइए, ठीक है. नहीं थी, तो हमने ऑब्जेक्ट इधर तो रखे ही नहीं है, ठीक है. हमने ऑब्जेक्ट को कहीं इधर रख दिया बिकॉज हमें अंदर का नहीं दिख रहा था. और अब इसका इसने इमेज यहाँ बना दिया जो भी इधर से नजर आ रहा है. Are you getting what it is doing?
Ma'am, so lens is basically changing the perceived position of the object for our eyes.
Yes, and that is how we are getting the image. Otherwise, अगर ये यहाँ होता, अगर मैं इसको object distance मान लूँगी, तो मुझे इसकी जरूरत ही नहीं थी because 100 पे तो उसको नजर आ ही रहा था, right? Are you getting? ठीक है.
So now I think that जो 25 पे है वो 100 जैसी रही है.
So now the rays are coming from there. वो वाले position. हाँ, so basically आप जो थे ये वही चीज कर रहा है, जैसे कि जब जो पर्सन को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था तो उसने क्या किया था, वो ऑब्जेक्ट को दूर मूव कर दिया, ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे ये लेंस क्या करता है, ये ऑब्जेक्ट का इमेज ही दूर मूव कर रहा है, ठीक है. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now if you plug in the values you'll get focal length और फिर आप मुझे उसने बताया. Now this is only mathematical part. The thing where most of the students, like my previous students used to get confused were, वो सोचते थे कि B भी नेगेटिव लिया है, U भी नेगेटिव ले लिया है, ठीक है, पर लेंस तो हम कौन सा यूज कर रहे हैं,
कॉन्वेक्स,
ठीक है. और ठीक है, ये तो कौन नहीं
कॉन्वेक्स
इसमें कॉन्वेक्स हमें भी पता है, बट अगर कॉन्केव वाला होता है दूसरे केस में भी वही साइड ले रहा है. हाँ, दोनों साइड है, बट रीजन इज दिस, ठीक है. So it's not the lens, it's the purpose which we want, जिसकी वजह से दोनों नेगेटिव हो जाते हैं. और कॉन्वेक्स हो या कॉन्केव हो, देयर आर क्राइटेरियाज, राइट. जब इमेज जो है ऑन द सेम साइड बनता है, राइट, दोनों केस में बनता है ना वर्चुअल इमेज. कॉन्केव तो हमेशा ही वर्चुअल इमेज बना देता है, बट कॉन्वेक्स कभी बनाता है वर्चुअल इमेज व्हेन ऑब्जेक्ट इज बिटवीन O and F. हाँ, I want to see that they get this kind of. So to solve this, I will see the wording so that next one I go. And believe me, these two questions are the most important questions of this chapter. This chapter. You can expect one question at least once in 2 years. So this is very important question. Give me that. Yes, one question is एकदम इसी लैंग्वेज में लिखा हुआ है नेक्स्ट बुक का, मैं कोई दूसरे लैंग्वेज में जो आप let me know to get the answer because
यू हमेशा माइनस में होता है,
यू हमेशा माइनस में होता है बिकॉज़ और वैसे भी डायग्राम में भी देखिए ना, हम तो ऑब्जेक्ट को यही साइड में रखते हैं ना, आपको फोकस भी नेगेटिव आ रहा है. ऑलराइट, सो लेट्स सी ओके ये आ रहा है, एक आ रहा है. लेट्स सी आई एम नॉट एबल टू गेट द क्वेश्चन. मुझे ये इजीएस्ट वे वाला क्वेश्चन मिल गया है, बट देयर आर सर्टेन ट्रिक वे इन English gets complicated and आपको दिक्कत हो सकती है. In case in today's class I'm not able to find, please do tell me कि आप वो question दीजिए, ठीक है? It's the same question but wording gets different, so it is confusing. Let's solve this. So we are finding 1 by f. So 1 by v. V क्या है आपका? 1 by ये -100 है. Please v आपका minus. What is this name? Please pay attention here. Did you put minus for this also? Image -1 by, because आपका इमेज भी ये साइड में बन रहा है और आपका ऑब्जेक्ट क्या है -25, ठीक है? That is 1 by f. So this was the crucial set. Even image and even this both are negative, ठीक है? Now if I solve this, it becomes 1 by f is equal to 1 by -1 by 100 plus 1 by 25. This is nothing but 25 into 4. This is -1 plus 4 is +3 by 100. It is, I'm getting it. Yes, now. So 1 by f is this, ठीक है? और अभी पाई किसमें है? So हम पहले इसका f 1 by f ही लिखते हैं because अगर पावर यही चीज, so power is this was what
So divided by
no. Just give me a minute. This is f, right? This is f. So here it is 1 by f is per centimeter. So यहाँ पे हमारा जाएगा multiplied by 100. So you also check what is happening over here. ठीक है? ऊपर ही multiply कर आपको समझा ना? क्यों? Okay, हाँ? ये समझा आपको?
सेंटीमीटर.
That's what I'm saying. 1 upon f, मेरा f नीचे सेंटीमीटर में था. So it is per centimeter, right? Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
ठीक है? आपको समझा मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ? इसलिए ऊपर मल्टीप्लाई बाय 100 होगा और फिर वो कट हो जाएगा और आपको आंसर आ जाएगा +3. It is only mathematics. So this is 1 by f. So it is 1 by f. यहाँ पे देख लेते हैं. और if you have realized that आपको वहाँ दिक्कत हो जा रही है, तो आप एक काम कर सकते हैं. 1 by f कितना मिला था मुझे? 3 by 100. So आप पहले f को निकालें, तो f कितना हो जाएगा? 100 by 3 सेंटीमीटर, राइट? अब इसको मीटर में कन्वर्ट करेंगे तो क्या आ जाएगा? 100 by 3 अगेन डिवाइड by 100, right? So my answer is f is 1 by 3 meter. But I don't want f. I want what? Power. So power is equal to 1 by f. So 1 by f is इसका उल्टा हो जाएगा. This is 1 by f is reciprocal of f. Reciprocal of f becomes 3 by 1. और यहाँ पे क्या जाएगा? Diagonal. So basically that is 3. So आपको अगर शॉर्टकट नहीं समझ आ रहा तो आप इधर लॉन्ग कट कर सकते हो. आपको लॉन्ग कट भी नहीं करना है तो आप सीधा यहीं पे मीटर में लेना शुरू कर सकते हो, अप टू यू, ठीक है। बट देन डोंट डू दीस सिली मिस्टेक्स, यहाँ नीचे लेकर 100 तक हो जाता है, बट देन पे अटेंशन। All right, so it is 3 diopters and yes, important is plus sign. So towards the end, right, make it a habit that you put last में at least plus or minus का signature and remembering this one. So it is plus 3 and then write the answer. Power is positive. That means which kind of lens are we using? Convex. Okay, so we use convex lens of power plus 3. So if you are done with this, we'll take the next question. और ये क्वेश्चन आप सॉल्व करने का ट्राई करिएगा। सेम क्वेश्चन, केस सिनेरियो चेंज हो रहा है। अब हाइपरमेट्रोपिया वाली आपकी बजाय क्या है? मायोपिया। ठीक है, सो वी हैव नियर पॉइंट्स। सॉरी, वी हैव फार पॉइंट्स।
So shall I go in sleeping again? We slept in SST class also.
Shall are you solving? If you don't solve, then of course you will end up sleeping. Mathematics will always take away your sleep and your shampoo. Alright. So yes, let's begin with the next question. I'll give you the. So I'm not able to find both complicated wordings wala, but easy wordings wala hai. So आप page 198. I see that same question is there in. So, all right, I'm not able to find it in this one, so it would be there, but I don't know where it is. Page 1. Do you have NCRT? No, so I'll read the question. Take the question. The question is the far point of a myopic person. Aditya, the question is page 198. Question 6 of NCRT.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 198, question 6. I'll just write it. The question is the far point of a myopic person. It is there in volume, but I don't know where it is. So I am not even able to find that from the PowerPoint. NCRT 198, page 6. Sorry, page 198, question 6.
Ma'am, there it is. NCRT question 10. The page number 81. The power point of a myopic person is 80 centimeters.
81. Page 81, question number
10.
Question 10. Okay, is there? Oh, there is section 5. Right.
And in the NCRT.
Give me the page number and again for volume then, so that
Page 81.
Page 81.
10 of NCRT question page, question 10.
This is for volume, right?
Yeah.
So yes. So for this question, you will tell me the given information. So ये diagram का representation है, मैं सब same ही रख रही हूँ, ठीक है? Just है हम यहाँ पे ये जो information जो है, ये आप मुझे बताएंगे, V क्या होगा, U क्या होगा, कहाँ क्या है? Okay, so now please read the question. Anyone of you can read it.
The power point of a myopic person is 80 centimeters in front of the eye. What is the nature and power of the lens required to correct this problem?
So myopic person is there. उनका far point क्या है? Far point. Okay. This far point is 80 centimeter. आपको यहीं पे मीटर में convert करना. Shall we go with centimeter? Centimeter. Alright. So his far point is 80 centimeter. And like always, we will use इसका far point. Normal eye का. So normal eye का far point क्या लेंगे? Normal eyes for far point is. देख लेते हैं. ठीक है, सो गिवन इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ है आपका. ऑलराइट, सो नाउ लाइक इन प्रीवियस केस हम अच्छा वो मैंने पहले फिर वो किया, आप अच्छे से समझ गए. सो द क्वेश्चन इज, अब हमारा ऑब्जेक्ट है, दूर रखेंगे तो नहीं नजर आएगा, पर नजदीक होगा तो नजर आ जाएगा. ठीक है, सो अभी हम एटलीस्ट पहले ये मार्क, इंफिनिटी को तो मार्क ही नहीं कर पाऊंगी मैं, तो आई जस्ट लीव इट नाउ. आई विल show 80 centimeter somewhere over here, so this is my 80 centimeter. All right, ठीक है, 80 सेंटीमीटर तक का दिख रहा है. सो यहाँ पे इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती है. ठीक है, तो ये लेंस मैंने किसके लिए रखा हो कि जब आप यहाँ जा रहे हो तो दिक्कत आ रही है. ठीक है, सो मान लीजिए ये मेरा ऑब्जेक्ट जो यहाँ पे है, तो अगर मैं वो लेंस को यूज कर रही हूँ तो ये लेंस में क्या करना चाहिए, ये लेंस में इसका इमेज जितना आगे पुश कर सकता है बेसिकली, एटलीस्ट यहाँ या इसके आगे तो बेटर. ठीक है, सो ये ऑब्जेक्ट, ठीक है, ये ऑब्जेक्ट है, ये ऑब्जेक्ट है मेरा, और मुझे इसका इमेज कहाँ चाहिए, आगे की तरफ, ये वाले जोन में. ठीक है, और जब ये ऑब्जेक्ट एकदम फारदेस्ट होगा, व्हाट इज द फारदेस्ट पॉसिबल लोकेशन ऑफ दिस ऑब्जेक्ट, इंफिनिटी. सो ये इसका इमेज मुझे, इसका इमेज एटलीस्ट मुझे 80 पे तो आ ही जाना चाहिए. दिस इज द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट, सो इसके आगे जाना चाहिए, तो इसका इमेज यहाँ मिलना चाहिए. सो व्हेन ऑब्जेक्ट इज एट इंफिनिटी, मुझे इमेज कहाँ मिलना चाहिए, हियर, सो दैट मेरा आईज को इंटरप्रेट करके इमेज दिखा सके. यू गेट इट? सो ऑब्जेक्ट कहाँ, इमेज कहाँ, सब आपको पता चल गया. आपको खुशहाल, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. आई नो. All right, I'm not scolding you, I'm just worried for you. This is too important numerical. So let's do it. So given information is there with you, all you need to tell me first is focal length and then give me the power. Okay, we will be using everything exactly like the previous case. 1 by f is equal to 1 by v minus 1 by u. एंड फॉर इंफिनिटी के साथ आप कैसे करोगे, आप अगर वहां तक पहुंच जाते हो तो आप मुझे पूछ सकते हो कि कहाँ पहुंच गए. सो डिवीजन क्या करता है आपको पता है, राइट? आपके पास एक पीस ऑफ केक है, आपको उसको 2 में डिवाइड करना है, तो आप क्या लिखते हैं, 1 पीस इज डिवाइडेड इनटू 2. यहाँ पे आपके पास 1 पीस है और आपको उसके कितने टुकड़े करने हैं, इनफाइनाइट. आप करते जाओगे तो स्मॉलेस्ट जो बचेगा आपके पास वो कितना छोटा होगा, very close to 0 only, right? उसको करते जाओ कोई एंड ही नहीं है. So 1 upon infinity is what? 0. Are you getting what I am trying to say? Over here 1 has understood. You understood? Yes, it's 0 0. Have you understood? Why 1 by infinity is 0? आप उसके, आपके पास एक, अगर एक केक दिया है, आपके 2 टुकड़े करने आपको नजर आएंगे. ठीक है, आप 1 डिवाइडेड बाय 2 का है, तो उसमें 2 पीसेस के हैं. डिनोमिनेटर पे डिपेंड करता है उसके कितने पीसेस पर. आपके यहाँ डिनोमिनेटर में क्या है, 2. यहाँ आपके क्वेश्चन, आपके आंसर में डिनोमिनेटर में क्या है, आप उस पीस के इनफाइनाइट पीसेस करते जा रहे हो. सो आपका जो फाइनल बचे वो कितना होगा, वेरी क्लोज टू 0. अगर इनफाइनाइट कभी नंबर में एंड हुआ तो इट इज गोइंग ऑन, वहां पे भी बच्चे भी ना, दैट इज वेरी. And this time don't go wrong with those meter and other stuffs. Give correct answer for diopters and diopters, and I believe you know what kind of sign should come in that power and focal length, right? Yes. What's the answer? So minus 1.2, minus is correct. We use concave lens. It has to be negative. So I believe you should also get somewhere in minus. And if it is 1.2, that means it is also correct. Half of your calculation is even safe because 1 infinity becomes 0. So other to calculation. I hope before I and you give me the answer, okay? So 1 by B, where is my image? Where is my object? So everything is negative. This gets 0, so I'm not worried about that. 1 by F is equal to 1 by 80. Again, I'll multiply by 100, so this is 10 by 8. What will that do? Okay, sorry, this is minus 80. I missed. So let's do that. F is equal to minus 80 centimeters. So F is equal meters, and power is equal to 1 by F, which is equal to 1 upon 0.8 with the negative sign, which becomes 10 by 8 with the negative sign. So 8 ones are 8, 9, 10, 8 twos are 16, and 8 20, and sign goes down minus. So these are the two important numericals with respect to this chapter. And we will discuss some important phenomena that we see. And in case I get the wordings, which I will quiz. All right, so we'll go ahead with the next topic. Okay. One.
Something like that. And it's not given like
No,
near
but they are not
compartment.
asking. Just asking the nature of the direct elements. So in this week, there's no need to
Yeah.
solve this. Okay, so this I will find out. Maybe in break we have a 3 hours class.
Yes.
I'll just Google it and maybe if I get those questions which I am looking for, I'll read it out. Okay? And maybe give it as homework. You can solve it. So shall I raise this? Is it done?
Yes, ma'am.
Prism.
No, we are.
No, I thought you said next chapter.
I said next topic, right? Did I say
Yeah.
next topic?
Okay.
Okay, so let's do now prism and refraction of light through prism. Okay, so before that, we'll just see what prism is in physics. So, what shape prism is? Okay, so prism is, it has two rectangular surfaces. So if I take so yeah, that's not easy. So let's take this one. You have something triangular. So let's take this thing. If I have triangular, so yes, so if I have now this is a triangular surface, right? So this is triangular surface. If I have two triangular surfaces, okay, and if you join them, so there will be, how will it look? There will be one rectangular surface here, one rectangular surface here, and other rectangular surface here. So what is prism? Prism is two triangular surfaces with three rectangular surfaces bound to each other. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So this is prism. And when we draw the diagram, we only see the top view. So what shape will I draw? I will not draw rectangular portion. So I am depicting top view. So now I will draw one triangle. This is the top view. And if I try to draw this other, शायद अगर if I'm not done by, maybe I can depict this. If it makes sense, then it's fine. So it is not making sense, right? Is it? To some extent, it is making. Should I erase it? It's not making sense. This is top view. You can see top को समझ आ रहा है, हम top view देख रहे हैं, ठीक है? Now light is going to hit from one end and it is going to exit from the other surface, ठीक है? So now if light is hitting at this point, ठीक है? So how will the normal look? So normal to this surface हमको बनाना है. So this is like this. So normal should be like this, making 90-degree angle. So let's draw the normal. ठीक है? Is this angle of incidence? Yes. Why? Is this angle of incidence? So angle of incidence is an incident ray. This is my incident ray. This is my normal. So angle between incident ray and normal. So this is my angle of incidence. Okay. Since it is moving from rarer to denser medium, this is going to bend. Okay. So it is going to bend towards the normal. So I will show some bend over here. ठीक है? Since bend है कि नहीं? है. For otherwise ऐसे ठीक है. ठीक है. So there is bend towards the normal. Now this angle is what? Angle of refraction. This ray is what? Refracted ray. ठीक है. Now I have to draw normal again. So this is the surface like this. So normal would be perpendicular. So the second step is drawing the normal. ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे जब hit कर रहा है, तो this is what? यहाँ का मेरा incident angle है. ठीक है. I will not give it any name again. यहाँ का R ले लिया. Let's call this as R dash अगर आपको चाहिए तो. ठीक है, या तो I dash. और ये आपका इंसिडेंट है. अब ये बाहर मूव कर रहा है, तो क्या होगा? अवे फ्रॉम द ये होगा. सो ऐसे जाने वाला था, अगर डायरेक्टली जाता था. नाउ इट विल मूव अवे फ्रॉम द नॉर्मल. सो थोड़ा और इस तरफ बैठो. ठीक है. What you see over here is, in case of glass prism, if you remember, in case of glass prism, incident ray or जो refract, sorry, what is this ray called? Remember? So incident ray and ये जो हमारी emergent ray थी, वो दोनों कैसे होती थी? Parallel होती थी. Remember?
Yes.
So was there any angle between them? No. ठीक है, zero ही बोलें because both of them were parallel. In this case, if this my emergent ray, let me mark the angle E first, so emergent angle, and if I check, so this was undeviated path, and if I extend this, drop from this side again, some in this state up. So if I extend this backward, so this incident ray has bent to this level. So there is bent of this much angle, right? We call this angle as delta, which is angle of deviation. What do we call it? Angle of deviation. It's very important. That is angle of deviation. And if we ask you to define what is angle of deviation, then it is angle between incident ray and emergent ray. All right. So why this is important? Because I think he or maybe somebody else had asked this question when you were doing rectangular slab. So this delta plays kind of important role in splitting of the light. So in case of what was that? In case of rectangular slab, okay, the emergent ray that we see, they all were parallel to the incident ray, okay, and in this case, there is some deviation, okay, but when we see the other rays, now I have not said that this is white light, okay, this is not white light, this is single colored light. So if I now take white light and flip it over here, what will happen is one ray would bend to some extent. This is white light. First, draw this one. Maybe we will discuss that. But after finishing this, otherwise I will have to redraw this. And next to prism, you please write. So what is prism? Just write. Triangular surfaces plus 3 rectangular surfaces bound to each other, or that in English part we can do, but this is important. So it has 2 triangular surfaces with 3 bounded rectangular surfaces which are diagonally placed. Slightly bigger diagram there in case we send the slightly bigger. Next time, draw this slightly bigger because I can't get a straight line to the normal and please make sure that whenever you are drawing normal, I don't know why I have seen most of the time you only draw normal up to here and not extend it downwards. आप नीचे तक extend नहीं करोगे तो आपका reflected angle कैसे मिल जाएगा? So draw normal completely. I have missed incident के आगे ray लिखना मैं भूल गई हूँ आपको please incident ray लिखिएगा. Delta is important, please specify delta. Okay. No, that's what I'm saying. Until another way to divide it. Don't draw another way to point that at this. It is understood that I'm saying, but yeah. Don't draw another. Because your data is in foreign language. Angle, Sarah, incident angle, refracted angle, and emerging angle, Sarah, along with delta, R is shown, R is shown. So, R will be ये delta angle यहाँ पर those are not same. ये आपको पैटर्न ये आपको रेक्टेंगल स्टाइल actually most of your that data is after breaking and deviation. Yes. Are you starting now? I'm not doing the purpose. Somebody else. Why are you mix and for something I just have this R. See, आपका मुझे देखकर ये समझ आ रहा है कि आपको ये जो ये आगे ये बीच स्ट्रेट भी आ रहा है ये दे एक्सटेंड पीछे हमको थोड़ी बैंड देती है आपको समझ में क्या आप बताइए व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू अंडरस्टैंड सो ये हम ये क्या करें हम इसको कैसे सीधा कर दिया सो ये भी सीधे ही पीछे जाए सो ये यहाँ से लग रहा है आपको एक्सटेंशन सीधा let me Are you done? We are done. You're done, all right? Are you done? What is this angle? I सब नीचे तक जा रहा है 90 degree बना दो angle I properly represent करो R are same नहीं है these are two different surfaces maybe angle भी हो सकता है so R dash कर दो angle E right representation emergent ray incident ray बीच में refracted ray angle actually is correct मैंने वही कहा So you understood what was the error, right? That is. All right. So shall we move ahead now? I hope. Aditya, did you draw this? Can I check yours?
Yes, ma'am.
There is incident ray, there is refracted ray, there is R dash, there is angle of Reynolds, there is delta. All right, Aditya. Anika, you told she doesn't.
Yeah, she does it. I'm at least asked.
Anika, if you are there, can we check your diagram? You have missed important part. Angle delta जो है, ये S नहीं है, delta है, delta. So this is delta. All right, why you have to worry about that? That's fine. Okay, so now pay attention over here. So what happens is delta plays very important role. In case of prism, all the rays जो है सारे के सारे पैरेलल जाते हैं, ठीक है? यहाँ पे क्या हो जाता है? ये आपका इंसिडेंट. So this is incident ray. This is, let's say white light is passing out. ये मैंने एक single colored light पर क्या होगा ये बता. If white light is hitting, what will happen is white light is composed of how many colors? 7 colors. Okay. So I'll just write that. So these are those 7 colors. Okay. Now, few things that you need to remember is this one violet and this one red. You know what is wavelength?
Yes.
You know what is wavelength? Okay, so you know what is relation between wavelength of this and this red color and this? ये पता है आपको?
No.
Okay, so wavelength इसका जो होता है, it is the smallest in this whole combo of light. This would be the smallest. This will have smallest wavelength. I'll write it over here. And of course, this is what? Largest wavelength. ठीक है? Now what happens is wavelength का relation आपको speed के साथ पता है क्या होता है? Okay. It's not just for information आंसर आपको नहीं है तो ठीक है, but logically आप याद रख लेना. So ये जो smaller waves होती है ना, तो ये इसकी wavelength कम होना मतलब क्या होता है कि आप ये इसकी wavelength छोटी है, one wavelength इतनी छोटी है. Larger wavelength क्या होगा? ठीक है? So wavelength tells you किसकी speed ज्यादा और किसकी speed कम है. ठीक है? So this one has more speed. ठीक है? So if you know these are what representation of vibrations or motion, right? So ये इतना distance cover कर रहा है, ठीक है? और ये इसमें इतना distance cover कर रहा है. ऐसे आप थोड़ा logically सब याद रखना. So this is higher speed, red one, and this is lower speed. ठीक है? And we know that this transparent medium is going to do what? वो speed of light को affect करता है. ठीक है? So ये incident में जो सारे white regular colors के light जा रहे थे, इसमें से जो highest speed of, now what I'll do is I'll erase वो सारे जो denotation है, मैं इसको erase कर दूँ. I'll just use this.
Frequency is inversely proportional to wavelength.
Yes. That is also same for the diagram. Okay. We just finish this. So how do you know frequency and that relation and not this one? In which chapter are you doing?
No, I'm not chapter type.
Lower grades.
So, like 4G and 5G, 5G has higher frequency.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is white light. ठीक है? White light is going. ठीक है? अब क्या होगा ना? यहाँ पे वो सातों कलर्स जो है सबकी अलग अलग स्पीड है, ये हमें पता है. ये सबकी अलग अलग स्पीड है. तो यहाँ पे स्पीड जो है चेंज होने वाली है. ठीक है? अब क्या होने वाला है यहाँ पे? ये जो सबसे ज्यादा स्पीड जिसकी थी ऑफकोर्स वो भी बेंड होगा, सबसे जिसकी लोअर स्पीड थी वो भी बेंड होगा, बट द थिंग इज इसकी स्पीड ज्यादा थी तो जिसकी स्पीड ज्यादा होती है उसको इतना बेंडिंग नहीं नजर आता, और ये जो जिसकी कम स्पीड थी इसमें बहुत हायर बेंड नजर आएगा. आर यू गेटिंग व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से? सो लेट्स कॉल दिस फर्स्ट, ये जो लाइट है और एक दूसरा बेंड आता है. सबसे कम बेंड किसका होगा? सबसे कम बेंड किसका होगा? एवरीबडी अग्रीज रेड का ही होगा. गर्ल्स ओवर हियर. सो सबसे कम किसका बेंड होगा? रेड. इट इज मूव विद हायर स्पीड, इट विल बेंड बट नॉट दैट मच. सो लेट्स कॉल दिस फर्स्ट कलर जो अब ये एमर जो है अब ये रेड हो गया. ठीक है, अब हम दूसरा कलर लेते हैं. लेट्स कॉल दिस वन. ठीक है, ये अभी इसलिए यहाँ से बेंड हो गया. ठीक है, और बेंड क्या होगा? थोड़ा ज्यादा होगा बिकॉज अब इसका क्या स्पीड जो है इससे कंपैरेटिवली कम है, थोड़ा ज्यादा बेंड हो गया. दिस विल एंगल आउट हियर. दिस इज व्हिच कलर? येलो. आई चूज येलो और ग्रीन. ओके, लेट्स टेक ग्रीन. ठीक है, नाउ लेट्स टेक अभी लास्ट वाला वायलेट. ठीक है, इसकी स्पीड सबसे कम है, सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्ट होने वाली है और ज्यादा बेंड नजर आएगा. और ठीक है, so what is happening over here as white light is hitting over here? ठीक है, these all of these are going to emerge out. And why is this happening? Because of the speed of light is different. Speed of each of this component is different, and you will see that for each one of this, if I extend for this is what delta r, रेड कलर का डेविएशन. आप इसको एक्सटेंड करेंगे तो ये एंगल जो है ये बन जाएगा डेल्टा जी. ठीक है, और ये इसको आप एक्सटेंड करेंगे तो ये जो है बन जाएगा डेल्टा जी. सो यू सी दैट ईच वन ऑफ दैट, डोंट टेक दिस पिक्चर, आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन दिस delta. Basically angle of deviation for each of them is different. ठीक है, but what happens in rectangular slab, I'm comparing it again and again with rectangular slab because some of your R side of
I had asked that if the speed of light is different, so if there is enough like huge distances there, would we be able to see different light, different colors of light coming first? No, not for the slab, but it was just a question. Yeah, said remind this.
Okay, so I think this is not a relation. Yeah. Okay, so after finishing this, we can discuss that part. So this you have understood. So what is happening over here is that, and we can fill in between. Now I know the most bend is seen in the color B, and likewise the decrease is seen. So B के बाद क्या है? I, then there is B, there is G, there is Y, there is O. So in this way, I will see the emergent colored way. Okay? And what is happening over here is light, white light is going and it is splitting into its components. And we call this phenomena as dispersion or light. Okay, so what is dispersion of light? Splitting of white light into its component parts. Okay, so that is dispersion of light. If you can draw this quickly, then please show. I don't want you to show angle of deviation and all for everything, but then the colors. If you think you can draw all the 7 rays, then draw all the 7 rays. Or you can only show red and green. There's no need to show green also. That is also fine, but you can just fill in the blanks and the and write dispersion of white light or dispersion of light. That's fine. The two naming are important. Whenever you're naming, make sure that if you're depicting dispersion of light, label white light, not just light, white light. And then, of course, component colors you won't forget, but most of the time white light is yes. And you can write the relation if you want to remember. This is smallest wavelength, largest wavelength, and the order is like this. यहाँ से जो wavelength बढ़ते जाती है और फिर आगे max है, ठीक है? And we are just talking about this visible light का range. And नीचे speed का relation भी लिख सकते हैं. Speed of light is minimum. Speed of light of color R is maximum.
For each side, you have to do the marking of right? So emergent rays and
No. So emergent ray and incident ray, that is the other way. We have already done that. We are depicting dispersion of light, and that is why we just show this thing. That is why I asked you, if you only show R, I mean that is fine, but show the in between colors in this one. How much time do we have? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Alright, so I believe in next class we can finish the remaining portion, because then that is mostly some phenomena which does not require much of time, and we can start electricity. So in your schools, I think I have asked this. Like this point on.
From a normal electricity. It's not
many electricity.
Yes, so that without deviation. But then थोड़ा maybe I deliver the information. Alright, please make sure that आप ये यहाँ के रे को सीधा ऐसे without any deviation पास हो रही ऐसा मत बता दो. शायद वॉल्यूम में वो इमेज जो हमने लिया होगा वो without deviation वाला बता दिया. But then there should be some amount of bend जो है, हाँ, and we'll check with our team to get it correct. Some bends. ये bend है ना? Usha, you were here yesterday or yesterday's class? So this is what I say. Yesterday bend instruments. और ये bend ऐसे की तरफ तो कभी नहीं सकता. लाइट में ऐसे लाल तो आपको क्या जाएगा फिर इसमें जाएगा. और this then I मीटिंग में जाएगा तो और इस तरह से मूव और सबका थोड़ा बड़ा है. ये डायग्राम और है बेंड बट बहुत फाइनल और आई थिंक उन्होंने कंप्रेस कर दिया इसलिए बेंड कर दिया एंड लास्ट में आपको समझ में क्या करना है. बेंड निशान है बट बेंड नॉट ऑन दैट साइड. ऑल इज बेंडिंग, ऑल आर बेंडिंग टुवर्ड्स दिस and this should two colors. R and B. Oh my God.
No, it's not neat.
It's not neat is not the problem. So all of these are bending ऐसे but ये last वाला में
हाँ वो last वाला से लिखो.
हाँ तो आप सिर्फ दो colors बता दीजिए. It's fine. I think I'm sorry I asked you to draw all the 7 colors and this is what is happening. Already. That is well, right? ये ना आपका यहाँ से जा रहा है इससे मत निकालो. और बेंड है कि नहीं मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा बट आई नो दिस इज कलर्स जो है. So maybe as homework you can take this redraw and go over it. Yes. So All right, shall we move to next one? Shall we move to next now? How much time did you say?
6 minutes.
All right, all right. So, can you check page? Okay. Say that is there here. What's it? 75. So, if you check page 75 of your volume, and you see recombination of white light.
Yes.
You see recombination of white light.
Yes, ma'am.
So we are taking two identical prism. Okay. और आपका ये एक prism है. Now pay attention over here.
Yes, ma'am.
ये आपके जो दो रेस स्प्लिट हुए हैं, ठीक है? आप ये रेस को इंसिडेंट करवाओगे exactly same prism, same kind of prism. I know it doesn't look same, but what to do? Just now if it looks alike, then okay. So now we'll make sure that it fits. It fits over here. What we will see is यहाँ पे जो हुआ था आपको ये exactly यहाँ उल्टा होने लग जाएगा because now it is moving from rarer to denser again. So क्या हो जाएगा आपका? I don't have much space over here. ठीक है, और यहाँ पे भी it will move towards. I am not able to depict it properly though. Wait. I have to try my best to show realistic as well as. So are you getting what I'm trying to show in my diagram? Huh? I'm trying to find a meeting point where I can show it realistically that they both are meeting. Okay. That is why this, if I should have used this diagram itself. What I am trying to do over here is what splitting that happens over here gets undone, and the emergent rays, what it is, the white light itself.
Happening in between the textbook, it is straight.
So what happens?
In the textbook, the red light is going straight through the middle.
It's fine. Let's not worry about that. The part is, the thing is, that's because I have not drawn everything accurately. I'm not able to bring it together.
No, but ma'am, the diagram of the textbook is correct or some?
Let me check diagram of textbook. No, it's fine. So what is happening over here is, I'll just try my best to show proper depiction. And to some extent, I don't know, I'm just trying my It's difficult though. So now if I draw normal, if I draw normal, it should come out as together, because what is this is angle and this is emergent angle. This is from denser to rarer medium, so it should move away. थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही कर दिया यहाँ पे बैठ के. So maybe like this. So let me just put it together. This diagram is tough. That is why I was not even asking you to draw here and just check the textbook. This does look as if it has not bent towards the normal, but I am trying my best to show it in the diagram. Let me see. Does it look bent towards the normal? No. No, it's very difficult to draw it in this diagram. Okay, let's just take it like this. So it is bending towards and this is away. And forgive me for this, the picture is very difficult. But let's not refer to this diagram also. Take this textbook diagram only. Page 75, recombination of white light. So what happens is, as white light is passing, whatever splitting was done, you are basically undoing it and letting the white light exit. Okay, by placing this prism in the other direction. Okay, so you're placing this prism like in this manner, and you're what you're doing over here is you're making this angle at which this was being hit as this. If you had kept it like that in this manner, if prism was kept next to it in this manner, तो आपका जो hitting का angle होता है वो different हो जाता है. ठीक है? So हाँ, तो आप इसलिए इसको parallelly रखते हो इसके across, ताकि यहाँ का जो effect है वो यहाँ पे negate हो जाए और आपको emergent जो है वो white light मिले. Yes, and my diagram is not at all correct, so I'm not able to depict it properly. So I will not ask you to refer this diagram.
When the emergent rays coming out, the angle of refraction for the second part, just before the emergent ray comes out, is different for both the rays.
Sorry, go again. What?
And just before the emergent rays coming out, the refraction that takes place before that, here, but the angle of refraction is different, the angle of incidence of the both the rays are different. How does it result in the same angle of emergent ray?
Okay, so you are saying that angle R जो है, मतलब basically यहाँ पे incident angle जो है दोनों का different है, right?
Yes.
Because यहाँ से जा रहा है और exit angle जो है आप बोल रहे हो same है. So R जो है same है दोनों का. So how is this possible? So let me just redraw it again. So two rays are coming. So two rays are coming and this.
And this data also tells something.
Sorry.
I mean, it's very high.
Bell बजेगी ना?
It's this is very interesting question. Even I am looking at this one. So it is very valid point that he is saying angle I is same for both of them and angle R is different. Even let me think why is this happening.
Angle R is same angle I is.
What did I say?
You said I is same I.
हाँ, but I am taking in this पे यहाँ से light आ रही है यहाँ emerge हो रही है तो यहाँ का I is different or R is same. So we'll see why it is happening. So do the sin I by sin R constant method shall be equal. So refractor radiance जो है आपका different अभी होगा. No, that is good question. Even I will take a look and I'll see what is happening over here, and maybe we can check more into this diagram. Okay. At what time are we meeting again? At what time? 15 minutes, right? Okay. Take this and keep this book with your I need NCRT, okay? And we'll see NCRT diagram. Why is this not okay?
क्या होता है डांस करना बैठना है यार।
वैसे भी स्टार्टिंग में लेट आई ना, हमने बोला 5 मिनट।
अरे तो वो तो हमारा ब्रेक खुद ही हमको कहाँ मिला था।
मैंने कहा कुछ बोल रहा है बाकी किसी ने वांट्स टू टेल यू समथिंग अरे मतलब
यार।
मैं कह रही थी
बस चालू है ये वाले।
मैं बहुत बहुत हो
हाँ
गया।
यार।
ये बकवास हम नहीं है।
गर्मी हो जाएगी।
बंद करो।
बंद तो कर।
भाई पर कैमरा तो बंद करो।
कैमरा से क्या हो रहा है?
ठीक है माइक बंद
अरे यार एक बच्चा बैठा है उधर।
कर। ठीक है ओके।
वो भी मेरा दोस्त ही है।
तो हम क्या
हमारा थोड़ी निकल गए।
वो भी जब जल्दी हो गए
और वो क्लास चालू क्यों चलेगी?
all right okay so settle down this line थोड़ा स्पीड में यहाँ पे थोड़ा बेंड बट पॉसिबल ये प्लेन डे जो है पहले दो लाइन में कंपटीशन भी चल रहा है लेकिन दैट इज व्हाट कंपटीशन नहीं चल रहा ठीक है मेरे लिए बहुत दिक्कत की बात है ऑल राइट आई थिंक things are really good that question was so interesting and easy to answer a cup of coffee with it really helpful that you will understand even more in depth what the factor index is about. Although I was not planning to go into that, but this question would help you to understand the whole logic. So now he raised one question. Diagram तो चला गया है यहाँ पे, but let me put this question again. So he was saying, यहाँ से वो दो rays आती है, फिर यहाँ जाती है और फिर एक white light की तरह emerge होती है, right? So he was asking there are two different refractive. This is R of let's say some color, and this one is R of some other color. So there are two refractive angles, but some same emergent angle, right? Angle of emergence is same for both of them. ठीक है? इसका उल्टा केस जब मैं ड्रॉ कर रही थी तो आपको ये क्वेश्चन शायद आया नहीं था यहाँ पे भी क्या हो रहा था एक ही व्हाइट लाइट थी there was what same angle of incidence but for same angle of incidence there were what two different angle of refraction for two different lights so let me draw my normal first properly so this is my normal ठीक है अब यहाँ पे आपका रे जो है पेंसिल में जा रहा है तो so towards the normal जाएगा ठीक है towards the normal एक गया what happened हाँ एक towards the normal गया है 1 and 2 pay attention are you getting the question यहाँ पे दो एंगल के लिए एक सेम एंगल ऑफ एमर्जेंस था सेम केस वाज हैपनिंग ओवर हियर राइट एक एमर्जेंस एंगल ऑफ इंसिडेंस के लिए देयर वर टू डिफरेंट ये नॉर्मल ये इतना एंगल है और ये इतना एंगल है एंगल ऑफ रिफ्रैक्शन सो व्हाई वाज दिस हैपनिंग बिकॉज़ दे आर टू डिफरेंट कलर्ड ऑफ लाइट and for both of them sin I by sin R here for red color and sin I by sin R for red color here both will be what same ठीक है but then you cannot expect sin I by sin R for red color and sin I by sin R for violet color should be same no okay they are two different colored lights so with respect to each color refractive index will be different but sin I by sin R over here and sin I by sin R over here would be same for same color of red light or violet light is this clear
Yes.
and like he tried to redraw this so you draw two rays and then again let it hit over here and then bring them together and थोड़ा ऐसे अब तो बन गया पता नहीं बट कुछ तो बना है बट ऐसे आप अगर रूलर्स इसके साथ ट्राई करोगे तो बन जाएगा इतना मुश्किल नहीं है ये मेरे लिए थोड़ी दिक्कत हो रहा है बिकॉज़ आई डोंट हैव दिस आई विल ट्राई टू ड्रॉ इट विद फ्री हैंड सो ट्राई टू ड्रॉ दिस डायग्राम एंड this shows that you know white light goes it splits into its component colors and here it goes again and emerges out as white light if I give you a question in this way ठीक है आपको क्वेश्चन ऐसे दे दिया जाए और मान लीजिए रे ऑफ लाइट यहाँ से आ रही है ठीक है रे ऑफ लाइट यहाँ से आ रही है ठीक है और डायग्राम बराबर होगा अगर ठीक है पेंड हो रही ठीक है सो which one will be red which one will be violet in this upper one will be what this one would be which color and this one will be which color ray of light is coming from this way this direction. So using the same logic, ये कौन सा color है? Lower one is red one. So this is coming. This is bending a lot. जो bend सबसे ज़्यादा होता है वो कौन सा color है? Violet. And जो bend कम हुआ है वो कौन सा है? Red. So depending how your prism is placed, your order would change. Okay, तो यहाँ पे V ऊपर आ गया है और आपका R नीचे आ गया. तो आपका क्वेश्चन कैसा दिया है आप ध्यान दे देना. आप बस विब्रियो और नीचे से ऊपर, ऊपर से नीचे वाला ऐसे कुछ भी याद मत रखिए. The way it is being given, just maybe who knows in next examination they will keep थोड़ा some tilted में और फिर दे दे. तो आपको logically आपको बस normal draw कर देना आपके ray diagram में. चेक करना है किसका सबसे ज्यादा bend है और किसका सबसे कम है. The most bent ray would be violet color. The least bent ray would be red color. Is this clear? Shall we move to next? Alright. So dispersion of light is clear. Dispersion of light is what? Splitting of the violet across component colors. That topic is done. Atmospheric refraction. So atmosphere की बात करते हैं. What is atmosphere? But yes, air atmosphere जो हमारे आजू-बाजू में है. It's made up of what? Atmosphere जो around it is made up of gases. It is made up of dust also, right? So dust particles, gases throughout it surrounds our Earth completely. And if I talk about stack of books, right? If I'm keeping stack of books, so आपको पता है सबसे ज़्यादा pressure कौन सी book पे होता है? जो नीचे होती है ऊपर तक नीचे होता है, right? So atmospheric pressure is highest at the bottom. As you go up, आपको भी पता है atmospheric pressure कम होते जाता है. Well, that's apart from that, what we are getting into is and आपसे bottom में earth surface के बाजू में towards the ground there is lot of gases. आप बोल सकते हैं lot of atmosphere का contribution is there. lot of जैसे जैसे ऊपर जाते जा रहा है it is becoming thinner. ठीक है, जैसे ऊपर जा रहा है thinner, but there still is what? Atmosphere. ठीक है. So what I'm trying to say, if this is okay, I should not use. Yes, what I'm trying to say that if this is your ground, यहाँ ज्यादा air होगा, आप move कर रहे हो ऊपर के ऊपर और ऊपर जा रहे हो तो क्या हो जा रहा है? आपका जो denser medium है वो क्या बनते जा रहा है? Rarer. ठीक है. So यहाँ denser है, let's call it यहाँ पे थोड़ा कम होते जा रहा है. How should I just draw an arrow upward showing that it is becoming denser. Say यहाँ पे rarer हो रहा है और the other way around as you go towards the earth it is becoming more denser. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Now what is happening over here because of this atmosphere and the other contribution, this dust particles and all the gases, they are fluid, right? So they are not even like a glass slab जो fixed रहेगा, वो भी move हो रहा है साथ में. So all these things contribute along with what denser and rarer medium में जब light pass होती है तो क्या होता है? We see bend in the light depending whether light is going from rarer to denser or denser to rarer. ठीक है. So all these things will result in some sort of phenomena that we see. The easiest that we see, the simplest that we see is the twinkling of stars. ठीक है. So now we'll if I want to depict it through ray diagram. Okay, so I'll just show some वैसे 2-3 layers बता दे रही हूँ. ठीक है, these are layers of air. ठीक है, this one is more denser, थोड़ा ऊपर कम. ठीक है, और बाहर से लाइट आ रही है, स्टार्स से लाइट आ रही है. ठीक है, जब लाइट एंटर करेगी, let's say it is hitting over here. ठीक है, I am drawing the normal. This is my angle of incidence over here. Okay, what will happen now? Since it is moving from rarer to denser, because below वाले layers are denser. Since it is moving from rarer to denser, this will bend towards the normal. ठीक है? Now again, from here to here, this layer when it moves, it will move towards. Let me draw it. ज़्यादा steep angle so that it will be really helpful for you to understand. ठीक है? So this has bent to some extent. Normal as well. So there is some bending. Okay, there is some bending that I'm showing. There is bending. Now over here also again it will bend towards the normal. Then here again it will bend towards the normal. It reaches here. Again it will bend towards the normal. What you are seeing is this light as it is entering and it reaches to you. Let's say this reaches you. Take it over here, over here. It reaches you. It has bent a lot. Okay? And when you see it, you think that this light is actually coming from which point? You will project it backward straight line and आपको लगता है कि light यहाँ से. This is straight line. Huh? It doesn't look straight. Let me just redraw it. So you think that this light ray is actually coming from? Does this look straight now? So you think it is coming from this point, and this was coming from this point. ठीक है? Are you getting what is happening over here? So ये light जो है यहाँ से आते आते bend हो गई. अब जब आपको reach होता है आपको लगता है this light is coming from here. So this is the position of star. We also call it apparent position of star. We have sorts these kind of ray diagrams for simple case of fish and not wrong. Fish थोड़ा ऊपर दिखाई देते हैं. Do you remember? We drew it in this class, right?
Yeah, no, we drew, but we didn't do any like numerical. We just explained us.
All right. Okay. This has nothing. This has nothing to do with numerical. We are just looking at the phenomena. But yes, you have to draw ray diagrams and all. They always ask you to show the depiction of that. So if this is clear as it is moving towards the ground because layers of air becomes denser, we see that the path has become curved and it appears from here. And now take another scenario. These layers of air, or basically atmosphere, they are not even static, right? You can move with the sub particles and other. So ये क्या होता जाता है आप और ये अभी मैं यहाँ इतना दूर लग रहा है, but आप ये infinity पे करोगे तो ये जो stars है ये कभी ये position पे आ जाता है, कभी क्योंकि ये layers हिल रही है तो कभी ये position पे, कभी दूसरे position पे, कभी ये position पे, दूसरे. You getting what is happening? So मैं थोड़े time तक वो बन ऐसा होता है ना twinkle वाला हो रहा है, हिलते जाता है. तो हमें ऐसे लग रहा है कि stars are twinkling, ठीक है? But this is because of atmospheric refraction. In this, we have a better diagram. Even they have not shown some other diagram. So we do not have some other diagram. The interesting part why this twinkling of stars is seen, but आप moon या फिर ऐसे सारे जो चीजें distant objects से देखते हो, वो भी तो rays of light यहाँ तक आते हैं, right? But हम ऊपर twinkle होते हैं उसमें क्या दिखता है? Do we see that? No, right? We do not see that. So the reason being is they are very close.
So they just move little bit right there.
And since it is used all points of sources है वो इतने सारे जगह से लाइट आ रही है और यहाँ पे जो है एक पॉइंट के ऊपर नजर आ रहा है. वो पॉइंट थोड़ा सा हिल जाता तो हमें नजर आ जाता है. यहाँ पे पॉइंट अगर ये इस पूरे डिस्क में से देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ पॉइंट्स, ये एक पॉइंट का कुछ डिफरेंस चेंज हुआ होगा, ये दूसरे का कुछ चेंज movement हमें लगता है कि it has moved करके. And here, since it is cluster of many points, one movement is compensated by the other one point. Together we see only disk. Okay, so that is why we see that stars twinkle, but this even the rays from the nearer sources of light, like and other stuff, we say that, or even other planets like Mars and Earth, they are more closer. So they just appear as this, and that is how we differentiate in the night sky, that is Mars, that is Jupiter, and not the star. All right, so that is how we do it because of this phenomena. Yes, so in fact they have shown rarer to denser. So rarer or denser में refractive index यहाँ ज़्यादा होगा या यहाँ ज़्यादा होगा? नीचे so refractive index increases in this manner. Okay, that is what your textbook has shown. So up to you, whichever way you want to show the diagram. Now what I would request you to do is draw, if not 1, 2, 3 layers, at least draw 3 layers. You use your ruler and scale and try to show proper bending. Okay, at all these, draw at least 3 layers, 1, 2, 3, 4 ज़्यादा हो जाएगा तो ठीक है मत दिखाइए. At least 3 layers बताइए. And फिर ये जब final light ray straight reach हो रही है, आप उसको extend करके मुझे उसका apparent position बताइए. ठीक है? So this is true position of star. True position. And this is apparent position. ठीक है? आप ये draw करिए. And इसके आगे सारे जो questions है, whatever concepts are remaining, those are mostly depiction वाले. आपको ऐसे कोई भी questions आएंगे, so आप verbally explain करके लाए. If you draw a few diagrams next to them, it will always help you to explain your answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, why do we show like that? Make sure it breaks towards the line. Oh, I forgot the rainbow. So I have missed the rainbow, formation of rainbow on a part. Just remind me. I will move to this next topic, refraction, atmospheric refraction. So after I finish atmospheric refraction में सिर्फ 2 ही study करने वाले हैं. Refraction. Please remind me to do rainbow. Yes. You have doubted diagram.
I'm not in diagram. Like if the true position of the light source is here straight, so the light will bend or not?
Oh, no, no. It's not true position. This is
No, ma'am. I understood this diagram. I have doubt besides
okay,
this.
okay.
Hypothetically, suppose the light source is straight, then the ray will bend or not?
You remember if
Yes,
something
ma'am.
is hitting normally, what will happen? It won't bend, right?
Yes, yes.
So, and in this case, अगर आपके layers में वो normally आ रहा है, आपको reach कर रहा है, तो it won't bend. This
No, ma'am.
you
I
don't feel
understood
apparent
this.
position,
Yes,
right?
yes, I understood this.
And why this यहाँ से जा रही है, जो final ray middle है, उसको ही extend करना है.
So you should
So there are 2 rays ना, final ray यहाँ से extend. So please make sure आपकी जो final ray bend है, आप उसी को फिर extend करके apparent position होगा. एक नया dotted line नहीं बनाना है. तो मेरा ये final ray है, so मैंने उसी को extend किया है. I was trying to see where my image would be. This is on the right. Can I get? So if this is my normal, this is the towards normal. If this is towards normal, this is also towards normal. So this is apparent position. This is what have you written?
From that to
This. But then इधर ही करना था ना. The layers chapter. ये बेंड नहीं होगा, ये फाइनल रे जो होती है ना आपकी, तो फाइनल रे स्ट्रेट, फिर आपका फाइनल रे कौन सा ये है, आपका फाइनल रे जो भी है, let's call this one. So वो straight path आपको चलो ऐसे लग जाए, ये भी यहाँ से आएगा, ये यहाँ से आएगा ऐसे। आप जब apparent position आपको लग रहा है कि लाइट यहाँ से आ रही है, तो आपको लग रहा है उसमें भी आपकी लाइट बेंड हो रही है, लेकिन आपको तो लग रहा है वो कहाँ से आ रही है। इन रे डायग्राम्स, आपका जब ऐसे रे डायग्राम होता है और हमने बेंड कर दिया, तो हमें क्या लगता है ये रे कहीं से आ रही है, राइट? हम क्या करते हैं, उसको एक्सटेंड कर देते हैं। तो जब ये रे, यू रिमेंबर दिस इज योर लेंस, ये बेंड हो गया, हम क्या करते हैं, यूज टू एक्सटेंड दिस बिहाइंड and it appears that ये फोकस से आ रही है, वन से, हमारा अगर ये होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं, जो रे है वो फाइनल रे को बैकवर्ड स्ट्रेट करते हैं, and we believe that light comes in straight path, we believe that. So we define, मुझे इनमें से कौन सी रे रीड कर रही है, ये पॉजिटिव बेंड वाली वन नहीं कर रही है, और भी बेंड वाली फोर्थ कर रही है, फिर सिक्स्थ बेंड वाली ये कामनेस let's say this one is not the final ray that is reaching, ठीक है, this one is the final ray, और ये जो मुझे यहाँ रीच कर रही है, ये कैसे आ रही है, ये इस पाथ में आ रही है, और यहाँ बेंड हो गई, बट I don't see that it has because I'm thinking that in my mind it is coming from behind it, and it is coming from here. I don't can somebody can मैंने भी इसका डायग्राम चेक किया, ये मेरा कैन यू शो दिस, यहाँ पे देखो प्रॉपर डिफिनेशन है, ये एक बेंड ऑफ दिस सिस्टम है, और ये लास्ट जो भी इसे रीच कर रहा है वो यहाँ से आ रहा है, even here there is no, you are not shown the last normal wire, even here there is normal, यहाँ पे भी तो आपने बेंड कर दिया ना राइट को, हाँ ठीक है, आगे बहुत स्ट्रेट हो गया, आप चाहो तो यहाँ पे भी रुककर आपको जब लग रहा है कि आप यहाँ खड़े हो, तो लाइट कहाँ से आता है, यहाँ से, ज़्यादा क्लियर बनाने की बट डायरेक्शन इज इम्पोर्टेंट, how is this open, I will just come, ये वाला जो है प्रॉब्लम बनाते हैं, ये आप लेयर्स के तो बारे में लिख दीजिए कि इट इज गोइंग टू कम इन डेंसर लेयर, ठीक है, बिकॉज़ ये एटमॉस्फेरिक लेयर्स है ना, तो स्केलिंग या कुछ, और अपरेंट पोजीशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट, शो अपरेंट पोजीशन, ठीक है, यहाँ की लेयर्स में ना आपने दो लेयर्स बता दी, बट इट सीम्स इट इज गोइंग विदाउट एनी रिफ्लेक्शन, सो अवॉइड बनाओ ही मत अगर आप दिखाई लेयर को इरेज कर दो, ठीक है, बिकॉज़ वो बता ही नहीं रहता, आई नो दैट इट इज बिकम वेरी वेल शो दैट दैट इज अ 2-3 बेंड है ना, सो आई जस्ट शो यू व्हाट इज दैट, सो 1 2 3 4 I saw your यहाँ लेयर्स के साथ denser और दो arrows बनाए समझ नहीं रहा ऐसे और ऐसे आप तो मैंने दूसरा जो बनाया था वो दिखाने के लिए रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स के साथ भी आता है ओके सॉरी आई हैव draw one with error to denser so it is becoming like this एक arrow से आप refractive index don't draw two three lines okay I was just trying to show while talking I was just explaining so मैंने बनाते बनाते यहाँ पे भी एक arrow बना दी यहाँ पे भी एक arrow बना दी what you try to show is it is becoming rarer to denser or if you are showing in this direction आप एक ही direction रखो और यहाँ पे refractive index is increasing yeah I will stop I was whose pencil is this yes normal कैसे बनाया आपने normal bend हो रहा है नीचे के अब देखो स्ट्रेट हो जा रहे हैं इससे बदलाव होता है गिव मी स्पेस आप एकदम नॉर्मल हो ना फाइनल में इतना बेटमेंट करके सीधा स्ट्रेट हो इसकी वजह आप ये नहीं स्टॉप कर दो ये फाइनल का स्टेप होता है यहां से तो स्ट्रेट हो गया ना स्ट्रेट का मत चल रहा ठीक है यही था we can stop it should be 90 degrees right something like that in your type of time so one pen थोड़ा और ब्रांड बता दो ठीक है तो ये रे इधर भी कलर कहां से आ रही है या तो आप यहीं पे स्टॉप कर सकते हो या आप यहाँ पे और कहाँ से लाइट आ रही है ज्यादा बैंड इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है डे डायग्राम परफेक्ट होना चाहिए ठीक है तो स्पीड पे 12 इसकी वजह टू लेयर का yes who is remaining okay can I see that there is no need to show too many layers if in 2-3 layers only you show there is bending that is enough then you can show the star position if you draw 10-12 layer तो almost straight हो जाएगी आपको इतना कुछ दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है Are you getting? I've made it normal only. So after the speed cutting with it, yes, it has.
We should show movement towards the lower test. Unless the movement is in the top test. Unless the bending decreases as the layer is going down. Because the top is
this case is best. We can discuss this, but it's all right. What he's trying to raise the point is kind of valid, but then in depiction we can architectural classes आपका speed bending यहाँ पे से शुरू हो जाएगा तो आप वैसे और speed ज़्यादा करने जाओगे तो speed line so that's fine. But then what he's trying to say, I will at least discuss so that maybe your diagrams will become better depiction for that yes, so we traction index yeah
to share this guidance.
Now advanced
I have to go in advanced.
content from second tab.
All right. So what important thing that we should focus when we are showing depiction is, since we are going from what rarer to denser, and then this is even more denser, and then this is even more denser. So आप जितना denser में जाते जा रहे हो उसमें bend थोड़ा ज़्यादा नजर आना चाहिए, ठीक है? But then it's not necessary कि यहाँ पे आपने इतना bend बता दिया, यहाँ पे इतना, तो यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा बता दिया और यहाँ पे बहुत कम, ठीक है? But यहाँ पे अगर इतना है तो आप यहाँ पे कुछ पर्टिकुलर बेंड बता रहे हो, थोड़ा उससे कम बता रहे हो, यहाँ पे कुछ एंगल है आप उससे थोड़ा कम बता रहे हो, बहुत कम बताओगे इट्स फाइन बिकॉज ये और डेंसर है, बट बहुत ज्यादा भी कम नहीं बताना है बिकॉज ये बेंडिंग कहाँ हो रहा है, इसके टर्म्स में बेंड नहीं हो रहा है कि बहुत ही ज्यादा आपको स्टीप बताना है, बिकॉज दिस इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस इंटरमीडिएटरी लेयर, सो दिस इज रेयर, दिस इज डेंसर, this is more denser, so यहाँ पे comparison इन दो layers के बीच में, so make slight bends, that is fine, don't make it very steep towards the end when it is becoming so steep that you're directly drawing straight line and showing apparent position right normally, don't do that, ठीक है? Stop somewhere here only, अगर आपके bending बहुत ज़्यादा दिखाना impossible हो जाएगा तो आप यहीं पे stop कर दीजिए, make sure that you're standing here and you take this layer and you're coming from here, ठीक है? Don't do यहाँ से फिर से एक और बेंड करके स्ट्रेट लाइन यहाँ पहुंच गए आप और फिर यहाँ से स्टार देख रहे हो स्ट्रेट कर, इतना हमें एक्यूरेट होकर डिपिक्शन नहीं दिखाना है, इतना ही करना था तो हम ये जे डायग्राम्स भी नहीं बताते, हम सीधा कोई कर्व बता देते, ठीक है? So we don't have to do that, we are just trying to show refraction कहाँ हो रहा है and that too due to atmosphere. All right, and the second one is, this is interesting, advanced sunrise and advanced delayed sunset. All right. So if I draw, this is my Earth. This is the atmosphere. Why is there? So this whole is the atmospheric surface. ठीक है? Now यहाँ पे sun है, यहाँ से आ रहा है sun rays, अलग बात है. जब लाइट यहाँ से ट्रैवल करेगी तो उसे कितना डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल करना है, कितना, ठीक है? जब सन यहाँ है और लाइट रे ट्रैवल करे यहाँ से, सो उसे इतना करना है. When sun is here, then it has to travel. आप मतलब सॉरी यहाँ खड़े, मैं तो बताया नहीं कि आप यहाँ पे हैं. तो ये आप सन की पोजीशन देखो, लाइट रे को कितना ट्रैवल करना आप ये देखो, और मान लीजिए ये आपका शॉर्ट, this line shows your horizon. आपको इसके, ये आपका मैक्सिमम, ये horizon है आपका, आपको इसके नीचे का नहीं नजर आने वाला है, ठीक है? ये आपका horizon है, ठीक है? अब जब सन मान लीजिए यहाँ पे है, ठीक है? आप ये पॉइंट पे, यहाँ पे पॉइंट पे और रहेगा सन, जब आएगा, फिलहाल तो सनराइज हुआ नहीं, बट आएगा तो आपका सन रे जो है जब एटमॉस्फेयर में एंटर करेगा तो इट हैज टू ट्रैवल दिस मच डिस्टेंस, हियर इट हैज टू ट्रैवल this much, here it has to travel this much. You see that this distance is lesser than this, and if it is coming from here it is lesser, and here इतना distance, और जब यहाँ से रे आ रही है, मान लीजिए आपकी रे अगर यहाँ से आ रही है तो उसे इतना सारा डिस्टेंस जो है एटमॉस्फेयर का ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा. What basically means इतने सारे टाइम it is going to get what refracted, ठीक है? So the distance, travel distance in the sense travel distance through atmosphere is more. Okay, are you getting what I'm trying to say? So what happens is when sun rays here, and sun, of course sun rays will go in all directions, so this sun will enter this atmosphere. What will happen now? It will start bending. ठीक है? ये बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा बना दिया. So it will start bending. So I use this green color for horizon so that so when the sun is below horizon, मतलब अभी तक sun उगा नहीं है, sun rays पर सारी दिशा में जा रही है and it is entering, this sun rays is entering atmosphere and it will bend and reach where the person who is standing there, ठीक है, maybe you, maybe me, whoever. Now when this person sees this ray reaches him, he would think that this is coming from where? Somewhere over here.
Yes.
Okay, so what is happening? This sun, which has not actually risen, is visible to this person. Okay, due to what? Due to atmospheric refraction. So ये हमें जल्दी ही नजर आने लग गया. जब ये just पास आया था horizon के, but वो उसके पहले ही हमें नजर आने लग गया. And this कितने जल्दी हमको नजर आने लग जाता है? They have calculated this. I've seen that 2 minutes earlier it is visible to us. ठीक है? Same happens when it has set. ठीक है? ये already चला गया है यहाँ पे. यहाँ तक तो visible था. Now it has set. ठीक है? But then when this ray is going, यहाँ की sun ray जो है, ये sun जो है, जब ये एटमॉस्फेयर में एंटर करती है, it will again bend and now this will appear to be above horizon. So although it has gone below the horizon, but still it is visible to this person. It is somewhere. It is visible. Still it is visible. So again, even after setting, after 2 minutes, this sun is visible due to what? Atmospheric refraction. Okay. Now, so for this, there is this diagram called 11.10195 page number. What's that? If I don't think, if you want to draw this diagram, it's fine. If you want to draw that diagram, it's up to you. Is it there? Can you give me page number? 76 page number. 76 page number of your volume. Then I can skip this and we will quickly go to next topic. Do you want to draw this or it's okay? It's understood. Okay. So shall we go to next topic then? So I will quickly. I'll finish the rainbow part, the raindrops wala. It is. So there is this. So there is this raindrop, okay, small particle of raindrop, not on the ground, suspended somewhere in the sky, okay, and then a light ray is going to hit it, okay. So light ray, let me just. So light ray hits it, it bends towards the normal. ज़्यादा स्पीड हो गया है. It's fine actually. So it is bending towards the normal. It is bending towards the normal. What happens is all right. I think one is enough. Okay. So what is happening in case of rainbow? Light your raindrop particle sun ray यहाँ से आ रही है, enter कर रही है और यहाँ पे refract हो रही है. But then if this was your normal glass slab, what you would draw, should exit because this is what transparent medium, ठीक है. But in this case, this reflects back. You are seeing the reflection, right? It is bouncing backwards, ठीक है. It bounces backward and then exits from this side. ठीक है. You see a critical phenomena called total internal reflection. Okay, you see this critical phenomena called total internal reflection. This is very important when this is very important for the formation of rainbow. Apart from this, if you have noticed, आप जब rainbow formation देखते हैं, तो अगर sunset के time पे आप देख रहे हैं, ठीक है, sunset कौन सी direction होगा? West direction होगा. So west direction में अगर आप west direction में से sun rays आ रही है, तो आपका rainbow कौन से direction में आपको नजर आएगा? East. आपको समझ रहा है मैं क्या बताना चाह रही हूँ? Because rays जो है आपके पीछे sun होना चाहिए और आपको सामने क्या दिखने वाला है? Rainbow. ठीक है? Because rays are going to enter those suspended particles, go through internal reflection and then reach your eye. So your back should be facing the sun. ठीक है? And then आपके वो rays जो है वहां जाएंगे, total internal reflection होगा, आपको बैठा. Important criteria for seeing rainbow. That and of course during the daytime when sun is rising, in which direction will you see rainbow? So this is one important thing, and this total internal reflection is seen that happens because of something very important. So if I take, so this is just extra information just to help you understand. So if let's say there is something over here and ray is hitting over here, this is water, and ray जो है यहाँ से भी यहाँ जा रही है, ठीक है. This angle plays crucial role in deciding whether this will go out or this will reflect back. ठीक है. So अगर ये angle एक specific angle से ज्यादा हो रहा है या कम हो रहा है, तो उस पर डिपेंड करेगा क्या हो रहा है. So अगर मान लीजिए ये वो critical angle हम बोलते हैं, there is one critical angle. So if it is a critical angle, then it will go surface की तरफ, normally नहीं, surface को trace करेगी. ठीक है. अगर वो critical angle से और ज्यादा है, तो आपका क्या हो जाएगा? वो totally internally reflect हो जाएगी. ठीक है. So this is total internal reflection, and it happens when your ray is trying to go from rarer medium to, sorry, what did I say? When your ray is trying to go from denser medium to rarer medium. ठीक है. This will be seen only when your ray is trying to go from denser medium to rarer medium. So here also your ray was trying to go from denser medium to rarer medium, बाहर निकलना था, but then since it is has passed the critical angle, it reflects internally. ठीक है. और इसके लिए कुछ critical angle is somewhere around 40 degrees. Even that's just extra. This particular model. So आप यहाँ पे वो total internally यहाँ पे reflect होती है और फिर यहाँ पे finally refract होकर आपको नजर आती है. You do not have much thing when it comes to the formation of rainbow. 2-3 questions appear. What all phenomena do you think are happening in this case? So first thing that you see is ray goes and bends. So what do we call this? So one thing you see is refraction. Then we see that it is
reflection.
So we do not say this is reflection. The reflection of light क्या होगा? Simply bending. This is a special case where when it is happening from denser से बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो हम इसके लिए बोलेंगे internal reflection and total internal reflection is the another phenomena that we are seeing. And what's the third one?
Refraction.
ठीक है. So आप तो मैं बोल दीजिए. ठीक है. So refraction है, total internal reflection है. And of course rainbow में हम क्या देखते हैं? हाँ अलग अलग कलर्स दिखते हैं ना हमें, तो उसको क्या बोलते हैं, स्प्लिटिंग ऑफ लाइट को क्या बोलते हैं, dispersion of light. So three phenomena, one is refraction, not just reflection, total internal reflection or internal reflection, and the third one is dispersion. Okay, so three phenomena which are responsible for this, for rainbow formation. Rainbow formation due to, first is refraction, second one is internal reflection, which is very important, and third one is dispersion. Okay, so you can draw this. There's no need to do this because they are not asking you to go much in depth of this.
Why does it depend on the angle? Like, depends on the material, right? If it would reflect or
It will reflect or it depends on
the material, if it is transparent, translucent, or
you remember the जब हम refraction का बात करते हैं, angle कितना important because जब वो normally जाता है तो वो refract नहीं होता, so angle plays very important role. And here जब bending की बात हो रही है, आप यहाँ से ray जो है is trying to go outward, ठीक है, आपकी स्पीड यहाँ पे क्या है, बाहर और बढ़ने वाली है, आप रेयर में ऑलरेडी स्लोअर हो और बाहर जाकर बहुत फास्ट होने वाली है, तो आपकी जो स्पीड है और वो एंगल है वो बहुत मैटर करता है, तो आप एक अगर स्टीप एंगल से गाड़ी ही बाहर निकालने की कोशिश करो, मान लीजिए आप बहुत हैवी टार में हो या कीचड़ में हो और आप एक स्टीप एंगल से गाड़ी निकालने की कोशिश करो, यू फाइंड इट वेरी डिफिकल्ट. I don't just able to explain in that sense. And at particular angle, those tires can swiftly go out. थोड़ा सा bend हो गया, but they can go out. But at steep angle, if they try, they find it very difficult. So angles play very important role in refraction. Okay, you can draw this quickly, or if you do not draw it, try to take it, draw it. To just write sun, draw one sun also, and then draw person also, and इसकी आपके ये साइड में बता देना, ये मतलब कैसे आप पीछे बाल है तो ऐसे कुछ बता रहे हैं, so पीछे की तरफ है वो, but I was not able to show how to show that is the back side, so ठीक है, आपको that is important because that can also come that you know when you are seeing rainbow, where is the sun? Is it above your head, behind you, in front of you? So you have an experimental part, and MCQ they can ask those questions. How much time do we have? 40 minutes. ठीक है, फिर आप देखिए. Sorry? No, there is that is going outside. Last one you're saying, exit. ये ऐसे जाता था straight, मैंने थोड़ा उसको outside जाता, आप थोड़ा ज़्यादा दिखा देते because now it should move away from the normal, right? सो अगर ऐसे लग रहा है कि ये बिल्कुल ये नहीं हो रहा है, बेंड नहीं हुआ है, स्ट्रेट जा रहा है, तो आप थोड़ा बताइए. It should move away from the normal, so please show that direction. Okay, see. This is your surface, right? It's circle होता है, ठीक है? If this is center, you know, ये surface का जो 90 degree point क्या होगा, जो radius को touch हो रहा है. So this is your 90 degree normal, ठीक है? So आप जब normal draw कर रहे हो, तो ये मैंने normal to an extent ऐसे नहीं कि वो शायद center so meet हो ऐसे. मैंने randomly कहीं पे भी ऐसे करके normal नहीं draw किया. If I draw normal like this, that is not the correct normal. ये surface का normal कैसा होता है? As such that you think that it is coming from the center of the curve. So draw normal and just like if bending is possible. See what did I just say? कि आपको लग रहा है normal है. अब मैंने अभी क्या explain किया? Normal curve surface का normal कैसा होता है? What is normal? Curve surface का such that it is coming from radius ऐसा है. ठीक है? कि आपको लग रहा है आपको radius से आता है. I'm asking you, give it to me, I'll explain again. So, see, what is normal? ये point point पे, ठीक है? ये जो surface है, ये surface ऐसा होता है. अगर मैं ये point को tangentially मुझे बोलता है ये surface है. So आप ये tangent draw करते हैं, ये surface अभी curve surface is actually not at this point. ये surface का diameter. तो इसका normal कैसा होना चाहिए? Such that it is coming from where? This is, if you draw this circle, so ये radius यहाँ का होगा center I. So it should be radial. It should be going radially outwards. ये somewhat ऐसा नजर आता है. So यहाँ पे आपका जो है ऐसे तो नहीं जगह मुझे बहुत अटक ही wrong लग रहा है. तो जैसा होगा आपका शायद center कहीं लगभग यहाँ होगा. तो आप जो है जो है ऐसा और so it is this was ये यहाँ पे नॉर्मल ऐसे बेंड हो रहा है. So maybe that इरेज कर दो. यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा चेंज कर दो तो ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे देखो नॉर्मल. Wow, we have not drawn normal. They have not shown normal. That's all right. If you don't show normal, that's the safest way you can play. So your teacher you are just seeing that this is some center यहाँ कहीं होगा तो शायद आपका normal ऐसा होगा. और यहाँ पे अगर आपका normal होगा और यहाँ आप ड्रॉ हो जाते हो. यहाँ आपका जो है moving towards normal हो जाता है. आपको away from the normal होता है. So यहाँ से away from the normal होगा ऐसे थोड़ा ऐसे. आपके normal से away करना है. Yes.
Pencil.
Otherwise, they are very close to the correct. And anyways, they won't. If you're drawing on this, they who does this? Please now.
Yeah.
Let's not purposely draw it into parallel. I was not trying to make it parallel. On a sunrise, जहाँ से भी नहीं yes, I think everybody is done. Shiny.
I have drawn a diagram of the textbook.
मैं आपका संबंध बता दूँ सर यहाँ है there is a textbook there's a textbook this is other color right one is red they have shown the other one is other color yeah why have you drawn them too many colors you can just show it one color and we'll see please write internal reflection. That is important. That's all I have to say. ठीक है ना let me see textbook में क्या है आपका textbook पे आप और वो डायग्राम की यहाँ पर सारा कुछ आपके इसमें कि वो तो डायग्राम वो बना सकते हैं 3-4 रेज एक ही सर में डाल रहे आप एक ही को बना दो प्रॉपर्ली काम yes even they have done it very simplistic way आप एक रे बना दो that is fine ठीक है आपको इतना दो रे बनाने की जरूरत नहीं ठीक है how much I think only one is left how much we have quite a lot let's finish this is this done Aditya are you done with this we are only left with one last topic, okay, which is scattering of light. And scattering of light, that's the last topic. Okay, we are left with this and the other name that the effect that we see in some experiments like which we will be discussing through the textbook itself. That is Tyndall effect. Okay, so what is scattering of light basically? We know that atmosphere is not just gas, right? It has small dust particles also, and they are very small. So what happens is, do you remember which colored light has the smallest wavelength? Violet, right? And basically closer to the blue one. Here, blue को थोड़ा ज़्यादा wavelength है. So blue की wavelength बहुत कम है. Again, वो violet के spectrum में ही आ रहे हैं. All those things. So what happens is these small particles, okay, since they are very small, they tend to get these smaller particles. When light hits them, they scatter light in all directions. Okay, they scatter light, and specifically these smaller particles will tend to scatter. करना मतलब क्या? यहाँ आप अगर इस direction में जा रहे हो, और scatter कर दिया मतलब क्या? सारे जगह पे फैला है. ठीक है? So what is happening is when light rays coming in one particular direction, जो sun rays मान लीजिए आपकी तरफ आ रही है, ठीक है? आपको reach करने के पहले जो सारी blue light जो है, it is made up of what all other colors. Majorly सारा जो blue color है वो scatter हो जाएगा. Blue light जो है, हर अलग-अलग जगह पे क्या हो जाएगी? फैल जाएगी. Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
Pilot से नहीं होता, it's seen as-
No, I'll come to that. So smallest wavelength मैं जब बोलना चाह रही थी तो it is very small, ठीक है? उससे थोड़ा ज्यादा जो wavelength है वो किसका है? Blue का है, उसके above spectrum में, and that blue का जो wavelength है that is comparable to the dust particles का size, ठीक है? So that is why dust particle affects blue color और violet color उसके और ज्यादा उसका wavelength छोटा हो जाएगा, इसलिए वो उसको उतना affect नहीं करती। समझ आया आपको ये? सो ब्लू कलर इसलिए मैं ब्लू कलर पूछ रहा हूं आपको। सो ब्लू कलर के बारे में बात करें, सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज लाइट इज गेटिंग स्कैटर्ड इन ऑल डायरेक्शंस। सो व्हाट हैपेंस इज वी सी ब्लू स्काई बिकॉज़ व्हाटएवर लाइट दैट वाज कमिंग गेट्स स्कैटर्ड, ठीक है? मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम वी सी व्हाट कलर स्काई, ब्लू कलर स्काई, ठीक है? बट जब सन ओवरहेड है, let me just remind you of the diagram that we were doing. I just thought that maybe I should not draw diagrams, but then let's see. You remember this diagram we were drawing this for what? Early delayed in sunrise and early sunrise and delayed sunset wale mein. So when light is coming from here, it has to pass through a lot of atmosphere. So यहाँ पे जो थोड़ा बहुत स्कैटर किया, यहाँ आगे वाले पार्टिकल्स ने और स्कैटर किया थ्रू आउट द टाइम यहाँ रीच होता है तो सब जगह पे ब्लू जो है फैल चुका होता है, ठीक है? सो ड्यूरिंग अर्ली सनराइज और सनसेट जो है ड्यूरिंग जो अर्ली सनराइज एंड सनसेट है ब्लू कलर जो है वो फैल जाता है और हमें जो कलर रीच करता है वो कौन सा करता है? टुवर्ड्स द एंड स्पेक्ट्रम वाला रेड वाला, ठीक है? लोअर वाले सारे जाकर मोस्टली, इसलिए हमें सनराइज और सनसेट के टाइम स्काई कैसे अपीयर होता है? ठीक है, समझ आ रहा है? ठीक है, so that's what is shown in the last one, 197 page number. If you sorry, okay. No, sorry, that is from the textbook. 78 page number. If you can see the diagram, you see this because there's no need to draw this diagram. This is not that tough, but what is happening over here is, so जब horizon के नजदीक था, so it is going through a lot of scatter. तो blue rays तो सारी scatter ही हो गई है, तो जो reach होती है those are near the red spectrum. So हमें orange, reddish, yellow कलर ज्यादा नजर आते हैं, ठीक है? So that is why when sun is near horizon, sun appears जैसे reddish, ठीक है? And when sun is overhead, तो क्या हो जाएगा? सन जब ओवरहेड है तो then I said, so यहाँ पे ब्लू रेज बहुत स्कैटर हो गए हैं, ठीक है? सो आपको यहाँ पे जो रेज रीच हो रहे हैं वो क्या है? मेजरली रेड है, ठीक है? और जब यहाँ से रेज जब आ रही है then it is directly overhead, ठीक है? Then you don't see that effect because blue rays इतने scatter नहीं हुए हैं, ठीक है? ठीक है? For detecting the same thing, there is one important experiment, 11.3. I'll draw this. Okay, I'll just draw this. It's better that this is. So this is source of light which is captured on the screen. ठीक है? Now the experiment says that आपका it is lens वगैरह, that's not important. एक glass tank है, glass tank में आपने क्या डाला हुआ है? Water डाला हुआ है and sodium thiosulfate डाला हुआ है in about 3 water tank whatever. So there is water plus sodium thiosulfate over here. Some experiments, you will see that people try to do the same experiment even by using milk. थोड़ा बहुत milk डाल देंगे और मिल्क डाल देते हैं, मिल्क से भी आपको स्कैटरिंग वाला इफेक्ट मिल जाता है. इट इज इतना एक्यूरेट नहीं मिल जाता बट मिल जाता है. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग ओवर हियर इज व्हेन यू ऐड सोडियम थायोसल्फेट ओवर हियर, those sulfur particles, the small sulfur particles, वो वाटर में स्कैटरिंग एजेंट्स की तरह काम करने लग जाते हैं. ठीक है. एंड जैसे यहाँ से आपने सोर्स ऑफ लाइट पास किया है, व्हाइट लाइट बेसिकली, व्हेन इट इज पासिंग, ठीक है, so can I get anything which is rectangular in shape, maybe your compass box, or give me that pouch, or that blue colored is, I want थोड़ा ज्यादा है, but that pouch will serve both. That pouch, yes, sensitive. Yes, so what will happen is, so light is passed from this section. ठीक है. यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, ये सारे पार्टिकल्स जो है लाइट को सब स्कैटर कर देने वाले. लाइट का डायरेक्शन क्या था, ये डायरेक्शन था. ठीक है. सो लाइट जो मेजर, जो अनस्कैटर्ड लाइट होगी, वो आपको फाइनल कहाँ कैप्चर होगी, ऑपोजिट साइड. लाइट जो जा रही थी डायरेक्शन ये था, जो अनस्कैटर्ड होगी वो तो वही डायरेक्शन में जाएगी. ठीक है. तो आपको ये साइड में जो कैप्चर हो रहा है, यहाँ पे जो कैप्चर कर रहा है, दैट इज अनस्कैटर्ड लाइट. ठीक है. और ये मैंने जो बॉक्स लिया था, सॉरी, ये जो मैंने टैंक लिया था, दैट इज ट्रांसपेरेंट टैंक. ठीक है. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग नाउ, लाइट इज पास, सल्फर पार्टिकल्स एंड वाटर, दे विल स्कैटर द लाइट्स. वो क्या करेंगे, जो लाइट का डायरेक्शन था उससे हटाकर उस पर और डायरेक्शन में भेज देंगे. ठीक है. सो व्हाट विल हैपन on this side, up, down, wherever, what I will see mostly which color, what color will I see? Blue, because from that side the scattered light is visible to me now. ठीक है. But if I try to capture here, so which color will be seen on this side? The color that is emerging out from this side, the colored light which is emerging out from this side will be which color? The closer to the spectrum of red light, because that remains the most unscattered light. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So then and this lenses are used just to make sure, you know, those light rays goes parallel, and then we can concentrate and check whether we get a crimson red colored light on this side. So आपको सवाल पूछना है, यहाँ पे एग्जिट वाले लाइट के एग्जिट डायरेक्शन में आपको रेड मिलेगा, बट ऑन द अदर साइड आपको दूसरे फेसेस में आपको टैंक में से कौन सी लाइट कलर नजर आएगी, ब्लू. ठीक है. सो दैट शोज व्हाई कलर ऑफ स्काई अपीयर्स ब्लू टू अस. ठीक है. एंड then it is reaching the final region, the unscattered light जो है वो मोस्टली रेड होती है. एंड दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फेनोमेना व्हाई योर गाड़ीज के लाइट वगैरह भी जो होते हैं वो कौन से कलर के होते हैं, रेड. ठीक है. so that when you are driving especially at night, at right, red light before it reaches you, अगर वो स्कैटर होगी तो आपको वो गाड़ी दिखने नहीं वाली है. ठीक है. you might even dash, and I don't know but you all are under 18, right? So but if you have seen those, many of them who drive scooter and all at late night, most of them do not have tail light also. बहुत इंडिया में बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है. यहाँ रोड्स की स्ट्रीट लाइट का भी प्रॉब्लम है, and those scooters and all, they also don't have tail light, and in stark light it's very difficult to night it is very difficult for any other person who's driving to make sure that, you know, they are visible to them. Accidents are caused very frequently because of this thing. Late night, that is why it is which people who are using scooters and all should make sure that they are visible. Neon lights are used, and I don't know if you have traveled late night, maybe to your native place and all, you would see those huge trucks and all travel करते लाइट, वो सारी neon lights वगैरह यूज करके दिखाई देते कि आगे इतना बड़ा कुछ ऑब्जेक्ट जा रहा है. ठीक है. So red light is most preferred light. Why? Because it is the least scattered light. ठीक है. It gets scattered the least by the atmospheric particles. ठीक है. Atmospheric dust particles, it is the least scattered. That is why red light is preferred. Okay. And that was and I think we have to where is it? Yeah, what's actually you all are using. Okay, I got it. I think we are missing one more small experiment. So this here they have said. They have just said that. Okay, no. So that's it. And scattering of light के लिए this is the important topic. They will ask you this second question related to this is why red color is preferred as signal or lights or anything because it is least scattered. Third one is the Tyndall effect, which I said. Okay, I haven't explained that. So Tyndall effect will see, and I think I'll be ending after this. Do you think you need this diagram?
No.
Or if you have it in your book and yeah, if you have it in your textbook and you want to make a note कि यहाँ आपको color कौन सा होगा, you don't have it in your volume. Alright. But then will you register it in your mind that exit color is red? The color is, so the diagram is there of course, but then you have to remember यहाँ से जो rays निकलेगी आपको ये सेट से कौन सा color नजर आने वाला है? Blue. और यहाँ पे कौन सा exit है? ठीक है, आपको वो बस याद रखना है, आप याद रख लोगे तो ठीक है. And yes, the last thing, आप Tyndall effect जो हमें करना है. So those are all dust particles. क्या होने वाला? सब जब light ray enter कर रही है, ठीक है? Many a times आप अंधेरे रूम में बैठे हो, अंधेरा है, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा सनलाइट आता है, तो हमें सनलाइट के साथ साथ उसमें छोटे छोटे से पार्टिकल मिलते हुए नजर आते हैं, ठीक है. So that is why because those छोटा particles are scattering those light and it becomes we are able to see that path of light very clearly because of that, and we call that here we are naming that thing as Tyndall effect basically. It's all with respect to the phenomenon called scattering of light. Now, what I majorly think, can you just go through the volume because I'm checking textbook if I missed, because I think we have covered everything. This is very short chapter. Major thing was lens, corrective lens. Second one was early sunrise and deviation sunset. That is done. This experiment is very simple. We have done, right? Just check your volume. I am using How much time do we have? 15. We have 15 minutes. All right. So can I will take some questions from volume which can come during your examination. See some past year questions. Give me the volume. If you have extra, you give it as give me one quickly. All right. So let's start with go to page number 78. Go to page number 78 of volume. We'll take each question because in this we don't have much questions to solve. We'll just now again this is X and Y. The diagram given below, X and Y are the end colors of the spectrum. The color of Y represents dash. Color of Y represents what? 4 options are given. Color of sky as seen from the earth during the day. Color of the sky as seen from the moon. Color used to paint the danger signals. Which is which color? Red. Color of the sun at the time of noon. So, which color bends the least? So, why is what? Color used to paint the danger signals. Aditya, we are doing page 78 of volume. We are discussing previous year's questions. What happened? It was this class where I said I will make some changes to this diagram, right? Just let me write. I didn't say it was you, right? वो जिसमें builder ने दिखाया है. Exit straight है. Can you tell me page number of the volume where you said what diagram is problem? I just make a note that get the correction right.
I'm 75.
Page 75.
Recombination of white light.
उसमें नहीं नजर आया तो प्रिज्म वाले में भी नहीं है, रिफ्रैक्शन में भी बेंड नहीं था।
हाँ
वो पेज नंबर बताना।
वही 75 दोनों 75
All right. Now on a sunny day, Krish looked at the sky through a water fountain and was surprised to see a rainbow in the sky. The location of the sun when Krish observed the rainbow was, where is the sun? It's behind him. This was the image. The phenomena of light involved in the formation of rainbow are, like which one is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like A, B, C, D.
behind it.
Behind it.
So,
It's all right. It's all right. Let's not please quickly give it.
Reflection, refraction, dispersion.
Which is that A, B, C, D.
Number common.
Reflection. A. Reflection, refraction,
Number
dispersion.
common.
आप जरा देखिए आंसर फिर से take a relook. That's not the right answer. सारे गलत है।
बी ऑप्शन सही हो जाता है।
नहीं, which option? Which, okay, I'll come to each one of you. What is your answer? According to you, which one is correct? There is one correct answer for sure. Again, I'm asking you which A, B, C, D choose B. D, yeah, ठीक है.
Ma'am, neither but the closest A.
A is closest. B. 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 Bombay वाला B ना? सारे सब गलत है। Okay, okay, ठीक है। अरे order is not important, right? Order is important. They have just asked.
इंटरनल रिफ्रैक्शन लिखा है जबकि आपने जो डायग्राम
नहीं नहीं B में रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं है।
B is correct. Let's go.
अरे पर
B is correct. हाँ भाई
ठीक है।
B सबसे ज्यादा correct है।
Internal reflection.
Okay, so let's check the first one.
Reflection.
एक मिनट, it's all right. First one क्या है? Reflection.
अरे चुप यार।
It's all right. ठीक है। ठीक है, so first thing जो है हम अभी देख रहे हैं, reflection, refraction, dispersion. Second one is reflection, dispersion, internal refraction, reflection, dispersion, scattering, and dispersion, scattering, internal reflection. Okay, so now we do not have what? We do not have refraction है, dispersion है, और reflection A point is the closest, but then there should be internal reflection. Make a correction. There should be internal. Yes. I had not seen the option, so I thought that at least first one A में internal reflection. That's the closest, right? That's the closest.
I said closest.
All right. Now, in the formation of rainbow, the role of water droplets present in the water fountain is to act as what? Prism. ठीक है? Because we getting of colors. ठीक है? While entering a water droplet, the sunlight gets
reflected internally. B.
No.
First refracted and then dispersed by sunlight.
ठीक है. So while entering a droplet, the sunlight gets.
While entering तो एक ही चीज होती है।
Ma'am, so it will be refracted.
No, but the sunlight gets dispersed also because it's a combination of all.
So what is the answer?
D.
Huh?
A.
No, so that
A. C. C. Yes, I'm C.
अच्छा अब मैं बोलूं सो आपका जो आंसर है आपको सिर्फ एंटरिंग के टाइम बताना है क्या हो रहा है ठीक है सो एंटर कौन सी लाइट कर रही है वाइट लाइट कर रही है ठीक है और आपको पता है कि आपका ड्रॉपलेट तो किसकी तरह आपका था प्रिज्म की तरह सो एट एंट्री पॉइंट इटसेल्फ दो चीज होगी बेंडिंग भी होगी और आपका व्हाइट लाइट जो है ये भी होने वाला है ये कंपोनेंट कलर्स में भी चले जाने वाला है सो वी विल से व्हाट इट गेट्स रिफ्रैक्टेड आल्सो एंड dispersed also ठीक है draw a label diagram of let's not this word name the phenomena responsible for twinkling of the stars in night sky which refraction glass you have to maybe specify it as atmospheric refraction not just refraction why do sky appear dark instead of blue to an astronaut oh interesting question why to an astronaut
Not because of an astronaut, the light is not coming from the inside.
blue color के लिए क्या responsible था
Dust particles.
हाँ
Dispersion.
Blue dust particles mainly.
हाँ तो उस पे ना scattering of light responsible the phenomena and the reason is scatter क्यों होता है dust particle basically किसका part है atmosphere so astronaut के लिए space में what 2 points there is no atmosphere so no scattering due to dust particles so no blue color ठीक है all right of course okay this is one okay space बोलना चाहिए
Sky.
here you understood ना आपका sky इधर है तो astronaut के लिए भी जब ऊपर है तो space okay ठीक है so yes a person needs lens of power plus 2D for correcting his vision name the defect of vision the person is suffering from plus है plus मतलब कौन सा है ये convex and convex form use करना है hypermetropia give the reasons for this defect क्या हो जाता है इस defect में हाँ नहीं क्या होता है ये मतलब क्या रीजन है इस defect का why this causes for this defect आपका जो
Shorter.
रेटिना के आगे बन रहा है या पीछे बन रहा है
Shorter eyeball.
पीछे
पीछे बन रहा है so आपका one cause is shorter eyeball what is the second cause
Increase in focal length.
and that is because आपका जो लेंस है वो ज्यादा कर्व्ड है तो वो सॉरी आपका जो ये लेंस है which is comfort तो वो ज्यादा फोकल लेंथ है so वो पीछे की तरफ फोकस कर रहा है yes it is beyond the retina what is the nature of focal length of the corrective lens what is the nature and the focal length so this is calculation part you will have to convert 2 diopter into focal length so what is that 1/2 is how much 0.5 what
Meter.
so 0.5 meter means how many centimeters
50.
so whenever you are writing units make sure if you not end up putting centimeter because focal length की आदत है centimeter में
Nature.
sorry
Nature.
nature what is the nature of this corrective lens so it is which lens आपने ही बताया कौन सा लेंस है convex है so convex का क्या है लेंस का फीचर it is converging lens first आप कौन सा इमेज देगा वो आपको
It will give a real except for between 0 and
all right and a student is unable to see this name the defects state again okay student is unable to see the words clearly written on the board placed at a distance of approximately 3 meters from him name the defect of the vision that he is suffering from myopia name the possible causes for this now images from what in front of the retina so फिर क्या है enlarged eyeball है what is the other cause
higher curvature of
higher curvature मतलब focal length क्या होगा कम होगा ठीक है Again, how will you correct it? Which lens are you going to use?
Concave.
Yes, you are going to use concave lens. And what do you think youngsters mostly have? What kind of corrective lens? Concave or convex?
Concave.
Concave. दूर का नहीं नजर आता है, they are concave. All right. So, ठीक है. Why do stars twinkle? Atmospheric refraction from rarer to denser, it keeps on going westwards. And yes, function of each of them. Cornea. What does cornea do? Sorry. Arey, that it is thin membrane, but what does it do? It function to many times we have discussed the major refraction happens what at which position at cornea. So cornea क्या कर रही है? Refraction of light, right? वो refract कर रही है light को. Iris क्या कर रहा है? Color. ये क्या function है right?
Expands the control
Pupil size. Diffraction, it plays role in refracting the light, not reflecting the refraction of light. Okay? It refracts the ray of light entering in a record term crystal for Neelam. What does crystalline lens do? Over here. It helps in formation of image and retina. And the last one, ciliary muscles.
to stretch the lens.
It's to adjust the focal length. Okay, by changing its size. All right. What is stress myopia? ये बता दीजिए बस. We can end it over here. Stress myopia. Okay. See you in next class.
Thank you, ma'am.
जाना तू
जल्दी है ट्रेन कर रही है
अरे हर्षी का किधर है? अबे हमारे से लेना आया होगा ना.
बोला सब इसकी हड़बड़ी कर
हो गई क्या?
अरे यार ये तो 10 मिनट ही कॉल करे जा रहे हैं. हाँ भाई
कौन है?
कार देखो
वाह. कौन? कार देखो.
ये अजीब पागल ने उठा लिया. वो जाने जाने उठा के गया.
कौन? सुदर्शन.
उसको सबको पता करके बता
बड़ी देना
मुझे ज्यादा मतलब नहीं ना वो बता करके बात है यार. वो क्या देखियो.
मैं बताता हूँ ना तुझे भाई. गाड़ी बेचनी है मैं रोड डिजाइन करने वाला हूँ.
ब्लॉक कर देना ना.
अरे तो बेचनी तो है ना. कभी ना कभी ड्रॉप कर दूंगा तो कब से कैसे बात करूँ. हाँ तो वो रहती है वहाँ पे. उसको पता ही नहीं है. स्टूडेंट का नाम लगा के जाने का है ना.
क्या करूँ मैं? आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ.
Alright. So all these are what? All these are some or the other physical quantities, and we divided them into what fundamental quantities are derived quantities. Now, same physical quantities, we will divide them into two different parts depending on some other criteria. In this, the criteria was that these are not dependent on somebody, and these derived were dependent on some fundamental quantities. Now, these quantities we will divide them into two sections named as scalar and vector quantities. Okay, scalar and vector quantities depending on criteria called magnitude, and the other criteria called direction. Okay, these are the two quantities. And so, do you know what does magnitude mean in physics? Right. If I'm asking you what is your height, what would you say? Give me a number.
180 centimeters.
So 5 feet. Let's just call it 5 feet or 181 centimeter, whatever it is, 181 centimeters. All right. So you gave me one number, one numerical value, and one unit. Okay. This numerical value we call it as magnitude. Okay. So this is magnitude and this is unit. ठीक है? To define quantity, यहाँ पे कौन सी physical quantity आपने बात की जब आपको मैंने height पूछा था, आप length की बात कर रहे हैं, physical quantity length की बात कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? So for defining length, I just require magnitude and one unit. That's it. Basically, I need only magnitude. Do I need direction? No. So quantities which require only magnitude and there is no need for direction to specify about it completely, those are scalar quantity. What are the other scalar? Okay. So quantities which can be defined using what? Magnitude, and of course if magnitude is coming we will put unit also, so plus unit, or you can simply say it requires only magnitude. Okay, that is scalar quantity. But there are some quantities, physical quantities, which require magnitude, but apart from that it requires direction as well. If you do not specify direction, then it is not complete. You will not get complete idea of that. Okay? So that such quantities are called vector. Okay, mostly now, since one length you told me, length comes in what, vector or scalar? Scalar. So okay, I'll just write it comes here. Example. So length is scalar quantity. What about mass? Which one do you think mass is? Scalar. So mass is also scalar. We do not require direction. If I ask you what is your mass, you would not say 40 kg north, 40 kg south, something like that, right? We do not need that. So mass is also scalar. Yes. Many quantities that you spoke about, temperature, that will also go where? Scalar. Only magnitude is required. The other quantity that you spoke about, volume, where will volume go? Scalar only. Do you say again volume is the 5 liter down, 5 liter up? Okay, volume is what? With only magnitude is required, whatever 50 ml, 2 meter cube or whatever. So that is also what? Scalar. Okay, now we are not doing fundamental and derived. Now we are breaking the physical quantities into scalar and vector. And we talk about magnitude, and if magnitude plus direction is equal, that is vector. So most of the quantities that you are aware of, those and which you spoke mostly, apart from one that he said, which was acceleration, that goes over here. We will be studying
retardation. So when it's in the opposite.
Did you study retardation?
We studied that in school. We are completed this job.
Okay, that is where she knows. So that quantity when we spoke about new quantity, which we will be studying in this chapter, that goes into vector. Okay, there are many vector quantities.
Velocity.
Velocity is there, and the basic that will start from. Two things. We'll start with these two quantities called distance and displacement. Displacement. Okay. Now, let's take this example. Don't write it now, pay attention, I'll give you time to write. Okay, this is important now because we are going to main topic now. So let's say there is one ant over here. Okay, it is walking on this board. Okay, now it goes like this. It goes like this. It starts from point A, it reaches point B. Okay, so if I am asking you what is the distance traveled by this ant, okay, so what will you measure? Which path? What will you measure? You will, yes. So the path that it is walked from here to here, this whole path length you will measure, right? So let's say I measured this using my tape, thread, or what I measured it using thread and then checked the measurement. It was coming around 50 centimeters. So this length, okay, this length. So how do we say that is distance? So what is distance in terms of physics? Distance is the amount path traveled. It's the length of the path traveled by the moving body. Okay. So it is the path that traveled by the moving body. Okay. For distance, path is important. It is the path. Okay. But let's say that with this ant, there was another ant next to it at the same point. This ant goes and reaches this position. There is another ant now at this position. And somebody like you and me ask him, that maybe you understand our language. We ask him, where is the other ant? Okay, where is the other ant? So he will have to point somewhere. Okay, and if he is saying where is the other ant, he will be pointing in which direction? In this direction. So he will point in this direction, that it is this direction. Okay, this quantity, then for which we have to say that we have to point that direction also, we call it displacement. So basically if somebody is saying what is the displacement of that ant, so it has started from A and it is at which position? B. So what is the displacement of this object? Displacement is what? आपकी initial position और final position में क्या change है? ठीक है? आपकी initial position क्या थी? A. Final position क्या है? B. ठीक है? अब जब ant को पूछा जाएगा, जो दूसरा ant है, मैं भी मुझे को पूछा जाएगा कि अच्छा वो ant कहाँ है? तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि वो ant ऐसे 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 यहाँ है करके. I will straight away point in that direction. That ant is there, right? So displacement only cares about initial position and final position. It doesn't care about what path you take. Okay, it's all right. It only cares about initial and final position. And when you want to check how far are these 2 points, pay attention. Okay. If shortest. Yes, if you want to measure how far are these 2 points, आपको जब check करना है कि कितने दूर है, तो आप ये वाला path नहीं trace करेंगे. आप shortest path कौन सा? यहाँ से सीधा आप सीधा ये measurement करेंगे. ठीक है? So ये shortest path जो AB है dotted lines वाला, that is what your displacement. So what is displacement? Shortest distance. Now I can say shortest distance or again shortest path. अब path word use कर देंगे तो confusion होता है because we are not talking about path. So shortest length or shortest distance between what? What do we focus? Between initial position and final position. Okay, between initial position and final position. But then how is distance and displacement different? There is, in this case there is path, in this case it is the shortest distance between initial and final position. But the most important difference is that when you talk कि आपने कितना distance cover किया, आप यहाँ पे खाली magnitude बताते थे 50 सेंटीमीटर. ठीक है, आप डायरेक्शन बता रहे थे जब पूछा ant कितना चली है, आपने डायरेक्शन बताया था. बट आपको जब पूछा जाए कि ant का डिस्प्लेसमेंट कितना है, तो आपको डिस्प्लेसमेंट मतलब आपको कितना दूर है उसके साथ साथ बताना भी है कौन से डायरेक्शन में है. ओके, सो द डायरेक्शन इज इन विच डायरेक्शन? B is in this direction with respect to A. So it's in northeast. So we can say yes, if we are taking this as north, this as east, west, north, south, आप north east बोल सकते हैं. या तो हम एक फिजिक्स में हम डायरेक्शन जो है वो arrow bars use करते हैं, and this arrow bar represents that this quantity is vector quantity. What quantity it is? Vector quantity. Okay. So if using this two information, this is just simplest meaning between what is distance, what is displacement. Tell me, distance will come where? Scalar or vector? Vector. Distance.
It's a scalar.
Okay, it is just the path. So distance will come where? Distance will come here. And displacement कहाँ आ जाएगा? Vector. ठीक है, so displacement is a vector quantity because to specify about displacement we need magnitude as well as direction. ठीक है, so put these first draw this thing scalar and vector differentiation. So it's okay. Only magnitude is required, and here magnitude plus direction. You can start with this, then we will jump to distance and displacement. And while writing this definition, you write the definition niche. Since I had this diagram, I wrote it above. Understanding distance and displacement is very important. I will be erasing this and we will solve few more different types of questions to understand distance and displacement. But
So
let's copy this.
For example, if we take a round and then come back to the same position,
Yes.
and the displacement would be 0, but the distance would be the round.
Yes, we will be taking all those different cases. All right. Copy this and but I will. So I will request you, like we made this differentiation between scalar and vector. There is only one point, so this is fine. In displacement and distance, right? Whatever page you are taking, draw this diagram upar and this niche, because then we will be adding too many differentiation points. So your distance and displacement, the first point of difference क्या है? Are you getting what I'm trying to say, or am I confusing? Draw this diagram above. उसके नीचे आप ये difference का distance और displacement और आप सिर्फ इतना copy कर लीजिए. Just I'll tell you what. Just copy this one. Copy this diagram. That's it. Don't after that I will say there is a text. If you're done with this, let me know. Done? Should I erase it now? Yes. All right. So now what I was trying to say is we will differentiate. So when the question comes that differentiate between distance and displacement. So the very first point of differentiation is what we studied. We will define both the quantities, right? So what is definition for distance? It is the path traveled by the object, or which written right here, by the moving object or body. Let's use body because it's body. It's alright if you put object. And what was displacement?
The shortest
The
path of the traveled by the
shortest
body from the initial to the final.
distance between the initial and final position. Okay. The second point of difference that you already know is what? For distance, what do we require? Only magnitude, right? So what kind of quantity it is?
Scalar
So it is scalar quantity. Only magnitude. And this is what? This is vector quantity. So what do I require in this? Magnitude as well as. So please write this magnitude completely, otherwise you will, in case you get confused. So MAG is magnitude. But then there are many more points of differentiation. Now we'll start with the different. So this one is done. So we have understood through this diagram what is distance and what is displacement. Now we'll see more difference between that using different case scenarios. We'll use the case scenario that she was talking about first, and then we will take the last one. So let's take a case, this one, where you know an object is moving. It starts from point A. Okay. Oh, everybody is busy writing. I can give you time for that. All right, finish this 2 points. Will come to the case scenarios. And whenever, you know, when I'm discussing, pay attention over there, stop writing. You can ask for time. But understanding is far more important than physics. Now everyone is done?
Yes.
Okay. So, huh? Okay, so you can write it when you know next point I'm adding, you can take it over now. Pay attention. Okay. So now we are taking a case scenario where this ant is moving in circular direction. If you do not want ant, let's say somebody is doing garba and moving in circular direction. Okay. So it starts from A, it travels and reaches again point A. And this radius of this circle was, let's call it 10 meters. Okay. Now, if it starts from A, the path taken is this, and it reaches point A. So then distance, can you tell me what is the distance? Circumference of this circle, because distance means what? It is the path taken, and path is what? The boundary of a circle, and boundary of the circle is what? Circumference. So it is equal to circumference of the circle. What is the formula for circumference? Huh?
Sorry.
2 pi r. It is what?
The relationship between circumference and radius.
So it is 2 pi r. Now let's plug in the values. So 2, okay, I'll make your calculation easier. Let's call this radius as 7 meters. So 2 into 22 by 7 and radius is 7. So what is your answer? 44 meters. So you have got the distance. Okay. Now for the same case scenario, so this is case 1. So what was the path? It starts from A and returns to A. Okay. For this particular case, displacement is what? Can you tell me?
0.
So what was the definition for displacement? The shortest distance between initial and final position. This is my initial position. This is my final position. इनके बीच में कोई दूरी है? तो मतलब आंसर क्या है? 0. So there is no दूरी only. So answer is 0. Forget our direction only because it is at the same position. So answer is 0. This is the important third point of difference. You are saying that this body actually moved. Okay, it actually moved. You got some value for distance, but still displacement is what? 0. So what does that mean? That even when body has moved, even when distance was a positive value, displacement was what? 0. Okay. So the third point what I'm trying to say is
Displacement can never be more than the distance traveled.
yes, and basically what we are trying to say over here is I should have taken the other case scenario first, but let us put this. So distance and here displacement. So what I'm trying to say over here is read this and see if it is confusing you. Displacement can be 0 even when distance is non-zero or the other word is positive. Positive in the sense it has some value. Understood? आपको लग रहा है कि आप मूव किए हो तो आपका वैल्यू शायद 0 से ज्यादा ही होना चाहिए, बट डिस्प्लेसमेंट ऐसे जरूरी नहीं है. Displacement can be 0 even when distance is non-zero. But is that possible for distance? अगर आप move हो गए हो, ठीक है, अगर आप move कर रहे हो तो कभी क्या आपका distance 0 हो सकता है? आप move कर लिए, आपने steps ले लिए तो आप फिर से इतना घूमकर रिटर्न आ जाओगे और आप फिर बोलोगे नहीं नहीं मैं तो घूमा ही नहीं, मैं तो चला ही नहीं. आप ऐसे कर सकते हो? नहीं, राइट? So distance cannot be 0 when displacement is positive or the other way around is not possible. So what basically I'm trying to say over here,
Displacement can never be more than the distance.
yes, so basically what I'm trying to say, like she said, distance can never be,
Displacement can never be more than distance.
yes, so what I'm trying to say over here is that distance, what I'm putting it another way around, so distance you can never make it 0. यहाँ पे आप उल्टा बोलोगे कि distance can never, distance can be 0 even when displacement is non-zero. So उल्टा करके बोलेंगे सही हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता. So यहाँ पे क्या हो जाता है कि distance जो होता है it is always either equal to 0 or more than 0. Basically आप अगर यहीं पे हो, ठीक है, आप मूव ही नहीं किए हो, आप हिले ही नहीं हो, तो डिस्टेंस कितना ट्रैवल किया है? 0. और डिस्प्लेसमेंट कितना है? 0. ठीक है, ये शुरुआत हो गई. फिर आप यहाँ से फिर से एक राउंड मार के यहाँ आ गए, तो आपका डिस्टेंस कितना है? मोर देन 0. और आपका डिस्प्लेसमेंट कितना है? 0. सो क्या हो रहा है कि जैसे डिस्टेंस बढ़ते जा रहा है पर आपका डिस्प्लेसमेंट है, जरूरी नहीं हो बढ़े घटे, इट डिपेंड्स. ठीक है, फॉर फिलिंग दिस ना, लेट्स take her difference point here, but then there was another better which maybe I can put in other case scenario which I'll discuss. So distance can either be equal or either be equal
or less than displacement.
or why less than displacement? Displacement से कम ही होगा. Either be equal or
More, yeah.
more
Not less
than distance. So distance can either be equal. कब equal होता है? जब ये 0 था, यहाँ से starting होता है, ये दोनों 0 थे, and जैसे जैसे distance या तो बढ़ रहा है, displacement शायद कम हो ज्यादा, it doesn't matter. In fact, let's keep this as, this is very complicated. I don't want to put this in this way. There is an easier way in which we can put, but then I have not discussed that case scenario. Okay. This point of difference is correct. You can put it if you want, but there is other way around to say it in a easier manner. But then I wanted to discuss this question itself. ये question का case scenario होगा, case 1 where A, it starts from A and moves back to A. Is this done? Distance is 44, displacement is 0. Is this understood?
Yes.
You can copy this. Have you copied this?
No.
So you copy this. Alright. Good. there is case 2 for this. Okay, so do not erase this, or I will not keep some space next to it. Okay. So there are don't so keep some space in this differentiation, because we'll be adding points. So this leaves maybe a page for that, or 2-3 points more, or maybe 2. This is both complicated. I just want to give you the easier version of this. If you are done, let me know. Are we done? It's done. Done. Okay. No, I'm not erasing. I'm just saying. All right, she's almost done. Yes. So, yes, now pay attention over here. So this was first case, which I gave you the easiest one. This person starts from point A, goes back at point A. Okay. But now let's say that there is another case where this person starts from A, but then stops at exactly point B, which is right opposite to this point. Okay, so if it is exactly opposite to that point, that means it is where it is exactly opposite to point A. Okay, it is stopping at B. So this is center. So now second case is what? From A to B. Okay? A to B. Basically, what is A to B? It is half turn, right? Half turn. मतलब वो यहाँ से घूमकर फिर से नहीं आया. ऐसे बोले, he started from here and he stops here. So it is half turn. So for that case, what is the distance and what is the displacement? The distance is half. The distance is what? 22. 22. ये complete circumference कितना था? 2 pi r. So उसका half कितना होगा? Half of 2 pi r. So I will write. I'll just write half of circumference. And from the above, some case one you already know, that is what? Half of 44, which is 22 centimeter. Easy. Now let's move to displacement. So the very first thing that you should do when you are asked for displacement is mark initial and final position. So she said 14. Okay. So this is my initial position. This is the diameter. This is my final position. Okay. And I want to know how far are they from each other. Will I measure this length for that? No. What is the definition? The shortest distance between initial and final. Which is the shortest distance? Of course, the straight line. Which is what? The diameter of the circle, right? I have already given the radius is 7. So diameter is how much? 14, right? So what is displacement? It is diameter, which is equal to 14. It was not centimeter, okay? Unit was meter. So 14 meter All right, but is it complete? What do I need to specify? This is which kind of quantity?
Direction.
We have to give direction because अब तो written अपनी जगह पे छोड़ना है, so I have to give direction. So दिखाना है कि ये B is in which direction with respect to A. So AB and the arrow would be this way. हाँ, but वो AB मैंने उसमें इसलिए बताया था कि I north east के इसमें मुझे बताना नहीं था because it was not exactly northeast. When do you say it is exactly northeast? When it is at 45 degree. So that is why I do not say. That was just the introduction part. But then in this case, you can directly say what is the location. Either you can say south of what? South of B. B के भी south में? No, right? Yes. South of A, and how far south should I go? 14 meters. I should go to the south from point A. So either I can say 14 meters south of A. Okay. Or if I don't want to use direction, south, west, northeast, I can also say 14 meters downwards of A.
Yes.
Right? I can also say that, but I have to specify that direction part because here direction component is required. It is not going to its original position. Okay. So this is my complete answer. It is 14 meters south of A. This is the second case scenario, and your question can become more complicated if आपको वो एक टर्म कंप्लीट करके फिर यहाँ आता है तो डिस्प्लेसमेंट तो सेम ही रहेगा पर आपका जो डिस्टेंस है कितने बार पाथ ट्रैवल किया एक बार 2 पाई आर हो गया फिर से हाउ मच इयर्स हुआ आधा सो इट इज लाइक व्हाट 44 प्लस 22 so how much is it 66 right so it depends what is the case scenario here I just said it was half term okay so if it is 1.5 term then it is 66 if it is 2.5 term so it's a 44 plus 44 plus 20 but then in all those cases displacement will be what same How many hours do we have for this session? 1.5 hours. Just remind me 50 minutes before the session. Is it done? Yes. We'll take the second last important scenario. So in this case, I use north, east, south, right, or top downwards for direction part. Now I take this is one straight path, all right, and I say that I am standing here, okay, at position O, okay, or let's call this position O, and if I move, I am at this position. If I move this direction, this is 1 meter, this is 2 meter, this is 3 meter, this is 4 meter, okay. If I move in this way, what does this minus sign mean over here?
Opposite direction.
Yes. So over here, I am at position O. Okay, this is my position O. If I am moving forward, let's say this is O position. Okay, if I am moving forward, then I am representing it as +1, +2, +3, +4. Okay, if I am moving backward, then I am representing it with the use of negative sign. So -1, -2, whatever this is. Okay. So here instead of using north south, what sign am I using to show direction? Negative and positive sign. All right. With respect to the mean position, the position that from where I start. So I start from here. Okay. I walk towards point A. Okay. And then I walk to point. Okay, just tell me for point A. I start from O and end at A. Okay. So quickly we'll write.
So
I'll make table. Okay, I'll make this table. These are my cases. This is my distance, and this is my displacement. All right. Now I will write cases. You will tell me the answer. Okay. From O to A, what is the distance traveled? 3 meter. And what is the displacement? 3 meter. So I can say +3 meter because plus shows in forward direction from 0 O position. That is the starting position. So +3 meter. Okay. Now second case scenario, I start from O, I stop at A, and I go back to O. So second scenario is O, I go to A, then I go back to O. What is the distance traveled? 6 meter. What is the displacement? +3 meter. This is my initial position. This is my final position. Initial, final, same. So 0. Okay. Now third scenario, I move from O to A. Then I go back to position B. So from O to A to B. Can you tell me what is the distance?
1 meter.
5. Distance. So I walk from O to A. So how much do I walk? 1, 2, 3 steps. Then I go back again. 1, 2, 3. So अब तक कितना चल रही हूँ मैं? 6. Then again I walk what 2 steps again. So in all how much? 8. So I can write 3 plus 3 plus 2, which is equal to 8 meter. All right. Can you tell me what is my displacement? -2. Okay, because it is in this direction. So from mean position, should I go 2 meter आगे या 2 meter पीछे? Backwards, which is shown here by negative sign. So -2 meter. ठीक है? Now, should I give you one more case scenario like this? This is the last one. All right. So in this case, you start from O to A to B. Oh, I'm sorry. So O to A to C to B. I'm not making it more complicated. Once you have understood, it's not that difficult. So tell me what is the distance for this? 12. So O to A, 3, 4, 5, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So in all, 12 meter. I'm not writing this, I'm not showing this. Everybody is getting this, right? And again, in this case, what is my this? -2. What I'm trying to show is an important point of differentiation over here. You see that always my distance is what? Positive. But my displacement can either be positive, can either be negative, or can be 0. This is what we were trying to tell you, that it can be equal or more than. So equal or more than in the sense, ये जो आपका value है, यहाँ पे देख रहे हो, this case 3 meter और 3 meter, दोनों का value क्या है? Same है. ठीक है? और दूसरे केस में क्या है? They are all positive. ठीक है? All positive numbers, they are greater than this. Right? So what, instead of, if you feel this is complicated, the easiest way of saying is what? Distance, it is always positive, right? It is always positive. And what can we say about displacement?
Either it is positive or negative.
It can be,
Or positive.
it can be either positive or negative
Or neutral.
or zero. All right. So it can be positive or negative. This is important. Draw this table. Write this important point of difference over here. I forgot to ask you a very important thing. What is SI unit for distance?
Meter.
SI unit क्या होता है? किलोमीटर कभी है? सेंटीमीटर. SI unit. You how can you put it SI unit? CGS unit. CGS unit is what? Centimeter,
Centimeter, grams,
grams and second. And what is SI unit?
Meter.
MKS, right? Meter, kilogram and second. So in this case, what are you using for distance? Meter. If it is SI unit, then it is meter. That is not point of difference though, but then आप please याद रखिएगा SI unit क्या है? मीटर है, ठीक है?
SI unit would be centimeter. Sorry, CGS unit.
SI unit for displacement is what? Again meter. So what? This is not point of difference.
This is similarity.
That is what I'm not writing here. I'm just telling you. So SI unit of both of them are what? Same. ठीक है?
But they both are measuring this.
They are measuring
Length.
the magnitude is length. Yes. Yes, I believe all point of difference are done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, once you're done, I have to ask you an important question. You need to think over it. You are done. The question is, you are also done. Are you done? So
Yes.
here's the question, and the question is, tell me in which scenarios distance and displacement values we say. You know, right?
If the distance traveled is the shortest distance. If the distance is the shortest distance.
If the
Then for
distance and
displacement
displacement both are
is-
straight, then
No, like for the distance, if you are,
it will be.
if the distance is, for example, from A to B, and the person travels the shortest distance possible. So the distance is already the shortest distance.
हाँ, but वही तो आप
That
shortest
at that time,
distance
displacement distance would be same.
but then you need to specify like what path are you talking about? What kind of path? Not path actually. What kind of motion will you take?
सीधा होना चाहिए.
Yes, motion should be straight. You just saw here, right? But
Yeah,
yes,
3 meters.
only not straight is काफी because आपका देखा जाए motion यहाँ पे भी तो straight ही था, right? But यहाँ सारे जगह पे सारे same values आ रहे हैं नहीं. So थोड़ा सा extra point add करना है. What is the missing part? आप यहाँ पे क्या करते हो? एक ही डायरेक्शन में जब जाते हो, O से एक ही डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हो. हाँ, distance and direction नहीं, straight line and same direction, ठीक है? But then आगे पीछे जाओगे तो आपका value change हो जाएगा. So that is very important question. So the question is when is distance equal to displacement? When is distance equal to displacement? So what is the answer? When motion of body is in straight direction. Now please pay attention over here. इधर आप बोल सकते हो straight direction, तो इसमें समझ आ जाता है कि straight और direction same है. या तो आप बोल सकते हो path is straight and direction is same. You can put two words अलग से और you can say it in one go that it is straight direction. Straight direction is like सीधा सीधा जैसे जाए, आगे पीछे नहीं जाए. Straight direction. अब path is straight and direction is same. It remains same. That is very important question. you want to put it in this term, you can say straight path with same direction or in one direction. Time here, 2:35 45 minutes more we have. Yes, that's great.
You have time till 4:15.
Okay, then we can. All right, so shall we go ahead?
No,
Yes.
wait, ma'am.
Okay. Now we are almost done understanding difference between distance and displacement. And now it should be very clear in your head what is distance and displacement. This is last question which I am going to ask, which you will solve. Okay, you will solve and give me the answer. Shall I erase this table, beta? Are you done?
Yeah.
All right. So the last question, and you will give me the answer. So a person starts from here, walks to the south, okay, walk downwards. Let's say he walks downward 4 meters, okay, and then he walks downward 3 meters, okay, and then he walks to the right. ना मैंने इसको डाउनवर्ड बोला तो यहाँ राइट, ठीक है, आपको ईस्ट वेस्ट लेना तो वैसे ले लीजिए, नो प्रॉब्लम. He walks to the right and he travels 4 meters. ये थोड़ा लंबा लग रहा है ना, थोड़ा और फिर दिखा दीजिए डायग्राम, ठीक है. So this is 4 meters, okay. Now he starts from point A, reaches point B. At B point he goes left and reaches point C, okay. For this scenario, from A to B to C, tell me what is distance
7 meters.
and what is displacement.
Displacement is less than 7 meters, but
Okay.
distance is 7
Displacement
meters.
is 7 meters.
Displacement is same because path is what, 3 and then 4. So yes, it is very easy. 3 plus 4, which is 7 meters. Great. For displacement, I need to check what initial position
From A to C.
and final position, and I have to draw the straight line. So if I draw straight line, what kind of triangle it is? We have to measure the length of hypotenuse. So displacement is given by AC. Okay. And length, how can I find value for AC?
A square.
I know that this is what, 90 degree, because top, down, and then you're doing left. So angle is 90. So tell me what is the theorem?
A square plus B square is equal to C square by heart.
A square plus B square. Where is my A, B, and C?
3 meter plus 4 meter whole square is equals to the AC the square.
Yes. So basically, this AC square, that is my hypotenuse. This square is equal to this square plus this square, right? So let's write by. Shall I erase that side now?
Yeah.
Because that is done.
Twenty-three meters the line.
23.
Sorry,
How is that possible?
23 under root 23.
Let's check it. Okay. So now what is the formula? What is my hypotenuse? AC. So the AC square is equal to BC square plus AB square, right?
Yes.
So what is value for BC?
4 meters.
So 4 square. What is AB? 3 square. So 4 4s are 16. 3 3s are 9. This becomes 25. So AC square is 25. But do I need AC or AC square?
AC
AC.
is
So
equal to root 23.
Class itself we did it, right? So here there is square, but I want AC. That means how do I get? I take square root of this. So square root एक side करेंगे तो दूसरे side करना पड़ेगा. So I take square root of AC square. This side करेंगे तो we'll do square root on the other side also. The square root of this becomes AC, and this is what square root of 25 is 5. So my answer is displacement is how much? 5 meter. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And but I need what again? Direction.
Direction.
Okay. So since I have not mentioned, let's say I give you angle as well. Okay, I give you angle. So if this is this, no, I have not given you angle itself. Okay, so if I have not given you angle, then you directly just write AC bar. Okay, don't put CA, because then the directions become from C
What if
to A.
is backwards?
No, in vectors we don't represent it like
Then the
that.
answer will come.
So you just put starting position and then C with the arrow. Okay. So the direction is C with respect to A. So AC vector, it is 5 meter. Okay. And you can also just write 5 meter.
I did not understand this part.
Which part? Direction
No,
part.
no, that where to put that arrow
Arrow is always in forward direction.
and when it is in backward.
Never. Okay. So this is, but in case they have given you angle, if in case they have given you angle, let's say this was given 30 degrees. Okay, then you can say 30 degrees what? If you go southwards, this is the south,
30 degrees.
and this is which direction? This is east.
Either west.
So this is east, right? So this is south. So आप south से east direction में कितना deflect हो रहा है? 30 degrees. So 30 degrees. What is this direction? East of south. Okay.
30 degree east of
30 degrees due मतलब वो side में due word भी use करते हैं. What is that direction? Due west. Sorry, maybe west word is due east of south. Okay. Of south. ठीक है?
What
All right.
we make it like in perception of the point, for example, of A or of B. So east of. Like, won't we write like 30 degrees east of point A? Can we write
30 degree east.
of point A?
तो 30 डिग्रीज ईस्ट जो होगा ना पॉइंट ए, तो आपको बताना पड़ेगा 30 डिग्रीज ईस्ट किस डायरेक्शन में, नॉर्थ में इस डायरेक्शन में 30 डिग्रीज, ठीक है, इस डायरेक्शन में और व्हाटएवर आपको समझ
30 degrees south
हाँ
of
सो
point.
30 डिग्री साउथवर्ड्स, ये 30 डिग्री नहीं तो जीरो है, सो आप साउथवर्ड्स में ये कितना मूव कर रहे हो, 30 डिग्रीज मूव कर रहे हो, टुवर्ड्स व्हिच डायरेक्शन आर यू मूविंग? East. So 30 degrees towards east from south. If you want to put anyway, this is not important. Okay, this आपको नहीं आ रहा तो आप अपने लैंग्वेज में लिख दो कि ये 30 डिग्रीज है, ठीक है, ये आपको लैंग्वेज अगर आपको नहीं समझ आ रहा तो 30 डिग्रीज उन्होंने बताया है डायग्राम में, तो आप सिंपली यहाँ पे भी कैसे बता सकते हो, that it is towards 30 degrees, okay, east of south direction. ठीक है, आप अपने लैंग्वेज में बताइए तो भी चलेगा, ठीक है, बट आप उसको स्पेसिफाई कर दीजिए, ठीक है. All right, and don't put in this one because I have not specified the direction, the angle. So you can put this. This was the last question for distance and displacement, and I believe Pythagoras theorem, so you will remember forever, right? Because it is important.
How will be the questions asked in numerical type? They will give the diagram.
They will, yes, they can give diagram for this, or they can verbally say a person moves 10 centimeters southwards, then moves towards east, okay, and walks 4 meters. So आपको समझना चाहिए कि पहले कितना गए हैं वो person, 10 meters south गए, तो आपने पहले 10 meters बता दिया. फिर that person moves what 4 meters east. So आपका east कौन सा side में? ये side में. So यहाँ पे 4 meters. So आपको उन्होंने बता दिया है path, verbally आप depict करोगे, आपको labeling करोगे A, B, C, and then you try to solve distance and displacement, whatever they are asking. Okay. But if question paper person does not want to make it complicated for you, he can either give it directly this diagram also and ask you that this is the path, find the displacement. Most of the time they give verbal questions. You have to depict them. That shows your understanding of the problem. Is this done?
Yes. You have to write.
Yes. You can take, you show this thing. It's important.
Only this.
Show path is A to B to C. So you write path is A to B to C. Yes. Okay, I have not discussed one simple part, rest and motion, and I went ahead displacement. So
That's just when it does not move.
what is not
Body.
okay? Could you finish this? I'll ask you the finish. Finish? Okay, if everybody is done, so
Which question?
done. So in physics, rest and motion. So अभी हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हम सारे body का क्या
Some motion.
सब motion में ही है, right? So in physics, a body is defined in motion or rest in a specific manner. So that's what I want to know properly. Proper physics definition में हम कैसे बोलेंगे कोई body rest में है या कोई body motion में है. So yes, if everybody is done, we'll start with the work because she did say something. So we'll start with her what she has the points. She can say that, then we can discuss. Oh my God. Done? Okay. So rest and motion. Rest. हमें पता है normal में if somebody is at rest, that means he is not moving. Motion मतलब moving. But physics not defined the कैसे. So what were you saying, Marcy?
I was saying that the body is in rest if it does not change its position
Okay.
according to its surroundings.
Yes. So the
What is
surrounding.
said to be at rest if it does not, if it is at its mean position with respect to surroundings.
Okay. Okay. Now, while you are using the word surrounding, let's see.
Because
Now-
if we, for example, if we are putting ourselves right now. So for example, if a person is sitting, you'll see that the person is in rest according to this surrounding. But if we take, for example, we change the surrounding as in planets. So the earth is rotating. And the person is on the earth. So the person, according to someone who's not on earth, the person would be in motion.
Yes.
So
So
the perception changes.
yes. So that's very good example, and we can in fact take this आप स्पेस के बाहर किसी को नहीं भेज देते. So उसके अलावा हम अंदर में भी रहते हैं. So ट्रेन में बैठे, बस में बैठे, हम मान लीजिए this classes आएंगे ना, and the huge bus, okay, that bus is moving, ठीक है. But then in that moving bus, I am here, you all are in your position. I will see her, you, everybody, and I'll say, okay, you all are what, at rest? Are you moving your position? No. But somebody outside this bus is watching you, me, everybody, okay? They will say that you all are moving, right? Right? So what is happening is, for me, I am saying you all are at rest because I am comparing your position or your change in position with respect to this surrounding, which is inside the bus ka surrounding, with respect to this tables and all. Okay, so with respect to this table, with respect to this fan, you are not changing your position. So in this case, this is my surrounding. Okay? But the person who is outside the bus, okay, for him, the surrounding things are what? This trees and other objects, okay? Maybe stone, maybe the buildings, okay? And this bus was moving, so you all are also moving with respect to that. So how do we define rest or motion? So body is said to be at rest if it is not changing its position with respect to surrounding. Okay, with respect to it. And when it is in motion, so how will we say a body is in motion if it changes its position with respect to surrounding? With surrounding नहीं बोलेंगे, surrounding move नहीं हो रहा है. With surrounding बोले तो surrounding के साथ साथ move हो रहा है. With respect to surrounding. Is this clear? So I just missed that point. So it was discussing this. So let's now move to two other physical quantities on the distance and displacement. Now we will discuss physical quantities which are based on that speed and velocity. So we all are aware of this term speed, right? हमने काफी questions we solved किए speed के terms में. So how do we say? How do we define speed? Distance into time.
And distance is equal to speed into time. Speed is equal to distance upon time.
So speed is equal to distance upon time. So आप distance and ठीक है. So what is speed? When you're talking about body is going very fast, so आप एक अलग component को ला देते हो. जब वैसे बोल रहे थे कि I am walking 4 meters, I am walking 5 meters. Did you know how much time did it take to walk that much? So if I walk from here to there, okay, in 5 seconds, then it's okay, right? But if just imagine if I walk from here to there in 1 hour, what will you tell? I'm too slow. Yeah, yes. What speed are you walking at? So it is very slow. So this slow and fast, how slow and how fast you're moving is
The rate of distance
is
travel.
is the distance that you're covering. When you compare it with respect to time, you talk about speed. So what is speed? Speed is you're checking how much distance are you covering with respect to time. Okay. And when you're anything when you take it with respect to time, this is the formula. But when you want to define it, how will you say? You will say rate. Rate is important. Okay. Rate of change of distance with respect to what? With respect to time. So rate of change of distance with respect to time, or rate of distance covered in given time, whichever way you want. Let me see what your textbook is using.
It says the same thing. It just says the rate of change of distance with time.
So what did I rate of change? Okay, so it's the same.
Yes.
Some textbook also use the word rate of distance covered in the given time. Even that is fine. The important thing is that it is rate, and we are comparing it with
How
respect
much
to what?
distance you travel
How much distance you travel, but with respect to what?
in time.
Given time. You are comparing it with the time. All right. Now you will tell me using this formula, what do you think SI unit of speed would be? SI unit
Per second.
kilometer per hour.
That would be CGS way.
Why? It will be CGS unit.
No, like no. But SI unit
why,
would be meter per
why
second.
you all are doing this? I am not getting it. SI unit में आप जो है 3 units fixed है. आप distance मीटर में measure करते हो. आप mass kg में measure करते हो और time हमेशा की तरह हम fix करते हैं seconds में ही लेते हैं. Right? CGS unit तो बहुत easy है. यहाँ पे
Centimeter gram second. SI unit. I confused it. SI unit would be meter per second.
This is graph and this is second. When I am asking you what is SI unit, so you can choose something from here, not on your own kilometer, on your own hour. Okay?
Because it says distance upon time. SI unit of distance is meter. SI unit of time is second.
So
meter upon
SI
second
unit
would
of
be
distance,
meter per
like she
second.
said, is meter. So this is meter. upon this is what second. So
We
this
write
is
it
meter.
as ms
Meter per second, or you can also say it is, I'll just write it. It is meter per second. Okay. And the other way to write this, you must have seen. This is
mc minus.
this is second is what in denominator. So you can write s in numerator and put minus one.
Multiplied by minus.
Okay, not multiplied by
With the
minus
power.
one. It is raised to minus one. Okay. Power. It is in power. ऊपर है, बाजू में नहीं है.
बाजू में लग रहा.
This one. Please write all the three. You should know how we denote it. Okay. Okay. So now, what will be CGS unit? No, nobody will answer apart from her. Tell me what is CGS unit? Centimeter.
Gram.
Gram.
Written.
Where is gram coming?
Oh.
इसमें kg और mass का कोई measurement ही नहीं है. आप gram कब लोगे? हाँ?
Centimeter and second.
This distance will become what? Centimeter, and this time will become what? Second, but ये centimeter second आजू बाजू में है. ऊपर नीचे है, right? तो आप इसको कैसे read करोगे? Centimeter
Upon second.
yes upon second or by second or centimeter per second. Okay, or let's all write all the three. Centimeter upon second, centimeter per second, or centimeter second minus one. It is minus one. This is the first time we are doing this. Since this is new to you, we are writing in all the three forms. So this is the first point of difference. If somebody is asking you what is difference between speed and velocity, you should not write formula. Okay, in difference point, this is just for the case of numerical. So first point is always the definition. So what is speed? Rate of change of distance with respect to time. It is rate of change of distance with respect to time. Now you will tell me the other side we will discuss. अभी तो हम वहाँ गए नहीं हैं. आप सब अभी यहाँ ध्यान दीजिए. Now you will tell me, since you know that speed is given by what? Distance upon time. Okay? Which quantity is it? Is it scalar quantity or vector quantity? Scalar. Why? Because distance is also scalar. This is also scalar. Okay. Our answer in this case is it is scalar quantity. So speed is scalar quantity. Okay. I need to tell you something important. Why do we do this?
Velocity is vector.
All right. So you're done. I have to inform you about some. It's not something big, but then your textbook has given. So it's good that you will now study everything with terms of representation also. क्या करना है, ठीक है? अब we took speed as s यहाँ पे directly, ठीक है? So in physics, basically in these cases, we generally represent speed with letter V. With letter V. Reason being
Represented by us.
not distance. Reason being, think what?
Second.
What?
So distance is represented by letter.
Yes, but then what else apart from that is also something else.
As second is represented.
No, there's a whole country also happens. So I want to tell you that. So if you are done with this, please tell. Okay, let's go into this towards the end only. अभी फिलहाल इसको ऐसे लिखिए आप, ठीक है? जैसे इसके बहुत confusion होने वाला है. हम बाद में discuss करते हैं. Just finish velocity and then discuss. All right, now pay attention. Similar to So what she does is how much distance you are covering in given time, right? What speed is checking? How much distance are you covering in given time? Velocity is also doing the same thing. Velocity checks how much position are you changing with respect to time. So it will check what is the change in position with respect to time, because displacement, this formula velocity is given by displacement upon time. Are you getting what it is? What's the difference?
Yes.
Here it is distance upon time. Here it is displacement upon time. So how will you define this? So how will you define it since it is divided by time? So we are checking it is rate of what? Change of displacement. Change of displacement again with respect to what? Time. So with respect to time. Okay. Okay. Now since V is what? Displacement upon time. What is SI unit for displacement? This is also what? Again meter. And time is what? Second. So SI unit for this is also what?
Meter per second.
SI unit is meter per second. Okay. And what is now I'm not writing the other way to write this. Okay, you can understand from there. And what is CGS unit for this then?
Centimeter per second.
Centimeter per second. Why I am writing it above? Because this is not point of difference. This is just similarity. Okay. Don't put it in point of difference. Okay. So this is velo, and now the second thing. So this was scalar quantity. What can you talk about this quantity velocity? What do you think is velocity? Velocity is scalar or vector?
Vector.
Vector. Why? Because it is dependent on what? Displacement, and displacement is what? Vector quantity. So this is vector quantity. It is vector quantity. All right. Okay. If copy this, then we will see whole complication in terms of letter representation. S being used there in time also S, so we have to be very clear.
What else is this used?
Simply said distance, not displacement. Oh, that's with calculator. Distance is all right. Shall we discuss the letter representation? Now, I'm just drawing the previous case. Okay, this is not the continuation. This is not the continuation. Just to this is in previous case we did distance and we did displacement. Okay. So your textbook has given extra information as well. Okay. How, in which letter do we use to represent it? Okay. So distance is represented by letter S. Okay. That is why I can't use this S over here. Okay. But if you are using it to solve your numericals, then in that numerical, if you are using it, fine. But then you need to remember, okay, that in that particular case, this S is not distance or whatever you're using. Otherwise, make it a habit that this S is what? Distance. Then how will you represent displacement? Again S, but with what? Arrow sign shows that this is a vector quantity, which is nothing but displacement. All right. So now S is taken. Okay. we will use which letter over here? We will use letter V. V represents speed. Okay. So how will we define velocity?
V bar.
Understood?
Yes.
Okay. But then most of the time when you write V or when you write V bar, most of the numericals that we are solving or we would be solving, okay, throughout the time, the question is with respect to either speed or at times even velocity. So you know how much calculation part it is. So every time, you know, when solving, there's no need to draw V bar, V bar, V bar. This is called V bar. So you don't say V arrow.
Indirectly.
You just call it V bar. So you, while solving, this is a representation, not necessarily every time when you are solving you have to do that. But then since this was the point which has been given in your textbook, we are doing it. Okay. It's okay if you simply say B when you're solving your numerical. Like let's say there is some question for which we are using some complicated sort of problem. They're solving something like B is equal to this plus this plus this. The T is times square whatever. Now every time when I'm solving this, V actually means velocity, but then I'm not writing every time V bar. Okay, but then it is understood that okay, this V over here is what? Velocity. Okay, if it is understood, that's fine. There's no need to write it again and again. But if question is specifically asking how do you represent displacement specifically, then you don't just write on your own letter D खुद से लगा दिया, ठीक है? और या तो फिर आपको कुछ कैपिटल D पसंद आ रहा है तो कर रहे हैं. ये कब कर सकते हो? जब आप कुछ सॉल्व कर रहे हो तो आप खुद से बोल सकते हो ना कि let this displacement be represented by letter D, let this displacement be represented by letter X. That you can do when you're solving your own question. But if you are asked specific term which are used for representation, then you will say this. All right. Otherwise, you can use your own denotions depending upon the questions. ठीक है? और questions मान लीजिए हम कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 लोग हैं यहाँ पे, राइट? ठीक है, और हम कोई प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं जिसमें हम सब मूव हो रहे हैं यहाँ वहाँ. सो मेरी वेलोसिटी आपकी वेलोसिटी सबकी वेलोसिटी तो अलग होने वाली है, राइट? तो मैं सबके लिए लेटर क्या v है s सॉरी देयर इज v bar सबके लिए तो यूज नहीं कर सकती हो, राइट? सो आई विल नीड सम अदर वेरिएबल्स, राइट? सो इफ आई से फाइंड इज वेलोसिटी इज गिवन बाय व्हाट x bar y bar z bar, so I can use that particular case scenario में हम use कर सकते हैं, or even v underscore a bar, v underscore b bar, something like that. But then otherwise the specific denotions for those particular quantity is this v bar v. All right, so v represents speed, v bar represents velocity. All right, ठीक है? ठीक है, so we are done with this. Are you done copying these two things?
Yes.
You can even make this point in your point of difference. I'm not during examination, but write it over there that the distance is represented by letter S and displacement is denoted by letter S bar. And here also make the changes, or you can write speed is denoted by V, velocity is denoted by V bar. After velocity, we have types of speed and velocity. We have average speed,
uniform speed, instantaneous speed,
and average velocity. All right. So before that, let's complete the point of difference over here. So speed and 2 point of difference are done. Similarly, the third one would be exactly similar to displacement and distance. Speed is, since it is distance upon time,
it's always
you
positive.
know distance is always positive और time कभी negative, आप time में पीछे जा सकते हो. So this is always positive. So distance upon time का जो total value होगा वो always positive होगा. So speed is always positive and velocity can be what? It can be either positive or negative or this zero तो ये भी हो सकता है, अगर body is not moving तो वो भी zero होगा. So it can either be positive or negative. So there are 3 points of difference to हमारा हो गया.
We have 2 points.
They have taken again circular path wala example. So I will not ask you to draw it again, but we'll discuss this scenario quickly, shall we? So in case of circular motion, you know if A moves from this position and moves back to this position. Okay. All right. Before that, let's just check what is average speed and average velocity. Average speed and average velocity का formula क्या है? Now pay attention over here. I am doing this in another form. So let's take this scenario where person starts from A and stops at B. Okay, and it covers this much distance. Let's say this is 4 meters in 2 seconds. And how much seconds? 2 seconds. Okay, then he covers 8 meters. How much does he cover? 8 meters. Okay, and how much seconds does he take? Again 2 seconds. How much is he taking? 2 seconds. Okay, and then he travels another how much? 4 meters in 1 second. In how much? 1 second. Okay. Now A, B, C stops at point, let's say D. Now you first, I ask you, what is the speed of this person from A to B? What is the answer? Huh? I asked question from A to B. What is the speed of this person?
4 meters.
What is formula for speed?
4 meters per second.
2 meters per second.
I am asking you a question. What is formula for speed?
Formula for speed is equals to distance upon time.
So distance कितना cover हुआ है?
Distance is
4/2.
4 meters. 3.2 is the average speed.
Beta, we are just doing this part. You are gone to average.
Okay. Total
This part-
distance is 16 meters.
This part at 4 meters is covered in how much time? 2 seconds. So speed during this interval is what? Distance covered upon time, which is equal to speed. I'll just write what? B, now I'm writing B1. So it is how much? 2 meters per second. Right? I'll write 2 meters per second. Okay? In next part, similarly, how will you do? 8/2. So in this case, what is the speed?
4 meters per second.
It is equal to 4 meters per second, right? So 2 ones are 2, 2 fours are 8. In this case, okay, I have given what? Let's give me. I can't do this. Let's take it 3. Okay. So in this case, what is the speed now? 3 meters per second, because divided by 1, so that will remain same. So what we are trying to find over here is, where this is important. In this whole interval, your speed is different, then speed अचानक से ये क्या हो जाए, speed इतनी की फिर बढ़ जाती है, फिर से कम हो जाती है. तो throughout यहाँ पे speed तो change होते जा रही है, ठीक है? और आपको जानना है, आपको ये छोटे-छोटे जगहों पे कितना चेंज होता नहीं जाना, आपको जानना है कि होल जर्नी में उनका एवरेज स्पीड कितना था, एवरेज स्पीड कितना था. सो एवरेज स्पीड कैसे दिया जाता है? एवरेज स्पीड इज गिवन बाय टोटल डिस्टेंस. इट इज गिवन बाय टोटल डिस्टेंस upon total time. So what is total distance? Can somebody tell me? 16. 16 is 4 plus 8 plus 3. I changed the number.
Achha.
So it is how much?
I took it as 4 meters, so that's the reason.
So
I got
8, 9, 10,
3.2.
and then so 15. So my discussion is 50. And total time is how much?
5 seconds.
5.
So total is 2
Five.
to 5.
3 meters per second.
So my answer is 3 meters per second. Okay. So not necessarily, now luckily there is at least one 3 meter per second, but not necessarily that average is equal to one of those instantaneous velocity. These are for this particular instant, what was the speed, okay? But then here I have got the complete journey के लिए average speed दिया था. So when you are taking average speed, you have to take the total distance and then total time and then divide it. Okay, understood? This is the formula for average speed. Similarly, for average velocity, what is average velocity? For average velocity, you simply take displacement. You simply take displacement upon total time. Okay, you take displacement upon total time. So for this journey, what is the average velocity? So what is the displacement now? From A to B, what is the displacement?
50.
And what is the total time?
5.
So divided by 5. So it is 3 meter per second. Okay, this is the case. Now, by using this knowledge where average speed is given by this and average speed is given by this, take a look at this scenario where this is the same circular path wala question. You start from here and you end again at A. Okay, so A to A. How much was the circle? 7 meter, right?
Yes.
Now tell me, what is the average speed and average velocity if it covers half of the journey, if this much is covered, if this much journey is covered in 2 seconds and this journey is covered in 4 seconds. Are you getting the question?
Point. Okay, so we took from A to half, like
So-
A to point.
Half. Okay, let's not worry about that also. I'll make it even more easier. Whole journey, okay, I'll quickly. Whole journey gets completed in 2 seconds. So time taken is what? 2 seconds. So can you tell me what is average speed? Average speed is what? Total distance. So how much is the total distance when you walk from here to here?
44 meters.
So it is 44. And how much is the total time taken?
2 seconds.
So what is the answer?
22 meter, 28.
It is 22 meter per second. Okay. What is average velocity? So you take what? What's the formula?
Displacement upon.
So what is displacement when you walk from here to here?
0.
How much was the time taken? So what is my average velocity? 2 meter per
0
second.
meter per second.
Okay, sorry, 0 meter per second. So that becomes your fourth point of difference, that when you are moving through circular path, okay, average velocity when you move from this position, from one position to same position, your average velocity becomes 0. But then your average speed is non-zero. Are you getting? That's the fourth point of difference in your textbook. That's okay if you don't write it. It's the fourth point. Can you read it quickly because I have to go to next class. After one round, page 32. Can somebody read it quickly? Can somebody read it quickly?
Ma'am, which question?
Not question.
After one round in a circular path, the average speed is not 0. After completing each round in a circular path, the average velocity is 0.
So the same thing, that's the fourth point. You just check from the textbook. So they are saying that after completing one round, your speed is 0 or what? After completing one round, your average speed is not 0. But after completing your one round, your average velocity for sure is what? 0. Are you getting? That is the fourth point of difference. You can write it from the textbook. We'll continue in next class. Please go through whatever we did in case any confusion arises. We can discuss in next class. Whose book is this? Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
जा रही है इंग्लिश क्लास के लिए नहीं है
अच्छा हाँ I'm waiting. Break. I'm also not. क्या break ही तो है ना?
तुम्हारे इंग्लिश की क्लास कर लिया
लेकर नहीं आए
Yes,
Break.
break.
I know it's break. I just keep my bag in. पानी पी के जाना खाना के लिए आए अरे वो बड़े वाले का मीटिंग है ना क्या बोलता है सबका का नहीं है वो कुछ और है हाँ See you soon कल see you tomorrow कल का लेक्चर मैथ्स एंड साइंस हाँ कल और परसों होता है वो क्या मिलेगा
इतना कम कैसे मिलेगा देखो कितना मिला उधर लेना बाहर ले रहा हाँ क्या कहते हैं अरे इसको मैं
मार्क्स मतलब किस चीज के लिए काटना है मतलब मैंने ये नहीं बोला दैट इज कुछ क्वेश्चन की पहली बार सुना तो ताकि मैं क्या सॉल्व करूं केमिस्ट्री में आई कौन तो एक मेरा 36%
ये आगे आयु बढ़े ना
सारा जिससे भी करेक्ट करा यार जैसे ना टीचर सर ने नहीं किया है नहीं कोई या तो सर का हमारे पास पता रहता है पता रहता सबसे देखा एक ही टीचर ने कराया फिजिक्स में मार्क्स का सिक्शन के लिए करेक्शन के लिए टीचर आ गए हां वो सब कुछ वेरी गुड इतना पेपर क्यों है ना
सबका देखिए एवरीथिंग
फिजिक्स
मैथ्स हां
ये दो क्वेश्चन मार्क्स करना है
ले ले तेरा उधर
और ये 3 मार्क्स पर देना है
अरे मेरे को तो एक्सपेक्टेशन से कम से कम मेरे को लगा तेरे को 3 ही मिलेगा ऐसे एक दो तो तुक्का मार के मिला देगा
फर्स्ट तो पहला बेंच Is it possible?
Yeah.
मैं लेकर आ गई इसको दोनों क्लास में इतना बोलते हैं
अरे मुझे मतलब पता नहीं लेकिन पता नहीं मैंने कैसा बात हो सकता या फिर मेरा दिमाग चल गया
अरे ऐसे नहीं
I wasn't expecting this.
It's good.
नहीं देख तो मैंने सीधा लिखा 94 plus 12 5 1 4 पर मैं हम लोगों ने मैंने एक बार भी मेंशन नहीं करा 94.4 के यार 42 वाओ मैम ने 5 अच्छा हाँ जो भी है b is equal to 42.4 का
अच्छा मतलब बस मेंशन नहीं किया
हाँ मैंने मेंशन नहीं करा तो उसमें जल्दी में मेरे को लगा मैं it would be fine because 94 बोला था अगर a is equal to ये हम ये नहीं लिखा तब चलता है
क्लास में आ गया ना
आगे आप देख अरे बहुत बहुत लग रहे थे सही गलती से अब क्या और
मेंटेड
चलेगा मुझे मार गया
इसका
किसी वाली सब में नीड्स इम्प्रूवमेंट
मेरे रैशनल नंबर लिखे
8.3 कहाँ से आ गया 7.3 आया
ये मेरा करेक्ट है
करेक्ट आंसर है वही मैं पूछा 7.3 कहाँ से आया
तेरा रॉन्ग है क्या इसको वर्किंग क्यों नहीं है नहीं वो अरे ऑब्जेक्टिव है तो आंसर आना है बी के लिए
मैंने भी
क्या करने का इसका आगे
ये करना है ना
बेटा a minus b whole square का होता है फॉर्मूला a
अरे
square plus
हाँ।
b square minus 2ab क्या
अरे वो ऐसा इधर किधर से प्रॉब्लम हो गया लेकिन इधर
क्या प्रॉब्लम
भूल गया मैं वो a स्क्वायर
नहीं मेरा रॉन्ग है मेरा करेक्ट है मैंने सिर्फ a is equal to a लिखा मिलाने पर
को मिलाने के लिए
हाँ
मिलाने के लिए
हाँ लाइक मैंने
सारी
a
कसमें करी
वही इसलिए जल्दी में कितना होना है मैं आगे भी पूरा सॉल्व करूँ या फिर तुम लोगों के लिए मेंशन करूँगी तो मैं आंखों के सामने दिख नहीं रहा है
लेट को नहीं
Nancy Grace तो अरे
ये 100 इसको मिला
100
ये मुझे मिला रहेगा प्रीवियस
अच्छा संभव है
90%
क्या संभव है
ते हमारे में इसके
पर आपको
अगर
इंग्लिश में क्या करना है
जिसको इसका मीनिंग पता रहेगा मेरे को सलाम करेगा
तो
ये हमारे ने दिल्ली बोल दिया तुम्ही फक्त मच्छी आणून द्या. मेरे को मैंने किया तो मेरे को मिल जाता ना 8 तो कम से कम मेरे को भूल गया मैं उस दिन. Yes. Movie. नहीं मैंने ट्रेजर तो पढ़ा.
बोला तो था चीज सीरियस करेंगे लेकिन क्या
चीज सिएटल है.
चीज क्या है
ए टू ये बोल ए एंड डी वहां से
एंड क्या
कितना होता है ए टू एंड
ओके यार
उसका पेपर है फिर का. हां ले पर उसका एब्सेंट बनेगा कोई बोलेंगे ना पर बोलेंगे. वो और मेरा फ्रेंड में न्यूमेरिकल में है. मुझे तो मालूम ही
हां और प्लानेट में न्यूमेरिकल
है क्या नहीं ना
और तो प्लानेट में नहीं है
नहीं है ना लॉन्गिट्यूड और लैटिट्यूड.
अरे लैटिट्यूड में है रिलेशन बड़ी तो दिमाग
और ज्योग्राफी में सही है. हां अरे सर्वे में ये पागल है क्या इसने बोला
बेटा उसका चेंज हो गया है.
तेरा
मैंने चेक करा
कल ताबीज देख के आया मैं.
कभी हो ज्योग्राफी का
जगह का
हिस्ट्री ज्योग्राफी मैंने देखा था लास्ट टाइम जब थर्सडे को था
मेरा को
मेरा पासवर्ड डालना नहीं मालूम नहीं क्या. सॉरी मैं बहुत
इसलिए मैं भी ऐसे
पासवर्ड तो गया था
तेरे को नहीं
शायद नहीं.
हाँ मेरे पास
मेरे को मेरा पासवर्ड और आईडी मांगूंगा. मेरे को मेरा पासवर्ड और आईडी मांगना है.
कितना लेना था
मेरे पास ऐसे था मुझे
यूनिवर्सिटी
मुझे बात बाकी आ गया टेस्ट किया वो
अपना बात बाकी है
ये ज्योग्राफी है
जल्दी देखते हैं
ज्योग्राफी है.
भी है.
हां
कभी
और ना तो
एक ही है ना
और ना तो खाने का है.
I'm just
Yes. Yes, I hope you have.
yes I didn't want to tell you
I hope you all have MOV.
yes
You have the book? So your friend is absent today?
yes my interpretation
Oh, great. So where has she gone?
Bangalore
No one online, no, for us? Parth. Okay, Parth Bhatia, hello. Was he there before?
no it's used to remember
Parth?
yes
Ma'am.
So, are you there for English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, this is your first class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. See, we have already finished Merchant of Venice, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. Okay. In Act 1, Scene 1, we had Antonio and his friends. And have you done that in the school? Act 1, Scene 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know the story. Antonio was upset. Antonio was sad. And we don't know the reason. His friends also did not know the reason of his sadness. And they assumed, what was the reason of his sadness? According to his friends?
His fortune, merchandise, and his ships.
Yes, his fortune was, all his fortune was, in different ships, and all these ships were sailing in different parts of the world. And he was worried of losing his fortune. But we don't know for sure. Then came Bassanio, and Bassanio tells him that he needs money to woo Portia, to present himself as a suitor for Portia. Since Antonio did not have any money, he asked Bassanio to go and ask anyone in the market, in the city, who was ready to lend him money. And for that, Antonio would remain as a guarantee for him.
Guarantee.
Okay, guarantee. Now, in scene 2, what did we see in scene 2? Portia and Nerissa. Portia and Nerissa were talking about different suitors who had come to Belmont. Belmont is the city where Portia lived. And they had come there, and then Nerissa goes on talking about taking the name of one suitor. First one was Prince Neapolitan.
Yes.
The prince from Naples.
Yes.
She called him a horse. Portia. Yes. So Portia said, oh, he's like a horse. He keeps talking about the horse and how good his horse is and how well he can shoe his own horse. Then the second one was Count Palatine. Yes.
He would never smile.
Yes.
He used to always frown.
He used to always frown, and he would never laugh even on a most humorous joke. And she thought that when he becomes old, he would be like one very serious philosopher who would keep complaining about everything. Third one was the French Lord. The French Lord was too much. He tried to show how he's better than everyone. His horse was much better. He would frown more, he would complain more. He would, even if the bird would sing, he would start dancing. Even if, in order to show how good fencer he was, he would start fencing with his shadow also. So he was ready to show off. He was ready to show how good he
If
is.
she marries him, it would be like marrying 20 husbands.
20 husbands. Yes. Then, after French Lord, we had the young Baron of England, right?
Yes.
Young Baron of England. What was his problem?
Language.
He could not.
So, and Portia was not that good at English.
That's right. So they couldn't understand each other's language, and therefore they could not communicate. Plus, she did not like the kind of clothes he had worn. His jacket was from Paris.
Charlie Chaplin.
Is it?
Yeah, because his hat was like a bonnet.
Yes, the bonnet from
Jacket.
Germany, and
That's what Charlie Chaplin wears.
hose from France. Then behavior from it. Jacket from?
Jacket from France.
See, hose was from France. Jacket from Italy. Yes.
Chocolate and entry is round form.
And then we had the Scottish Lord, right? Scottish Lord was too charitable. Too friendly.
Very generous.
Very generous. He slapped him. The
And
English
he
Lord.
said that I'll slap you next time.
And then the French Lord came and he said, yes, I will help you slap him, and slap him on the other. Yeah. And finally we had the young German.
He used to be like a drunk person.
He was a drunk. When he was bad when he was sober, and he was very, very bad when he was drunk by the afternoon. Okay. So she did not wish to marry anyone. Then they thought of Then they thought of Bassanio, and both of them agreed that Bassanio is the right suitor. What happens next?
Act 1, Scene 3.
Act 1, Scene 3. I hope you have your book, Parth. We are Act 1, Scene 3 on page 14. You're also Parth? No. You're, no. Ranveer. Ranveer. Yes, Ranveer. Last time we had told me. No. Act 1, Scene 3. As against the romantic atmosphere of Belmont in the earlier scene, in this scene we are introduced to the harsh realities of the Venetian marketplace. Shylock, a central character and the focus of the... You don't have this?
Summary.
We have in this scene Shylock, which is and Century is the most powerful and dramatic figure.
Yeah.
We have the all
Yes, yes.
You got
Okay. I'll read mine, then you read yours. Okay. So in mine, this is Shylock, a central character, and a focus of dramatic conflict is introduced. Antonio has no other way but to borrow money from him. Shylock agrees to give Antonio money for not for interest, but under an agreement, a bond. According to the bond, if Antonio fails to repay his debt in time, Shylock will have to have the right to have 1 pound in weight of Antonio's flesh. Yes.
his flesh. His flesh.
If you are not able to pay me back after 3 months, then you will give me, don't give me interest. Give me 1 pound of your flesh. Okay, what is written in your book?
In this scene, Shylock, the Jewish narrator, is introduced. He is the most powerful dramatic figure in the play. Shylock's hatred for Antonio intensifies the drama. Having been ridiculed by Antonio for years, he does not want to lend money to his friend Bassanio, but foreseeing an opportunity to take his revenge on Antonio, he agrees to give the loan of a bond which would allow Shylock to cut off a pound of Antonio's flesh if he fails to repay the loan in time. The bond story is the main plot around which all aspects of the takes place.
So you understood. This scene takes place in Venice, a public place. Okay. So this scene 3 takes place in, we are back in Venice,
A public place.
a public place, a marketplace, whatever you can say. Okay. You can call it a public place or even a marketplace. Okay. Public place. Let's stick to what is given. What is given in your textbook?
Public
Public
place.
place. Okay. So now Bassanio has come to Shylock. Okay. Whom should we start? Let's start with.
Shylock, 3,000 ducats, well, Bassanio, he served for 3 months. Shylock, for 3 months, well, Bassanio, for the which, as I told you, Antonio shall be bound. Shylock, Antonio shall become bound. Well, Bassanio, may you speak, will you pleasure me? Shall I know your answer?
Okay. This part does not require much explanation. So here Shylock says, oh, 3,000 ducats. How much money did Bassanio want?
3,000 gold coins.
3,000 gold coins. Ducats is the 3,000
We asked for 3,000 gold coins.
ducats. Ducats is gold coin. 3,000 gold coins for how much? How many months? 3 months.
As a guarantor.
Okay, for 3 months. Fine. And okay, who will be the surety as guarantor? Antonio. So Antonio will be the Antonio shall become bound. That means Antonio will become the guarantor or surety. So may you stead me? Will you help me? Will you pleasure me? Shall I know your answer? Will you help me? Will you give me your answer? Yes, but wait, D.
Bassanio, your answer to that. Shylock, Antonio is a good man. Bassanio, have you heard any imputation to the contrary? Shylock, oh no. My meaning in saying he is a good man is to have to understand that he is sufficient, yet his means are in supposition. He hath an argosy bound to Tripolis, another to the late Indies. I understand, moreover, upon the Rialto, he hath a third at Mexico, the fourth for England, and other ventures he hath squandered abroad. But ships are but boats, sailors but men. There be land rats and water rats, water thieves and land thieves. I mean pirates. And then there is the peril of waters, winds, and rocks. The man is notwithstanding sufficient 3,000 ducats. I think I may take his bond.
Okay. So he says, Antonio is a good man. Yes. Okay, so Antonio will be the guarantor. He says, yes, he's a good man. He says, have you heard anything against him? So Shylock says, no, I don't mean that I've heard anything against him. He's a good man. You understand?
He's good for the bond.
Yes.
He's good for the
He's good for the bond, but he is sufficient.
yes.
Is good. Yet his means are in the supposition. He had an argosy. What is argosy? A ship. A ship. Okay. Argosy is a ship, a merchant ship. So he says, but he is in a risky business. He says, okay, he's good, but he is in a risky business. He says, no. Yet his means are in supposition. That means he is in a risky business. He has an argosy bound to Tripolis. He has one argosy in going towards Tripoli. Tripoli is on the coast of Africa. Another to the Indies. Another is towards West Indies. And the other ventures he has squandered abroad. And other ventures all over different parts of the world. But ships are, so he has a lot of ships, but ships are but boats, sailors, but men. Ships are what? Ships are like boats, and sailors are after all just men. There will be land rats, water rats, there will be water thieves and land thieves. There will be pirates. There will be pirates. And then there is the peril of water, wind and rocks. There will be storms, winds, sea storms, and sea rocks. What if if the ship gets attacked by the pirate? If the ship gets crashed against the rock? If there is storm? The man is not withstanding sufficient. The man, in spite of all this, the man is good. He has enough money. All this can happen. He has ships all over. His ships may get attacked. His ships may sink. His ships may, he may suffer loss. But in spite of that, he's a good man. He has enough. 3,000 ducats. I think I may take his bond. He said, okay, and you want 3,000 ducats? Fine, I will take him as a guarantor. Bassanio.
Maybe like whatever, for example, one person can reach out on the other person can reach to carry out the
You want to do one person Bassanio, one person Shylock?
yes.
Dialogue. Many times the link breaks then. So therefore, you will be Bassanio for now? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Yes. Will you be Shylock?
Yes.
Okay. There is only Bassanio and Shylock. And then when
After
Antonio, you say that you be Antonio. And then we'll change after some time. Okay. Read Bassanio.
Be assured you may.
I will be assured I may, and that I may be assured. I will bethink me, may I speak to Antonio,
I'm assured. Okay, I'm assured, but I would like to think and talk to Antonio first.
If it please you to dine with us.
Yes, yes, to smell food, to eat of the habitation which your prophet the Nazareth conjured the devil into. I will buy with you, sell with you, talk with you, walk with you, and so following, but I will not eat with you, drink with you, not play with you. What news on riot though? Who with he comes here?
Okay, so he says, okay, you can come and talk to Antonio. Would you like to have dinner with us? Would you like to eat with us? So he says, yes, eat with you to smell pork. So Jews, he was a Jew moneylender, Shylock, Jewish. So it's a Jewish moneylender, and they don't eat pork. So they consider pork as unholy. Okay. So they don't eat pork. And the other two were Bassanio and Antonio were Christian. So for them, eating pork was a normal thing. So he says,
I never eat pork. I just don't like this. I don't even like this.
okay. so he says that to dine with you and smell pork, to eat on the habitation which your prophet the Nazareth conjured the devil into. So there's a story which goes that Jesus Christ ordered, I'm not sure, that devil to heal someone, and that devil entered the pit. I'm not sure how the story goes. I'm not very, I don't know all these biblical stories. But then that is what it is. That it is believed.
Go home and research.
Yeah, you can search what is that story. That so he says that Jesus has sent basically Jesus sent the devil into pork, into pigs, and therefore they don't eat pigs. Nazareth is the prophet of the Nazareth, means the Jesus Christ. He says, I will buy with you, I will sell with you, I will talk with you, walk with you, but I will not eat with you. Okay? He says, I will not eat with you, drink with you, nor pray with you. Okay. What news on the Rialto? What is the Rialto, by the way? Newspaper.
Stock exchange.
Stock exchange. Okay.
Merchant went for
Yes, that is the place where the merchants got together and they met there and discussed the business.
This is where the merchants meet for the transaction of business.
Okay. How come I don't have Rialto?
They don't have ours.
It's on the
Yes,
previous page.
20, right, 20. Rialto is a Venetian stock exchange where merchants met for business transactions. What's news on the Rialto? So what is happening in Rialto? Is there any news from there? During that time, he senses somebody enter. So he asks,
This is Senior Antonio.
okay.
How like a family of Christian egos. I hate him for these things, but more for that love is he lends out money, letters, and takes down. The rate of useless here with us in Venice. I can catch him once upon it. I will treat back the ancient judge I bear him. He hates our sacred nation many days. Even there were merchants forced to congregate. On me, my bargains, and my well-won debts, which he calls interest, because we might die if I forget it.
Okay. So, who enters? Antonio enters. So, Bassanio introduces him. This is Signor Antonio. So, Shylock, he looks at him and starts talking to himself. How like a fawning publican. Okay, fawning means servile tax. Correct. What is survive?
Survive.
Survive. What is survive?
What is
Survive.
survive?
Survive.
Tax collector. See, strict tax collector. Looks like one tax collector. See, he looks like as if he's come to rob me. He's come, he looks like a person who's come to rob me. No, he was a money lender. No, he was a money lender and a tax collector. So the income tax wale aage looks like it's like, oh, he looks like one income tax officer. So he looks like one tax collector. He says, I hate him for he's Christian. But more for that in no simplicity, but more than that, he lends out money. He hates him because he lends out money to people without interest. He says that he hated Antonio because he always gave people, whoever needed money, he gave them money, but he gave them money without interest. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, but then that what happened because of that? The rate of users here with us in Venice, that reduced the rate of interest in Venice. Because people would go to him.
People would go to him because he's not taking any
Interest. Yes. So if there are
loss for others.
yes. So it was lost for a money lender like him. It dropped because he was kind. If anybody needed money, needed help, they would go to Antonio and Antonio would give money to them without interest, without charging any interest. Because he was not a money lender. So he was not into that business. So he had his business in merchandise. So he was a kind person. So he would lend them, but what happened? It was a loss for the money lenders in Venice because that would drop the rate of interest for them. If I can catch him once upon the hip, I will feel fat the ancient grudge I bear him. If I get one chance, I should get one chance, and I will take my revenge. Take my revenge because he has, because of him, the interest rate has gone down. He hates our sacred nation. He also, we believe that Antonio also hated Jews. Okay? He hates our sacred nation. Our sacred nation here means he hated Jews and he rails. What is rails? Abuses. And he rails, even there were merchants forced to congregate on me, my bargains, and my well-won thrift. He says, whenever he's with other merchants, he abuses me. He tells them how my method of earning money is wrong. He calls interest, my well-earned thrift, my hard-earned money. He calls my hard-earned money interest. Cursed be my tribe if I forget this. It will be insult to my tribe, insult to my people, my Jewish community, if I forgive them. Okay, so there is this long, what do you say, feud, grudge. Okay, it says Antonio, he has to. Yes, that he has to take revenge. See, there are 2-3 aspects. There was a lot of bad blood, you can say, between Christians and Jews. That means they never got along. So they religious enmity was there between Christians and Jews. Most of the Jews who were in the business, they were money lenders and they would charge interest, and therefore you see most of the smart people in the business were Jews. Anyway, and Antonio, from here we come to know that Antonio also hated Jews. So he too had his own bias, but he was a kind person, who was a kind, wealthy person, you can say, who would lend money to people. But what happened because of that? The interest rate came down. And that was that was bothering his Shylock's business. And therefore he was very, very angry. He was waiting to take revenge. Okay. Now you be Bassanio. And you would like to be Shylock? Okay, you be Shylock.
Shylock, do you hear?
I'm thinking of my present store and by the near death of my memory, I cannot instantly raise up the loss of 2,000-3,000 rupees. What of that? People will be revenue of my tribes will protest it. What's out? How do you desire? Rest people there to desire your worship was the last time in our house.
Okay. Fine. So Bassanio, he says, because here he was thinking to himself that how he would like to take revenge. So Bassanio says, hello, do you hear? This Antonio has come. So Shylock says, no, I'm debating. I was thinking, I was calculating. If I have enough ready money to give you the total 3,000 ducats. No, I was debating, I was thinking, I was calculating whether I have the ready cash with me to give you 3,000 ducats. But he says, don't worry, I have Tubal. Who was Tubal? Tubal was another wealthy Jewish merchant. So a wealthy Hebrew of my tribe. He says, there is Tubal, a wealthy Jewish merchant. He will furnish me. He will give me money. But soft, how many months? Do you desire? Rest your fair good tenure. Your worship was the last man in our town. So he says that, please tell me for how many months do you want this money again? Shy. Oh, sorry. That's where we go. No? Okay.
The Yogula Baldi or the Cavalry Constitution of only one state That's your favorite. Antonio.
1 minute. Huh? Parth? Are you there, Parth? We kind of forgot.
Ma'am.
Are you getting whatever is happening here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have the book, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Antonio, what does Antonio say?
Shylock says, albeit I neither lend nor borrow by taking nor by giving of excess. Yet, to supply the right wants of my friend, I'll break custom. Is he yet possessed? How much he would?
Okay. So he says, Shylock, yes?
Antonio says to Shylock that even though I do not take any interest, I do not take more from people knowledge.
No, I don't. I never borrow, nor do I lend. I don't lend, nor do I borrow money from people, and I never borrow on the and pay interest.
Yes, I never pay interest.
I never pay interest.
For money.
But I will break that custom for my friend Bassanio. Okay. So he asked Bassanio, does he know how much you want? Have you informed him how much you want? Okay. Shylock. Shylock said, yeah, I know 3,000. 3,000 ducats.
And for 3 months.
Yes, for 3 months.
I am counting 3 months to go so very well your ball and let me see from here you wait for to say neither let nor borrow upon advantage.
Okay. Shylock says, oh, I forgot. 3 months. You told me so. Well then, you're born and let me see, but here you say you're going to stand there as a guarantor. But I hear you don't lend, nor do you borrow. So, by paying interest, you are saying you don't lend, you don't borrow, you don't agree in paying interest. But are you sure you'll remain as a guarantor?
I do never use it. I've never done it.
Yes, he says, no, I've never done it. but then I'll break that custom for my friends.
This is going to be first time.
Yes. So what does Shylock say? Jacob grazed.
This Jacob from our holy Abraham was as his wise mother brought in his period, the third processor, he was
Okay. Antonio lost.
Sorry.
You are
No, I thought you were
You
going
will,
to
I will
explain
explain this.
this. Yes.
Okay.
I thought that. That's the
Okay.
reason I.
So Shylock starts telling one story. Okay. He says, when Jacob grazed his uncle Laban's sheep. Okay. Now who was this Jacob? Jacob was the heir of Abraham. Okay. So he says that as his wise mother wrought into his behalf, the third process possessor, as he was third. So, one minute, I'm trying to. Yes, basically Jacob was grandson of Abraham. These are, they believe that Abraham was the first one, founder of Christianity. Actually, all the three religions, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, have the same lineage. Okay,
Yeah, like
lineage, not language, lineage. Okay, that means like the
Same
first
family.
Yeah. So
They are
first
all
one,
from the same.
same thing. Yeah. So first is Abraham, okay, the who founded the religion, who was sent down by God. Then came Isaac. Then came Jacob. And they believe that Jacob was, now the Jews believe, if I'm not wrong, that Jacob is the last one. Jacob is the last prophet that is sent by the God. Then it is believed that after Jacob came, is Jesus Christ. And Jacob and then Moses. Sorry. After Jacob was Moses. After Moses is Jesus Christ. So they believe that Jacob and then Moses. Moses is the last prophet that the Jews believe. After that is Jesus Christ. So the Christians believe that no. After that, after Moses came Jesus Christ, and he is the last prophet. So they believe only in Jesus Christ. They said he is the last prophet. Then there are Muslims who believe that no, Jesus Christ is not the last prophet. After Jesus Christ came Muhammad, and he is the last prophet. Okay, so it follows the same lineage, same family actually, origin. This, then that, then that, then. So the original is Abraham, which in Islam becomes Ibrahim. The pronunciation changes. In Christianity, in Judaism, it is Abraham. Then Isaac, then it is Isa or something. And then Isaac in Christianity or Judaism is Isa. The pronunciation is different in Islam. Moses is Maksud. Jesus Christ is Isa Masih, and then comes. So they all follow the same lineage. Okay, whatever. So Abraham, here the story goes that I just read this paragraph. The story goes that Jacob, who was, you remember Jacob, the third heir in line of Abraham. And what of him? Did he take interest? Because the minute he says that I don't take interest, Shylock starts telling a story. Do you remember Jacob? Our holy Abraham, this Jacob from our holy Abraham was, as his wise mother wrought in his behalf, the third possessor, he was third. So the third grandchild of, third heir of Abraham. Antonio says, and what him? Did he take interest? Shylock says, no, not take interest, not as he would say, directly interest. mark that what Jacob did. He says, no, not interest. Let's not call it as directly like interest. But do you remember what he did? When Laban and himself were compromised, that all the earnings which were streaked and piled should fall as Laban's house. Jacob's hand. Jacob would take these sheep. He would take this sheep for grazing. Okay. So this Laban said, all the sheep that would have the spots on them will become your sheep, and that will be your money. Okay, that is the salary that I give you. Itna samjha? Jacob would take the sheep for grazing. So once they take the sheep for grazing, they go there for a month. So they are in the forest. उनको लेके घूमते रहते हैं. फिर जैसे एक round खत्म होता है, they come back. They don't come back every week sometimes. They go out taking the sheep. If they are there, whatever. I don't get into too many details. This was a way to thrive, and he was blessed, and thrift is blessing. Hey, I'm reading right?
Yes.
Yes. It meant he ignored. So he says this was the way to thrive. This is how he was asked to earn his income. He was told that he will earn his income. What happens then? What does Antonio say? Yes, Antonio. What does Antonio say to that?
This was a venture, son, that Jacob served for. A thing not in his power to bring to pass, but swayed and fashioned by the hand of heaven. Was this inserted to make interest good? Or is your gold and silver used in ramps?
I cannot realize it.
You know what? 1 minute.
So he says,
This was the way to thrive. If there is anything else?
no, this was the last one,
No,
right?
this much will go.
Okay, 1 minute. Here, you know what happens. I'll tell you the story. Jacob would take the sheep for grazing. What did they agree? All the sheep that has spots on their body will become your sheep. So what he did, when it was time for them to breed, it is believed that the mother sheep, or usually whatever she sees, is how the child becomes. Okay, so a mother should always, a pregnant with any sheep should always see good things. So what he would do is he would keep the dotted, dotted plants in front of that pregnant sheep. And therefore, it is believed that most of the little lambs that were born had spots on them. And that is how Jacob got a large number of sheep as his earning. So he says, remember what Jacob did? He kept this one, branch of a tree in front of those sheep which were pregnant. And therefore, all the lambs that were born after that had dots on them. And so that is how he earned money. So that is how he earned more sheep. Antonio says, okay, now
Antonio says this was. So Antonio says that.
Is it Jacob? Yes.
Yeah, that Jacob had no hand in this.
Yes,
It was all in the hand of heaven, and how the baby sheep
Yes.
had spots on them.
yes.
Jacob couldn't just magically put spots on.
Yes. So he says, no, Jacob had nothing to do with it. This was all done by God. It was done by heaven. Okay. That all the the lambs that were born had spots on them, and that's how he got lots of lamb in return. So he says, are you considering your gold and silver? Are you considering your gold and silver interest, are you saying are as are the right way? Like the rams, the ram you understand, no, rams are. What are rams? Are they in ram? Baby sheep. It's like baby sheep. Yes. Rams are baby sheep. Shiloh.
I cannot tell, I will be read as fast, but not still there.
Okay. So this is, I cannot say whether it is like what Jacob did, but like Jacob, I also try to make money fast. Like how he tried to earn fast by putting all those spotted fleas in front of the pregnant sheep, so that all the lambs that were born were with dots, and he suddenly got so many lambs. So I also try to follow that and try to earn money by faster means. इतना तो समझा क्या? I have understood what happened so far. Okay, Parth, I'm assuming you understood what is happening. Okay. Let's change. You be Shylock for some time.
Antonio is
Antonio.
really
Okay, so you be Antonio. And we'll ask Parth next time. Okay.
after this.
You did not get too many sentences, so yeah, we'll ask the rest.
After this, Rasanya. The devil can cite scripture for his purpose. An evil soul producing holy wickedness is like a villain with a smile in its cheek. A goodly apple rotten at the heart. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath.
Okay, so Antonio says, be careful, mat Basanio. Mark this, Basanio. The devil can cite scriptures. Devil can cite scriptures for this purpose, because if he wants to earn profit, he will give the proofs from the scriptures. An evil soul producing holy witness. He is an evil soul. Don't fall for his words. He's producing holy witnesses. He's giving reasons, holy reasons, but don't fall for his words. He is an evil soul. It is like a villain, a robber who smiles first and then robs you. He is like an apple who looks good, but is rotten to the core. It's rotten inside.
Like a devil in disguise.
Yes. So he is like a what goodly outside falsehood has. He says he has that good appearance. He's a very false person inside. Okay. What does Shylock say?
3,000 ducats. This is a good round sum.
It is a good round sum.
It's a good round sum. 3 months for 12. Then let me see the rate.
Shylock doesn't pay much attention. Shylock says, oh, so you want 3,000 ducats for 3 months? 3,000 ducats is nice. One whole amount, whole number. And 3 months, how much it will be till 12 months? Let me see the rate of interest. Yes.
Well, Shylock, shall we be beholden to you?
So he says, okay, Shylock, so will you be giving the money to us? Beholding to you? Will you be lending the money to us?
Signal and
Oh, Signor.
Senior and many a time and in the reality you have updated me about my money and my
Usances.
Still have I borne in with a patient struggle. First sufferance
Is the badge of all our tribe.
is the badge of all our life. You call me disbeliever, cut throat dog, and spit upon my
Jewish. Gabardine.
And for all use of that which is mine now, well then it now appears you need my help.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's stop till here. Okay. At the end. Shylock says, Senor Antonio, Mr. Antonio, many a times and oft
Judged in the meeting while meeting other lenders in the real world.
yes, many a times and often, whenever you go to the theater, meet other merchants, you have rated me, insulted me. You have insulted me, you have insulted about the way I earn my money. Still have I borne it with me. I have still just ignored it. I borne it. I have ignored it with just a shrug. Okay. So what if he says so? For sufferance is the badge, because suffering insults is the habit of my tribe. That is, the Jews are used to facing insults from everyone. You call me misbeliever. You call me misbeliever. That oh, he doesn't believe in Christian God, so he's a misbeliever. He believes in the wrong religion, so he's a misbeliever. You call me a dog. He's a cutthroat dog. You spit upon my Jewish garbandai. You spit upon the kind of clothes we Jewish people wear. And for all use of that, which is mine own. And so he says that, and what do I do? And all this, because this is what I am. This is what I am, and this is how I have earned money. So you always criticize me, spit on my clothes, you call me dog, you criticize the way I have earned money, but I have just shrugged and let it go. Well then, it now appears you need my help. And now, all this while, you criticize everything that I do. But now, it appears you need my help. Okay. Go to then, you come to me and you say, Shylock, we would have monies. You say so. So now when you need money, you come to me and ask for money. You that did void your room upon my beard. That means you are the person who has spit earlier on my clothes, spit on my. Have you ever seen how Jewish people look? They wear those black clothes. They would distinctly wear a different kind of. That's right. Where is this picture? In the book? Page number?
She's having different.
Okay, you have a different book. That's right. That's right. Yeah. They wear this long black coat, and usually they have long beard. Long beard. Difficult to know. The old man would be Shylock. Or Basanto. Okay. Okay, you want to read? Yes, read from you that did void your room upon my beard.
And put me as your son, a strange girl, over your household monies in your suit. What should I say to you? Should I not say, had a dog money is impossible. A girl can lend 3,000 tickets, or shall I bend low and in a bondman scheme with weighted breath and whispering humbleness? Say this, fair sir, you spat on me on Wednesday last. You spurned me such a day, another time. You call me dog, and for these courtesies, I lend you thus much money.
Okay, you understood? Nothing. I'll just tell you fun right from beginning. Okay? He says, in the sense from Shylock's dialogue. The beginning of the Shylock dialogue. See that Shylock from 103, line 102 maybe. Signor Antonio, many a times and often, when you met all these people in Rialto merchants, you abused me. You abused the way I earned, you criticized me. You criticized the way I earned my money. But that's okay. I have not said anything. I have just accepted it with a shrug. Because we all Jews are used to bearing these insults. He who called me a misbeliever, that I believe in wrong religion. You called me a cutthroat dog. You called me, you spat on the clothes that I wear. That means you criticize, you abuse, you talk bad things about the kind of clothes I wear. And for what? Just because I'm a Jewish person? Or just because I earn interest? It is the way I earn money. Well then, it now appears you need my help. But now, all this while you did this. But now, it appears you want my help. So you come to me and say, Shylock, we would have money. Now you come to me and ask for money. You say so. You that did what? You, the one who otherwise spat on my beard, that criticized me and talked very bad about everything, spat on my beard, and put me as a spurn, as a stranger cur. That means kicked me like a stray dog. You're the one who spat on me, who kicked me like a stray dog. Over your threshold, kicked me and threw me out, pushed me out or from your threshold. What should I say to you now? You have done all this. Should I not say, had a dog money? Should I not wonder, oh, so now you come to the dog asking for money. Does this dog have money? Does this stray dog have 3,000 ducats? Or shall I bend low? Or what should I do? Should I bend low? And in bondman's key, with bated breath and whispering humbleness. So she said, he says that, should I bend low like a slave? Now should I bend low like a slave? And in a very soft whispering voice, should I say, in all humbleness, with a humble voice, should I say, oh fair sir, oh great sir, you spat on me on Wednesday. You spat on me on last Wednesday. You spurned me such a day. You threw me out the other day. You pushed me the other day. And another time you called me dog. And for all these kindness, for all these courtesies, that means for all this kindness and respect, I'll lend you this amount of money. Okay? So what do you want me to say? I should curtsy, I should bend low like a slave and say, oh God, oh sir, you called me a dog the other day, you kicked me the other day, you threw me out the other day, and now for all that respect, please have this money. And told you.
I'm asked lightly to call me so again, to spit on thee again, to spurn thee too. If thou wilt lend this money, lend it not as to thy friends. For when did friendship take a brief for bad metal of his friend? But lend it rather to thine enemy, who, if he break, thou mayest with better face exact that.
Okay.
So Antonio is like, I am ready to call that to you again, to spit on you again.
Yes, don't worry. I may say that again. I may criticize you again. I may call you dog again. I may spit on you again.
Exactly. Yeah. So it says that this does not represent any kind of friendship.
Yes.
It's just a deal. It's going to happen and then it's going to end.
So he says, if you want to lend us money, don't lend us like friends. Don't lend us as if we are your friends. Because friends don't charge interest. Lend us money as if you are lending it to your enemy. So don't lend this money as if you will lend it to your friend. Lend this money as if you will lend it to your enemy. And so it would be, we feel better if we break down based with better face, exact the penalty. So you will not feel bad in charging us the penalty when we break, if we ever break the bond. Okay, if we are not able to pay the money. Okay, Paz,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. Will you read the Shylock's dialogue?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Why, look you, how you storm. I would be friends with you and have your love. Forget the shames that you have stained me with. Supply your present wants and take no toy of cents for my monies. You will not hear me. This is kind I offer.
Okay. So Shylock says, oh, look at you, you got angry. Why, look how you storm. He says, hey, look at you, you're getting angry because what I said. So he says, I would be friends with you. I would like to be friends with you and have your love. I'm ready to forget the abuses you have, the shames, what you have spoken, the abuses that you have heard on me. The way you have stained me. And now I'm ready to supply your presence. Now you need me, I'm ready to give you the money that you require. And this is kind I offer. I'm ready to offer whatever money you want me to offer. Okay. Bassanio.
This were kindness.
This were kindness. Okay. Shylock.
Go with me to a notary. Seal me there, your single bond, and in a merry spot. If you repay me not on such a day, in such a place, such sum or sums as are expressed in the condition, let the forfeit be nominated for an equal pound of your fair flesh to be cut off and taken. In what part of your body pleaseth me?
Okay. So Shylock says, this kindness, but so he says that Bassanio says he would be very kind of you, that if you offer us money and if you want our friendship. Shylock says, yes, I will show you how kind I am. Come with me to the notary. Notary, let's make is a place where you sign a contract, a legal contract. Okay, this is a notary is a person in front of you whom you sign a legal contract. A legal officer, yes. So usually a lawyer or somebody. Yes, a legal officer. Shylock says, go with me to a notary, seal me there. That means let's sign the bond. Your single bond and in merry sport, if you repay me not on such a day, I don't want to charge any interest. So, but let's have something. Let's make a merry sport. Let's have a fun thing. Let's have a fun thing. If you repay me not, if you fail to repay me on that particular day or in such a place, such sum or sums as are expressed in the condition, if you forget, if you fail to repay me the amount that is specified in the contract, let the forfeit be nominated for an equal pound. So then the person who fails will be nominated. That is, this guarantor will have to pay me an equal amount of flesh of pound of flesh. We'll have to pay me a pound of flesh, and it will be cut off and taken in what part of body pleasant me, and it will be taken from the part of body which I desire, okay, that I would like. What does Antonio say to that?
Content.
Yes.
Content, I think. I'll seal to such a bond and say there's much kindness in you.
Okay. So Antonio says, fine. I'm ready to seal this bond. And this is very kind of you. I've never seen such a kind judge, a Jew like you. Bassanio.
You shall not seem to such a bond to me. I rather dwell in my necessity.
Bassanio gets very upset. Bassanio says, oh no, you will not sign such a bond with anyone. I would rather not have the money. And I would see what can I do. I will rather not have money, which if I fail to pay, you will have to, for which you will have to cut and give the pound of flesh. Antonio?
Why cannot man? I'll not forget it. Within these 2 months, that's a month before. This one expires. I do expect return of price 3 times the value of this.
Okay.
Like this is never going to happen.
Yes. So he says, oh, don't fear. Don't be afraid. I will not forfeit it. He says, I will never lose it. I will never have to forfeit the amount. I will never have to, I will always have money. Within 2 months, that's a month before, you have taken 3,000 ducats for 3 months. Within 2 months, I will have thrice 3 times of what you have done. Okay. So that means he has taken 3,000. He'll have thrice of 3 times. Thrice of 9,000. 27,000.
I was just making it bigger.
He will have thrice of 3 times of what you have taken. He's taken 3,000. 3 times of what he has taken is 9. I have 9,000. And thrice of that is 27,000. Just. Because I will have thrice of 3 times of what you have borrowed. I have a lot.
But it's been multiplied thrice.
Thrice
3 into 3
of-
into 3. So 27.
Thrice of 3 times.
9,000.
Yeah.
So 27. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Wow.
If you do it before, you're multiplying it by 3, right? So it can't be 27,000.
Thrice of 3 times of what you have borrowed. He has borrowed 3,000.
Yes.
Thrice of 3,000.
27.
9,000.
3,000
If you multiply by
3,000
3.
to 3.
Yeah, 3 times of 3,000 of is 9,000.
Exactly.
Thrice of this.
27,000 to 3.
It's
Yeah, that is
but it only says one time.
27,000 gold coins. We're talking about 27,000 gold coins. I'm saying 27,000 rupees. And 27,000 that time. Story took place. Story took place sometime in that was written 1600.
1600 sometime.
Yep. 1600. What?
Surprising.
600 years ago. Of course. Queen Elizabeth. Right. Queen Elizabeth. Written by.
I think Shakespeare. Shakespeare died in 1658 something.
Yeah. So 1600.
No, I think he died in 1500.
What? What did he say?
Nothing.
Who was there?
Shakespeare.
Of course, 1600. That's when he wrote. See, this is the time when have you studied Renaissance, Reformation?
Yeah.
This is the Renaissance time.
Renaissance.
Yes, it is the time of Renaissance when they broke away from all the, what do you say, custom, biblical rules. That's 1600. Sometime. What happens then? Shylock.
1660.
Father Abraham, what these Christians are, whose own heart dealings teaches them suspect the thoughts of others. Pray you, tell me this. If he should break his day, what should I gain by the extraction of forfeiture? A pound of man's flesh taken from a man is not so estimable, profitable neither. A flesh of muttons, beefs, or goats. I say, to buy his favor, I extend this friendship. If he will take it, so. If not, adieu.
And for my love, I pray the wrong me not. Okay. So he says, oh Father Abraham, what these Christians are, whose whole heart dealings teaches them suspect. He says, what's wrong with these Christians? Why do they suspect everyone? There's a, he says, the thought of others, pray you, tell me, just tell me, what am I going to do with, what am I going to gain with a pound of flesh from other man? He can't do anything with that, right? It's not that it's a pound of flesh from goat or mutton or beef or goat, which he will sell or eat. It's a man's pound of flesh. So it is just for fun. What am I going to do with it? So he says that I just want to be your friends. I'm just I buy his favor, I extend this friendship. I'm doing this, I'm not charging you any money. I'm doing this. I'm extending this friendship. I'm just doing it out of friendship. If you take it, good. If you don't want to take it, then goodbye. If not, adieu. Adieu is goodbye. And for my love, I pray you wrong me not. That means I request you not to be unjust to me for such an offering of love. This is what? This is such a kindness. I'm being kind. I'm not asking any money. I'm just asking for a pound of flesh. What am I going to do with this pound of flesh? It's not like it's a pound of beef or a pound of mutton or goat or sheep, whatever. Goat is mutton. Sheep. I can at least sell it or eat it. And it has some use. What is the use of pound of man's flesh? So it is actually a loss for me. But why am I doing this? Just to extend our friendship. If you want to accept it, don't doubt my intentions. If you want to accept it, accept it. If not, goodbye. I request you, don't be unjust to me for such offering of love. Don't criticize me because I'm being kind to you. Antonio?
Yes.
Antonio is busy scribbling something.
Yes, Shalom. I'll seal onto this one.
Okay, so I'll be ready to write this bond. Okay, let's change Shylock. Let's make him Shylock for now. Ranveer.
Then meet me forthwith at the notary's, give him direction for this merry bond, and I will go and verse the ducats take, see to my house, left in the fearful guard of an unthrifty knave, and presently I will be with you.
Okay. So he says, okay. If you're ready to seal this bond, come with me to the notary. Yes. I'll give the instructions to sign this very, very, very happy bond. And Mary is happy or humorous. It's a funny thing. I'm taking a flesh of pound if you fail to pay. And you're confident that you will get lots of money, thrice or 3 times of what you have borrowed in next 2 months. I'll go and check if I have 3,000 ducats at my home because I have kept it and left the money in a fearful guard of an unthrifty knave. Knave is irresponsible servant. So he says, I have left it in charge of, I left that money in charge of one very, very irresponsible servant. So let me go and first take the money and give it to you. Antonio says,
Hi thee, gentle Geo. The herb view will return question. He grows mad.
he says, oh, this gentle Jew, Heidi, that means come on, let's hurry. Let's hurry. This Jew has been very, very gentle. This Hebrew will turn Christian. If he grows more kind, he will turn Christian.
I like not fair terms and the villain's mind.
He says, but I do not like the terms of this bond. And because this is from a villain's mind, so I do not know how will it turn out.
Come on. In this, there can be no dismay. My ships come home on one day.
He said, "Oh, don't worry. There's no reason to fear. There is no reason for disappointment. My ships are coming home in a month's time, much before the day of returning the money." Thank you. What did you say?
Act 2.
Act 2. I thought thank you. I was like, thank you. Okay, Act 2. We'll stop at Act 1. So you understood what happened in this?
Yes.
Thank you. So this scene took place in Venice on a public place. Here, the Bassanio goes to Shylock, asks him to give him 3,000 ducats, and for a period of 3 months. Shylock then agrees, and there are lot of communications. We come to know that how Jews were looked down and criticized and by Christians. Yes, by Christians in Europe at that time. Yeah, so there was argument. Antonio, who's actually the main hero of this and who's otherwise so kind, is also rude to Jews. You know, you come to know that he says, "Yeah, you called me a dog, you criticized the way I earn my money, you spit on me." That means you talk really badly about me. And so, even though Antonio was a hero,
Antonio is not all good.
Sorry?
Antonio is not all good.
Yeah. See, this is, that is the reason why Shakespeare's stories and plays became a hit. There is no good and evil. Nobody's good and nobody's evil. See, usually
Everybody is a mix of both. And that's actually real life.
That is real life.
Because in real life, in someone's mind, they're not completely evil, not completely good.
So, see, all till then there were only biblical stories, and in Bible or in any religious stories, there are either gods who are very, 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 very good, and then there are evils, there are rakshas, or there are very bad. Okay, so there is this like they are
There's no mixture of
market.
that.
Yeah, so the market. This is bad, this is good. But then Shakespeare started making the common man and his emotions the center of the story. So there was love, there were love triangles, so there was love, there was jealousy, this is hatred. So this whole thing is actually because of Shylock is now jealous. He's angry. He wants to take revenge. For all these years, you humiliated me because I'm a Jew. Because I'm a Jew, the way I wear, the kind of religion I follow, you humiliated me. You humiliated me because the way I earned my money. And now is the time, and you need help, and you come to me. Now I want to take the revenge. So the whole plot is around love, money, revenge. What is that? There is some Hindi song or movie, no? Pyar Bhukha. And what?
There's this
Revenge. I don't know. There are
many kind of.
Okay, do we have time for doing question answers?
No one.
Yes.
10 minutes.
Only
No.
10 minutes a day.
Only 10 minutes are there?
Yeah.
Very good. Then 10 minutes we'll do one question.
This we can discuss.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
we-
not right.
Ours is Act 1, Scene 3. Do you have your book? I like your book also. Hello, do you have your book? Hello, Ranveer.
Yes.
You have your book.
Yes. I have.
You have?
Yes.
Give me.
You right?
No. What? No. I'll
I
give
have a
you
question.
few questions.
I have a question.
Sorry?
I have a question.
Act 1, Scene 2. Then Act 1, Scene 3. Bye.
After 17, right?
Page 17, yes. Okay. The passage is, I think, how like fawning publican he looks. How like fawning publican he looks.
Passage 1 to 4.
It's on passage 2.
Page,
50.
page 15.
Last line. 40.
Yes. 41, maybe. 41. No, I'm telling you from this book. Oh, yeah, in that book. What is your line 40? This book. Sorry? Page
Line
50 and
40, 38. Page number.
page, acha. Those who have the same book as Ranveer, it is page 38. Okay.
Tanya.
Okay, Danya. So from how like fawning publican he looks, I hate him for his Christian,
But more so that
till even there were merchants most do congregate. Even that is above 50, line 50. Even there were merchants most do congregate. Parth, did you get the lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the question is, what is meant by fawning publican? Okay, right now. What is meant by fawning publican? One question. I'll give you only 3 questions, not more than that. What is meant by fawning publican?
how about only one question?
Give 3 reasons why Shylock hates
He's a Shylock.
Antonio. What?
You know, when you break down the words, it becomes Shylock.
Yes, Shylock.
I never knew that. I never.
Yes.
I just discovered that. Like he's a shy dog. He's a dog who's shy.
deviation.
The question. This one line. Two question answers of one line. What is meant by fawning publican? What is meant by fawning publican? A servile tax collector. Okay, a tax collector.
So servile basically means very, what do we say?
Servile is usually the one who always tries to please others. What do you call it in chapters? Okay. You don't know that word. So buttering. The one who keeps buttering others. Muska. इसको बड़ा मस्का लगाना आता है. So servile is, oh, you're so good, you're so nice. There are some people.
Right. Basically, people who want to get a job done.
Yes, and those who want to like to please others, they will please others.
They want to be well liked
Yeah.
by everyone.
So he is a servile publican. So servile means the buttering everyone so that everybody likes them. And publican is a tax collector. Yes, so fawning publican means servile
Tax
collector. Give 3 reasons why Shylock hates Antonio.
He is Christian.
Okay, Shylock hates Antonio.
He's Christian. He's
Okay.
Christian.
Okay.
Because he didn't take interest. He took no interest.
Because Antonio did not take interest. And
He is Christian. He takes no
Because
interest. He spits on his
Antonio used
clothes.
to spit on him, throw him out, and
okay, because Antonio used to criticize him and insult him. Yes. I'm sorry.
Because he spits on his clothes.
Because he spits on his clothes. Okay. So to spit on somebody means you're not literally Ate Jadi used to spit on him. Okay, means he would humiliate him, he would call bad words, he would abuse him. And yes, he would treat him badly. No, not that he would actually kick him like a dog. So, but that tells you that he would treat him very, very bad. Okay? And he would do that in the open. He would openly treat him badly, criticize him, abuse him, insult him. Plus, Antonio would not take interest, so that would have bad impact on Shylock's business, as he was a money lender, and Antonio was a Christian. You got your 3-4 reasons. So we have finished the entire Act 1. Next time when we meet, we will do treasure trove. Do bring treasure. First lesson. Yes. What does sacred nation refer to?
To
Yes.
Jew people.
Yes, Jew people. That's right.
Jew community.
Jew community. The Jewish community. The Jewish community. This last answer you can tell me orally. How does Shylock plan to get money immediately?
How to Shylock? He plans to borrow money from another rich Jewish money lender called
Tubal.
Tubal, yes. Called Tubal. Yes. Tubal. God honors that story.
So he, how does Shylock plan to get the money immediately? He decides to borrow it from his Jewish friend called Tubal.
He decides to call his
What would
rich
that
money
for
lender
third one?
his Jewish friend.
Jewish community.
Segregation refers to Jewish community.
Yes.
Is
Just 1 minute. I'm just checking the either there the much most common is and there is yes. Yes, that is the answer.
what was the fourth answer?
Shylock plans to get money immediately by borrowing it from another rich Jewish money lender, Tubal. Now, I really don't know the correct pronunciation, Tubal or
What is the spelling though?
Tubal. So, Parth, that's all for today. Bye.
Yes. Oh.
And that's all for today. Bye, everyone. And here we end our Act 1. And next time, present. And thank you.
You really got above 10, 14. That is 40. How much? 6. How much? That is 4. Only 11. Also, it's good, yeah. It's not good. I just, पता है मेरे मार्क्स ही इसलिए बढ़ते हैं because मैंने प्रॉपर लिखा नहीं कि मेरा आंसर सही लिखा 94 जो नहीं मैंने तो होगा और मैंने ये स्पेसिफिकली नीचे नहीं लिखा कि a is equals to this और b is equals to this उसकी वजह से मार्क्स कटना लाइक वही क्या हमारे पास उसके लिए टाइम है बहुत वही तो सिर्फ मैं जल्दी जल्दी पेपर तो करूँ या तो लोग भी नहीं मेरे को ये आंसर है वो और दूसरा मेरा एक और क्वेश्चन है कटा जो √4 √5 वाला था मुझे सर्टिफिकेट का आया है मैंने इस बार इस सेंटर में मैंने
मैंने एक्स्ट्रा क्लास लिया
या √4 √5 उसमें एक क्वेश्चन का मार्क कटा था और किसी में और एक और जो